show, Matthew. You used to tell me, now you're telling it the world. I used to watch it for myself. Wait, what?
Actually, it's kind of hard to hear you, hon.
Okay, I know. With the audience silent. Mrs. Maloney, Matthew told us that you may have shit at your last week. Do you remember the joke that was made about the way Matthew looks?
Oh, it's really hard to hear. We can be a little slower.
Do you happen to remember the joke that I made on Matthew specifically about the way that he looks that made you cry last week?
From last week?
No. From when you watched the show.
Really remember? Well, yeah.
There's only one. Which one?
Handle it. And
what do you help him do exactly? He's eating tiramisu twice a week. She sneaks into his house and I throws away tiramisu. Does she hold your feet during sit-ups? First of all, lady, very nice lady. I mean, at least this week we didn't say the word fat. And I think his face looks like John Bonet, not his body. Mrs. Maloney, I'm sorry, my friend just tried to make a John Bonet joke work again. I was really convinced that maybe perhaps they looked him up since the last joke and like did the research, but he failed again. I'm back, Mrs. Maloney. Okay, let me ask you this. I fucking forgot it, son of a bitch. Yeah, too bad tearing down my non-joke. I was pointing out to her that I did not call him fat. Okay, that was my point. Mrs. Maloney, I'm sorry, I'm so excited. What did you feed him when he was a baby?
oh, you know, he would always reach for the vegetables.
Wow, times have changed. Yeah, I'm sure you had so many vegetables ready at hand for little Matthew. You just got way Maloney. Tony, I have a question. Yeah. Did your breast feel stronger? She's doing great. Like, put her back on. Please, let me get closing words. Mrs. Maloney, I want to thank you for being on the show. You're a sweet lady, and we're roasting you, so we're all having fun. And thank you for your great sense of humor.
Fun, it's great.
Yes, it's all in good fun. It's great. Yeah, we are there at the end. Oh my God. That was cool. And that was the mother with Matthew Maloney. There goes on Twitter. Oh, also his jokes were good, and he got whatever. Oh my God. Yeah, you know what? That's gonna be the part where your mom cries. It's gonna be like he did so good. He went through all the improv challenges that God gave him, and then he tripped on them. Oh, wow. It's a terrible dismount. It's an unfortunate thing. We saw things during the Olympics where things didn't go where people hoped it would. And it's terrible that happens. Matthew Maloney is not lucky. His best chance tonight is the bronze. All right, so let's keep this moving. We also all people that didn't watch a second of the Olympics, right? Oh, okay. Yeah, what are you, a bunch of John Bales in there? Don't know. They don't even know if they watched the Olympics. That was what that reaction was. You might have caught some of it. The Olympics are like this weird old relic that have not, like, since the internet started, it's just been like, fuck that shit. Like, the Olympics are so dumb. We have Tom Brady and UFC and shit. We don't need to worry about that. I pulled another name out of the bucket. Marco Hamilton.
So, so the one time I go to Paris, I'm traveling alone, and I'm in taken. I'm traveling by myself. I was in college, and I overheard two men speaking English. So my first thought was, oh, safety. Two strange men speaking English. I should hang out with them. The best part, or one of the best things, light of the situation about me taking in Paris, is the free walking tour. Of everything. I saw the luggage. I saw that I could power, but unfortunately, I was unable to see the Rothschild'S store because I was being put into a van. If I had it my way, I would have settled for some 4G instead of ending up in a Mexico.
But yeah, Margot Hamilton. Hello. How's it going? I don't really think. Sorry, it was too easy. I'm sorry, Margot. Two on this one. Let's start by attacking the substance. How could you see all those places as if they were you in the van?
I will tell you a story.
We have a lot of right now.
Three men. So I was like, okay,
Before getting to the van.
because he told me that we were going to walk to his house to get Wi-Fi.
Wait, this is a real story.
Yes, this is a real story.
My first critique is going to be clearly, place of truth.
Yeah,
One of the, I was some, hacky Liam Neeson punchline after you said that you were taken and it just wasn't. Yeah, like my dad has a certain set of skills, like not taking my calls would be one of them. Like she just gets worse and worse in this situation because Liam Neeson's not your dad. Like, but you're okay, clearly. It worked out okay. It's not really a 1 minute.
no, not at all.
Man, did they put you in an ice cream truck? Okay, you fuckers are gonna hold me. Alright, then I won't try to make those jokes if you're gonna be that kind of crowd. If you're gonna leave me off on my own fucking level, I won't. Maybe we should work on too.
She just knows that that happened to me.
Okay, so then what happened? So what really happened?
Okay, so what really happened?
She got put back. Just take her like, okay, well, it worked out. Yeah, no, well, I will see if I get a slight critique, which is what we're gonna do. It's an easy ass story. I couldn't tell if that's real. Yeah, it is. It's you need to comment that I feel in a way that says that's real. Get everybody in. This is gonna be taken jokes. Yeah. Do you know the film, The Taken film? Yeah. You have to say, I was literally in. But wait, so the reference is just saying that you don't touch it, and then you say something else that corresponds.
Right, I just talked about this out loud.
Okay.
I would love to know how I can make my traumatic story better.
Why is it? When given the opportunity to do it, about that time, that's probably
I think I go to like my East Coast native.
what you call it. So you do the traumatic now. There was nothing that came out of the stand-up that was traumatic. It felt like you might have been the whole time made the whole time creating a story and just using Taken as a parallel. I'm fascinated that it's real. Is old hands from the crowd. They went to Paris, your parents said they were on a phone. And, this is all together.
day because I went in their house, they pinned me on bed and like started threatening me, and so I got like, you'll never get you're allowed to settle for 14. Yeah. I like. Did you have a laptop with you? Or did you get paid Wi-Fi for it? You didn't have a phone to get back by. You're gonna say Wi-Fi, you're just saying let me use your computer. Okay. You're gonna let me use it.
The biggest pimp of all time is here, baby.
I got you. So you have your phone, a baguette, and these guys throw you in a van, and then they take you to a house.
Yeah, in like the middle of the Champs-Elysees, which is like a very like wealthy strip.
Yeah, so nice. I mean, you're gonna get taken some chocolate. I'm trying to figure out what you meant by butter with them. Yeah, she's the butter. She's all you hate. Margo, how long have you been doing stand-up? How long? Like 2 months. PTSD from it, like, for a while.
I am a true baby hugger.
Oh, no. What's happening?
I'm your elder, bitch.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Margo, over here, I don't want any idea what you have comment. Jesus Christ, Margo. Just trying to work it through. It takes a while to get up here. He's the nicest of all of us, for sure. What do you think of that? He's free Wi-Fi.
Oh, thank God. We're really using up the day.
Margo, where are you originally from? How long have you been in LA?
About a year and a half.
What do you do for work?
I'm a nanny.
Whoa, I would not trust you with my kid. Yeah, you're all about taking. Speaking of like shit, I feel like you're a baby shaker. Like, I could picture you like, shut the fuck up. I could picture you getting really mad.
No, I don't handle children under 5. You guys do?
Margo, anything crazy ever happen with your nanny?
Yeah. Who's talking? Right. Cash out?
The biggest pimp of all time. Slang dick like a motherfucker. West Side.
Someone wants to get thrown. Am I right, people? Wow. A strange name, I hope it's real. Put your hands together for Ghost versus Fish. Yeah, I'm sure. Wow. I'm sure it's on. You gotta keep the whole thing. Oh, Jesus. This guy's got a whole thing going on. Make some fucking noise for Goat versus Fish. There was Goat versus Fish. The Goat. And Goat versus Fish said that there should be goat and that there should be. There is no alpha or omega. There is Did you run out of the scripted material before the video was up, so you started talking? Wow, where does this ever work? Like, what
There is the Gun versus Fish podcast that is recorded at the Comedy Store Los Angeles. Yes, at the Comedy Store Los Angeles.
And two, I was like, if he didn't call your name, you could just walk around like this all the time.
It is forever Gun versus Fish. It is forever Gun.
I think he thought you really think it's forever, dude. I guarantee you 2 or 3 months. I think he shit aside. If folks, I give you 1,000 points on commitment. It doesn't work at all. But the way he thought of this bit when he got out of the royal shower.
Hey, brother, I've seen you before. I've seen your act before. I see you.
How would you describe, sir, the battle of the sexes?
Gun versus Fish is good at this sex. Yes, there is the man and the woman. They say
Didn't even just say go over sexes. That's all I was looking for was God versus fish. That's all I wanted. Now we're done, right?
I'm happy my man can do that.
There he goes, go versus fish, ladies and gentlemen. There he goes. Jesus fucking Christ. This show's crazy.
That's the first podcast where schizophrenic homeless people.
I don't think it's the first, but
Right, get off the stage.
whoa, Ryan's extra mad. Ryan's extra mad, aggressive, hosty, and jokey tonight. It's all happening.
I will be facing Gun versus Fish.
All right.
This week on the WCW, brother.
I can't do it. I pulled another game out of the bucket. Let's see. Obviously, it's been proven that anything can happen, and none of this show is scripted. So, put your hands together for Dave Yates.
So, that doesn't make me any different from any of you, except I don't have an excuse anymore for the ugly people I sleep with. See, I was completely present when I muscled through that 3. I don't care how much you drink either. None of those sober people care. Drink up, have a good time. I'm not concerned with the drugs you're doing. I'm more concerned with the drugs you aren't doing. Like, what do you mean you've never eaten LSD? You don't want to know what the color blue sounds like? I gotta look at the ladies. I don't go to the normal bars. I go to the gay bar. When the ladies go to piss off the guys, the gay bar, right? There's no guys that hit you there. All they want is dick. Wrong. Everybody comes in hitting the spreaders. We gotta be careful of those spreaders in the gay community. They're called boogers or man boogers. What are boogers?
Does. Oh, you're so happy over there. Look at this. That's my legit pay ranking right there. You don't put 7 minutes into making a ground if you don't like to get called back like that. Could a fish kill a goat? Yeah. Trailer for sober living. I guess got food by somebody in the audience. It's your thing to do. Usually the people who shake in the morning that moves right. So, wow. What is it? You provide car service? Yeah, so like I take people that live in like a halfway house to their doctor's appointment like that. So like a cruise. Yeah, very good. Keep clapping. You better hope they never find out about Uber. Do you have bits about that? Yeah. Well, you should open with it. Sure. Yeah, because people love when you do that. You sort of, you sound and are much more than your appearance of a Major League Baseball relief pitcher. Yeah, like I look like a fucking barbecue pit assistant. Mine was better. Hey, what else do you you look like a yacht rock fan. Soft. You saw Hall and Oates? I saw Steely Dan at Spring Fair from Illinois. It was great. Yeah, I saw Steely Dan at Dodger Stadium. It sort of made me sad. They weren't as good as they got not. He's good. He was fine. So it's a big thing. I've been in Boulder, yeah. Yeah, you dating anyone? Yeah, how long have you been dating? About 6 or 7 months. Yeah. Which one is it? 6 or 7? Well, it's like we didn't make like it's. We just decided that we were seeing each other. It's not very interesting. She's a comic. She's funny. She knows one thing. She knows how it was. Yeah. Probably. Yeah. Go with her for next time. Dave. Who's funny? Are you or her? She. Yeah, I get that dick suck, Dave. You fucking get it, buddy. Don't need to just let them do anything nice for everybody. Macho Man Pat Reagan. And make you feel safe all the time. Oh, yeah. Well, almost lost his mustache. Savage Betty Reagan right there. Wow, that's part of the squeegee. There were definitely jokes in there. A couple of comics point that actually have, something lined up, which seemed like you did. I mean, I would say, you said you were sober, but then you were like, hey, why are you trying LSD? So that was like a weird thing for me to kind of, it was one way I thought you were, and then that was like a juxtaposition. You're 100% right. You a longer chunk.
a sober guy, but I don't care if you get fucked up. There's a lot of people best for. There you go.
Well, Dave, we've met you before. You have fun appearance.
Can I get a bottle of hot sauce?
Yeah, sure.
You can have it right to sell.
Sounds good.
My merch. Is it sealed or is this been? Not yet. It seems tampered with. Yeah. If I put this, it's gonna crack. Sure. Yeah. I know. So you make this in boxes, like, yeah. I use it every morning. I love it, brother. Yeah, I love it. I love it.
Hotsauce.com?
And hot sauce on Instagram.
It doesn't even like you should start one. Squarespace. 88, ladies and gentlemen. On to the next one. 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 There's a million ways to get it. Choose one.
That guy, the goal is to lose.
Well, every once in a while I pull a name out of the book. So goddamn well. First of all, let you know you know that heavyweight. Get your hands together for Kevin Mack.
Well, I finally broke up for several weeks. It's a pretty good run. Feel good about it. She caught me. She had a kid. And I wasn't ready to. She got mad because she caught me googling what is the threat. Thought that was a fair question. It was funny though. When we broke up, she was like, "You're never gonna find another girl like me." That's the point, bitch. I'm not looking for another one like you. That would be like me going into the woods, getting mauled by a bear, living through it, and then looking for another bear. Look out here. I don't want to be as fast, which was rough. He hit my mom, and I beat his ass so bad that the next day he went down. And Jazzy.
Would you say that one part? What the fuck's up with that? What was that one part? Which one? Yeah, fuck that shit.
Look at you.
You can just hear all the comedians.
I don't wear underwear.
You don't wear underwear. You're a naked apartment guy?
Yeah, man.
You live by yourself.
Yeah.
Wow. And anybody ever knock to your door and you had naked ever?
Well, Joburg thought I was wearing thongs last time I was there.
Is that true?
Yeah, I thought I was wearing thongs. I still stick by it. I should have taken a picture. But I may have.
Looking to ever be successful. Music twice. Oh my god. You're right. It's an absolute fucking top.
Yeah. Wow. It was a slow day.
I bet it was.
Wow.
Slow day. And the kids, senior original Kevin Mack on every day. Oh my god. You should have been the picture while we did this. Okay. Every day I feel more like the Mr. or a Sir.
It's old, man.
Don't interrupt my fucking reading. No, there's a whole thing.
By the way,
Guys, let me read this again. basketball the other day. The day I posted that, and this kid was like nice shot open, and I was like, God damn it. Wow. How old do you think the kid was? He was probably like 20. Jesus fucking Christ. You did? Were you guys playing one-on-one? Really? Wow. Who the fuck plays one-on-one like that in the basketball? See that? This is a true story. Yeah, he challenged me to be one-on-one. He'd be like, hey, old man, you want to play a game? And you're just like, wow, you one-on-one. Did you guys play tidy whities or what kind of outfit were you? I wore my short shorts. Hulk Hogan. Kevin, have you ever been wearing drops before, brother? No, I haven't. Would you like to be? Fuck yes, I would. Alright, well, I mean, what's going to happen here? I didn't really see Jeremiah get up after that, so I guess it'll just always be much in the air. You are questioning those right now? How dare you? Oh, there it is. There it is. Wow. He just turned into Freddie Mercury right in front of our very eyes. What an unbelievable magic trick. Hulk Hogan transformed into Freddie Mercury and right off his nose. Wow, and he's obviously live periscoping this from the cell phone. It was in my pants. He's probably gonna go try to reach an email here or something like that. Hopefully he doesn't get thrown into douchey hashtags. I just want to move on. Should we just keep flying through this episode? There goes Kevin Mack. We've done it before. Kevin Mack. There he goes. Point it. Oh boy. So it's fun to yeah, I just want to say. No. Sean didn't stand up. We love British. Put your hands together. I pulled another name out of the book. Put your hands together for Cooper. Leiden, everyone. Here we go. Cooper Leiden. Here he comes. How we doing? So I'm in college, and I'm happy to be there because it was not easy to get there. Me trying to get into college was like a girl who was to get into a nightclub. Like I used to screaming, like, let me in. My friends are in it. We're supposed to meet up. I got to sneak into college. So sexual assault being talked about a lot lately. I'm glad. But I'm not glad about his reaction of those men to it. I hear that they're scared to date a lot. I hear it all the time. They're like, well, I'm scared to date. You don't know what's going to happen. You know if I'm going to get arrested for some shit. Just makes me think, like, what are you doing? Sexual assault being tolerated today, you weren't dating. Just raping, just being a piece of shit. Women are people. I'll say it. I'll be in jail. Go for it. I'll do it. All right. Thank you very much. Fuck yeah. Malcolm in the middle, all grown up. Cooper vibe. Man, look at you. even a well exercised John Canette. You have been like well exercised. You're like if Matthew Maloney was allergic to tiramisu. Much of it. Looks like your eyebrows are about to scare off your face. Okay. I was loading up for a better eyebrow job. You don't tackle it first, and those things are perhaps like most found a podcast listener's set of eyebrows. I mean, I'm going to say this in the podcast. We were barely 21, and his eyebrows are 70. Like Chief Accountant. He's literally the great grandson of Groucho Marx. He literally got his eyebrows from his grandpa. They way down the head. I didn't know that Jim Henson got into the eyebrows. Cooper, you are. What do you do for work? Work right now, but most recently I've been on a fishing boat. Do you use your Rabbi? I'm trying, but they don't pick you up. So you like tie boats and they got like a little line on that shit, tying lines, jumping on shot. It's mostly just like old men come out to fish, and it's kind of like their weekend off. So they're really excited, but they're all terrible at fishing. So they just hang the lot. Yeah. From the lake? Yeah, from the valley. Yeah. I see you like how often do you go out here? Try to do like I'll even like a month maybe. Half a year. Did you say half a year? 2 years? I'm sorry, year and a half. I'm sorry. You skipped the whole thing. That's a weird jump. A month, a decade. How old are you? 21. You say you're 21. You have a good look. And I don't mean this in a weird way. You have a peculiar look. You're good. And you seem funny right away. And then you knocked it up. I thought you had the best set of the night so far. And I thought you came out and yeah. For 21, you get how to write a joke. You know, your sensibility was good. You came right to it. You were efficient. You have an amazing sensibility. It feels like you live next door to Kevin Spacey in American Beauty. And that's an interesting character. 21 years old. What do you drink? Yeah. What do you drink? Age comes. I mean, I'm not much of a drinker like Hennessy. Wow. You bring that like you think he's going to take like a beach. I'm not much of a drinker, but when I do Hennessy, I just get right to it, you know? Wow, really? You drink Hennessy? Like, I mean, it's like, if you listen to like enough shitty rap, you just do what they tell you. I will stop back when it's all. How would you feel in that 6 months, 2 years? I'm not much of a drinker, but Hennessy. No, it's not. You listen to enough dumb rap, you just do what they do. How long have you been annexed? It's so certain. I haven't gotten into prescriptions. Okay. How many 40s have you wasted? I mean, I don't have enough to
And with
what do you do for fun? What's a 20-year-old like nowadays? I don't even know what the fuck, like, you grew up with PlayStations. Yeah, I mean, I just do this. Like, I just hear every night. So, that's your thing, Fantasy Sports, right? Yeah. I like smoke out a bomb. Almost, yeah. What's your goal? I just like to be able to make money off it. Turn your back to the audience. You actually have it, this ability to have multiple spots a night, which everyone's just starting out. It's better than what I was doing when I was starting out. I was 22. At night in Los Angeles is pretty impressive. Your parents like hard to do. Yeah, what do they do? My mom cuts hair and she drives to the studio. She doesn't cut eyebrows. She does. She cuts hair and she's right. Hey, wouldn't it be cool? It'd be cool if your eyebrows would like turn into a black soap. You can see your comedy eyebrow. I'll even jump in on that one. Very good. A rim shot. Ouch. Your mom's a hairdresser. Your dad is a teacher. Yeah, he's a professor. He does he's a therapist. Wow. Yeah. So he tried to like sit you down on the couch while like get out. Not really. Sometimes he has like all that shit to pull out. Yeah, so
Look at this tent and the website.
like if he's giving like people he's in fully he wouldn't be here. Give you a talk like as a therapist, you know? So it's just like, you know, like sometimes you have to give yourself the time to become the best. You know, and it's like, whoa, like that, you know? Yeah. Like way too supportive. You ever just wish you guys could hang out and smoke a blunt, drink some Hennessy, and talk free shit with your dad? Yeah, real, yeah. Proud. What are your dad's eyebrows like? I'm the only one who has in the family. I'm like the well, son, I don't want to have to do this to you, but you know, my eyebrows are weird. All right, Cooper. It was nice to meet you, buddy. Welcome to the show 21, doing multiple Great job. Cooper Lyden. He's on Twitter, Lyden Cooper, Lyden Cooper. Oh, wait, what's this? Supposed to be a good thing. Oh, shit. Black and white. Yeah. Black Panther reference. Yeah. For those of you that don't know, NWO also did was a bad guy, and he was pretty cool back in the day. He went from being a good guy to the ultimate bad guy. He was such a good guy before he got gross. Same mustache though. The mustache never changed. He was always he's the mom. All right, let's keep this moving along. You guys having fun out there? Great moving. Your hands are gonna bring Nick Costito. All right, Nick Costito. People are leaving. That person's leaving. Here he comes from the farthest part of the room. Come on, one time for Nick Costito, everybody. Got on the way. My sister actually came out as a pterodactyl. I'm not lesbian, but I gotta say, as a big brother, it's hard to deal with. same page about getting, not for it. I saw a grown woman in mid how the fuck do you get bit by a tortoise? I already so. No, sir, how you doing? Wow. There's a man incognito. Panicking and going into trouble. How he's doing. That's the first time anybody's ever tried to get you part of it. Like, hello, sir, doing a picture over there. Come on, dude. NWO Hulk Hogan. I just say I love this guy, brother. Yeah? He is the making. He's a great villain. But yeah, I think he's saying you're unlikable. Have you been on this show before? Yes, yeah. I did a hot chip. Oh, yeah, I got notified. I was in the bathroom the next day. I have a strong man. I'm not sure. You did a minute on the show better. What happened? Why did you talk about that? I had no idea what the fuck you were doing. And I turned in my grades type stuff. I tried grades. I prefer your earlier stuff. Grades later. You were looking for why would the parade then? Someone if it was like a very that made me laugh towards part to have. And it was just so silly. I'm wondering though, you knew you might come on and you felt about 40 seconds short of the minute with material. Yeah, I believe on that. Is there a missing bit we didn't hear? I accounted for it. Oh, laughing. I should wait till he stops. Yeah, I love your, I love your shirt. How long have you even stand in a hair stylist? If you had to describe the color of that shirt for the podcast listeners, what color would you call that? How old are you, Nick? 21. What do you do for a living? Bunch of ladies. How do you do it? Oh, government? Tell when? So you're 40? Don't ask, don't tell. Wait a second. Is this real? You have a foster kid? Yeah, I'm a foster kid. Wait, you're a foster kid? I am a foster kid, yeah. I grew up like your parents drank a lot of vodka. How can you do that right now? How long? How long do you get the money? That's crazy. Oh yeah, Hulk Hogan did do that when he was in the NWO. Nick, why did you say that? Honestly, I'm taking a social problems class this semester, and I'm just one of my dribbling as a white guy. Yeah, you really said I like to sign up for social problems? Yeah, that's a good class.
That might be right.
to get better before I try to tackle that material. I feel like I'm up so ill and it's like I'm a foster kid. You're like, oh, he's a foster kid. I think you'll find it one day. Yeah. Not the joke of parents. And Teal, you made them. Let me give you the Teal puts the ass proud. I can't wait until next week's show. Teal's ready for a new audience. I want to ship in a new audience right now. I'm doing it. Another switch also with that I was going to say Muslim, but then Jared yeah, so how about less puzzles and more just truthful statements? Munch on Patty Reagan. You've seen it for it. If you live by yourself, boss you care. What's your time? Jesus Christ. So, oh my God. No, I get it. Not quite free. Wow. Did you win that on Teal or no Teal? There you go. Wait a second. There you go. But the Reds is cheap Reds, so you nothing for a living. So how do you pay the cheap? I make a profit by going to college. So you go on the backside. You said you do nothing. You're in college. How many credits or classes? I'm coming out transferring. There's nobody playing my here. I feel like there's a really hard time to eventually. She's not going to be a genteel. By their parents. I know that. You do? Have you ever talked to them? I'm not a fucking boy. So, what? My dad and my mom just have just like that too. That should be open. Just come right out. I thought there were other great comments tonight. Teal there with you. Alright. Well, Nick, it was nice to meet you again. There he is, Nick Costello. He ate a chip last time because there was a straight job. Nick Costello. Yeah. He was wondering if it was Teal the show. That was just between us. That's the person that I told to come back this week. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Remember the name Christina what? What? Alright. Last week I told a young lady that she'd get a spot on this show. So here we go again. We're going to go with Christina Austin. Then we go back to the after this. New regular, something to keep in mind.
ex, and I called her Rosa Pasión. Pasión is Spanish for passion. But had I put it like that, it would have been as natural as that. You know what I'm saying? Follow me. And all the and you're breathing in each other's roll around like it's hot. Hot. I'm in the dating app, back on OK Cupid. I hate the questions that the dating apps ask. They're corny as fuck. OK Cupid asks a question that don't even make no kind of sense. OK Cupid asks a question that what are you always thinking about? So I answered it like an hour. What I was thinking about how much I hate myself and how shitty of a person I am. Come and get it, boys. It's already wet because I've been crying on it. Thank you.
Yeah. Christina. Say your last name one more time.
Goldston. Christina Goldston.
Goldston. Hogan, go ahead.
She is fortunate, but it isn't like him.
What did we find out about you last week? That you beat up your ex, something like that. Something fun, right?
Oh, my roommate.
You do an iron.
$10. I beat her up with an iron.
I want you with a ring, sister.
We did not have time for it to warm up. My way was fast. That's weird. That's good. Yeah.
So how's life going? What else is going on? What did we find out about you, Christina?
You know, I did tell you I was single. I'm on phone.
Are you that's like
Oh my God.
he's racist. Come on.
No, I just like hockey jerseys.
So, since you've been on Bumble, you got any, is there any action happen, anything crazy?
Have you tried the dating app? Okay, stupid.
My favorite of the night. Yeah, that was my favorite of the night.
Always got a fix. Don't play with me.
Jesus, Brian.
It's a very valid question.
For you.
I mean, obviously, you know,
You.
chilling. We did it.
Oh my God. Settle down. Jesus. Take the engine revving thing for that. Oh, what is that?
Where's your last name from?
It's not. My mom divorced my dad when I was really young, but she's still smart enough to keep the last name, so white people can trust me. Really, when you say Jewish people are like, you know, that's not our race. And I'm like, I mean, I know, but like,
I was talking
you don't remember me, Sal? You don't remember me? No, okay. You were judging me on the road. My birthday, you're like,
It's endearing and you committed, so that's funny to me, but then you switching it out with being real, and I was like looking at which one I wanted to say. Yeah, I even Cardi C.
that was really good. Y'all didn't give that enough.
You can show. I do that too.
Right.
Wow. Funny, she was the bumblebee on The Simpsons for 30 years. Alright. Tell them about the bumblebee guy. That old. Yeah, we don't even know what you guys are talking about, right? Well, she's kind of great. Charlie Brown cosplay. There it is. Hey. It's Bumblebee Girl. You love it? You love it? Yeah.
I'm just happy you called me because honestly, like I was running through tights when somebody from Bumble canceled on me, and I was like, this cannot happen again. These tights.
Why did it be like this?
I mean, I'm just wearing them again. I wasn't in them for long after he canceled, so I just took them off for my lunch date.
So, yeah, sometimes if you're in a store, you have that long tights. You don't want to put them on for that. No one knows more about tights than you. There goes the you realize basically how this thing visually. Yeah, why is he growing a mustache onto a mustache? Yeah, putting a blonde mustache over it. Blonde mustache, that's what Hulk Hogan had. He had a beard too. The NWO Hogan had a mustache and a black beard, right? No, it was a blonde mustache and a black beard. Alright. Well, Christina, it was good to see you.
Thank you so much.
There you go. Yay! Boom! Yeah. All the spoiled white boys we've had on the show. It's Puerto Rican female up there. Almost felt like we planned that or something like that. Like it was already part of the thing. Alright. Love the energy in this room, guys. Really feels good in here right now. I'm going back to the fucking thing again. It's gonna be Rachel Wolfson. We know her.
Your past relation to your men's history. So I dated a filmmaker out here. So that's narcissism. I dated a British guy. So that's alcoholism and addiction. And then I dated 40 guys from New Jersey. So that's depression and low self-esteem. Which is weird because I date a guy from New Jersey now, and I've actually never been to New Jersey. And now I come from
Rachel, how long do you think that's up? Yeah, you had to guess.
45 seconds.
Wow, you're so wrong. It was 11. It was 29 seconds.
29? I
From that lands, my friend. Guys, all the lines to yeah. That song's what we call a real mustache dropper. Jeremiah Watkins, I didn't know that you know how to play guitar. Rachel, how's it going? Going. We met you before. You also like Christina, you spoke a lot. Her mom is the yeah. Is your mother single? Right. I mean, why couldn't you just have his number? Why couldn't you just have his number? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. Keep the smattering of flaws going. Yeah, like I see a smatter all around the room. That'd be great. Rachel, what else do you smatter it up?
Smoke weed and work out. I work a lot.
Yeah.
I like to make
Yeah. You do. You work it. This she works at. For some reason.
Oswego.
Do you have full weed now where you can just go in there? That's one of the first ones that did it.
Yeah, they've been around for like 15 years. I do get weed.
But not as good as deep.
She likes parking lots. Yeah. Indoor, outdoor.
Can I talk to you about 29 seconds? No, for
Yeah, I speak to you about.
good. Yeah, feel responsibility. Hashtag I also. On some of the material, I feel like responsibility. That's what we use. Joke. You said this. I mean, which one? Do a lot of stone guys. Dispensary fall in love with you.
That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
They do fall in love.
Yeah.
Yeah. I try to break their heart.
How do you let them down?
I feel like, well, if it's not you, it's your weed.
Wow. She's like, dude, you're an indica.
I'm more of a.
We appreciate your purchase. Do you need psychedelics?
I love mushrooms.
Have you ever had a bad trip?
No, the only trip I took mushrooms for the first time 2 years ago, and that was when I ran into Dare at the grocery store.
Whoa.
Yeah.
You were at the grocery store on mushrooms?
I went to the grocery store, and the person I was doing mushrooms with realized they forgot cat food. So we had to go to the grocery store, and that's when it started to hit in the cat food aisle. Right before I got there, I ran into Dare outside, but I don't know if I was tripping or if they were really there.
What happens? They ask you for money?
Well, I went up to them, and I was wearing weed socks, and I felt like now's my time to take a stand. And I went up to this girl, and I was like, yeah, weed is legal. They don't even care about weed. I was like, oh yeah, well I'm on mushrooms.
It's probably just a girl with a Dare shirt on.
No, they had a whole setup. They had like a desk and heads and shit. Damn. I wanted their merch.
Everything you do. Yeah, Rachel Wolfson.
Yay!
Rachel Wolf. She's on Twitter at Wolf Comedy. WOLFIE. Go back to the bucket again. We have time left. Yeah, you guys ready to go to the bucket one last time? Let's do 100 more. On one. She did mushroom market, and I did ecstasy and joined Christian church for 2 years. True story. Moving on. Alright. This looks like a new name. We're much. Oh boy. Here we go. It's holding his line. He's excited. I like it. Definitely Danny Mush. It's gonna be Danny Mush. Holy shit. I'm up here. It's happening. Okay. You guys ever hear resting bitch face? You guys heard of this ailment that affects women? For the most part, resting bitch face most of the time bitch face. So you're not mad at me? And she goes, oh, I am now. And I said, see, I can't tell the difference. All right. When I told my wife about that resting bitch face was kind of sexy as a challenge, right? Like I was like, I'm gonna get you to like me. I did it, and it worked out. We got married. I was like, yeah, I won. In life, I lost. I need to. I don't know what to say to this, but this is literally the first time I've had a microphone in front of my face. Wow. So clearly, normally you perform with one of the headsets on. Yeah, no, I have a microphone in my office, and I just lay it in front of my speakers, in front of myself. So this is the first time anybody's heard any. Terrific mixtape coming out, doing overcrowding. But hey, I think that choice is a fun concept, and so there's a little bit there, I think. Thank you. Yeah. I watch your podcast all the time. The truth, I'm like staring. This is all right. Right now, coming on the podcast. How do you feel about Impractical Jokers? All of them get good. It looks like you took Kevin Matt's stand-up master class. Danny, what do you do for work? YouTube channel, and I film what's my YouTube channel. Boring and terrible, and I wanted to be creative like that. What do you mean? What are you doing? Pharmacy. I did a pharmacy. Were you a pharmacist? Yeah, you were those assholes who like, you get 3 hours to put pills with a bottle. You know, sit there and doctor, right? What? They work in a pharmacy? Yeah. Because they had a commission license. I thought it was funny answer. Don't try to be fucking gay. It didn't work during your 60 seconds. There's no reason for you to start killing during the interview. Where was this pharmacy at? The last one I worked at was in Westlake. So now you're videotaping weddings. How many weddings do you videotape? I've done about 50 so far. How many divorces? One is over. I'm just saying, you know. One time they announced a pregnancy, and it didn't go well with the parents. Ooh, tell me more. What do you mean? It was a black bride and a white husband. Get the fuck out of here. And the choice was huge. It was already really awkward because dad, bride, gave this whole like speech. Don't worry, all for it was well, it's not. Because it was but it was awkward. Yeah. Jeremiah's doing an act out for the podcast. Did you say your wife was in business? Wedding business. Yeah, wedding. Oh, no. That's not the business. It's not. Take out yourself before like going back and forth. Think about you have make fun of you and you get on your side and self-deprecate a little bit. I'm just trying to be helpful. That makes sense. Yeah, cool. Yeah, there you go. Danny, what do you do for fun? What are some hobbies that you're into? Like,
My free time goes on that channel.
YouTube channel?
Yeah.
What do you do specifically on the YouTube channel? What do you do? I don't understand. What do you mean you attempt?
I have cartoons and I do like live action skits with my buddy.
And all your time goes to that?
Pretty much until probably next week when my wife's gonna pop out her first one.
You're having a baby.
There's material around it.
What if it comes out black? What would you do? What would you do?
Videotape it?
Yeah, fuck yeah, you would.
Like, well, she doesn't do this.
You're gonna have a baby making YouTube cartoons.
Yeah, no, I'm not gonna last much longer.
Really?
I don't make any money. So it's gonna die.
Oh, I thought you were gonna give up on the baby. You're so
That baby is worth nothing. Holy expense. Great job.
So next week, so what's your living scene like right now? You ready for this fucking baby?
Yeah, no, we're super ready. Yeah. You had pregnant sex? Yeah, lots of like lately. If you bend her over, you can't tell the difference.
Wow. What's anything else difference that you've noticed with pregnant sex?
It's chittier, right?
What an answer.
You might be mentioning, yeah, that's literally the answer.
Really?
The baby keys inside the source of baby. Yeah.
Brian knows all this because he's filmed like a pregnant woman.
Yeah.
So, Danny, what else, man? I mean, you have this baby. What
Built like a pregnant woman out of leg.
how do you became sweating?
I did okay before this. We had a house in Southern California, which I know.
How'd you do okay before this? Oh, selling Oxycontin in Westlake. Yeah.
That was it.
That's what it sounds like to me.
Oh,
What scares me? What do you sing?
wouldn't be that bad.
What do you sing when you do karaoke?
I've never done karaoke. Once I like a super drunk and from like playing 2 songs that we left before I could. Which song? Damn it.
I just don't want
Damn it. Let's do it. Maybe do it. I'm not gonna.
nobody knows what the fuck's happening here. Danny, the weirdest thing you've ever looked inside of. Inside of.
A gel cap. Amazing life. A piece of shit one. That's what you should do. That's what you should. Yeah, don't do.
Alright, Danny Mush. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, much. Yeah.
Mush is really your last name?
It's a stage YouTube channel.
Oh, yeah, great.
You know, I'm in my head much like not so fast too.
It's such a great word. YouTube channel and YouTube website. Much. Especially the way that you spell it. Yeah.
That's the name of the YouTube channel.
Wow, it's better marketing. I was even making a regular joke about you even spelling differently just in case people try to plug you. You're double fuck.
Yeah. And its Twitter has 2 underscores. Like, you know, 2 underscores, you can't even tell. They blur together.
Everyone thinks you don't do 2 underscores ever.
Ever change.
Like MASH, you know, where you put an asterisk in between each other. Shit.
Many underscores. It's too many.
Why do you use so many underscores? It's all good advice, thank you. It's all on strike, right? It's all on strike. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys for bringing me up. I can't believe you call that dividends. But,
We have got to for you, dude. They're going to send you back to the farm. There goes Didi, my ladies and gentlemen. He's on Turner Mustang underscore whack. I love it. Bill Cody goes to Phoenix, Arizona on April 5th with the entire band. Jeremiah Watkins, Pat Reagan, Joel. Kill Tony there in Phoenix, and they're going to be on the shows in Tempe, Arizona all that weekend. Guys, what are you plugging? Practical Jokers is coming back again.
yes, it's on every Thursday night, and the third cruise is February 6th to the 10th in 2017. But, yeah, all the rules.
That's it.
Yeah, DouglasMovies.com for all my road dates, and my YouTube channel is youtube.com/Doug Benson, where you can watch Getting Doug with High, which has Tony and Brian in past episodes. I asked Paul Coffey to participate, and he said, it's drug-free.
But also, Hollywood.
Seeing a new podcast called Jeremiah Wonders. Episode out just did so right now. Get it? I'll be in the Sacramento Punchline with Tony Hitchell this weekend, March 1 through 3rd. And then I'm co-headlining the La Jolla Comedy Store with Brian, with Brian.
Patty Reagan. Roman Chris is the Hale and Thunder. You're actually back to life. That's what he would look like. How about Joel Jimenez, ladies and gentlemen? Come on. Maybe wow. I'll be here next week, but there you go. He's also going to be in Phoenix with us and doing stand-up. Yeah, those are unbelievable. Make sure you look back and give those a look. The real treat. It's unbelievable the characters we meet on the road. Next week here, the Comedy Store Major, we're going to be joined by one of my favorite human beings in the world, the Roastmaster General Jeffrey Ross. Will be making his long-awaited return to Kill Tony. And March 26th, how's this for an announcement? Big J. Okerson and Louis J. Gomez make their return. The Legion of Stanks back on Kill Tony, and always fun with them. And that's tonight's episode of Kill Tony. Live audience, thank you so much. Which one you have on your new Squarespace site? Right now, you can go to squarespace.com and enter the offer code KILL to save 10% off your first purchase of a website or domain. Do it. Right, guys, man. Bye. Good night, everybody.
Oh, everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing. Everybody. I don't care if you live in Oceania, in Africa, in Asia, in Europe, in South America, or North America. Everybody stop what you're doing because him. All right, well, turn your phone down, dog. Is that how you living, baby? I'm kicking ass and I'm taking names. I'm not just kicking ass. I am also taking names. Do you understand this? Do you understand in your head what it is to kick ass and take names? I thought it was mediocre.
I think the whole episode was mediocre.
I agree.
It was mediocre performances.
I agree. I agree. But Shane Gillis at mediocre is still better than most any comedian in the world. So what's new in your neck of the woods, son?
I mean, it's sort of a
Exposure. That's the same shit that you do on my stream. So here's my question to you. How's that bitch of a comedian Chelsea doing? Do you think she's gonna get it? Oh, so it's a contest.
Yeah.
There's no way she wins. Because I'm gonna sabotage that bitch like a heat-seeking missile. I'm gonna go out and blast her on all the social media in the world and say, "Don't hire this woman." She's anti-rabbi, and that makes her. And that Jews, that bitch sucks. No, I'm not pulling out on anybody anti-Semitic. All I did was try to help her. Jews in general were neutral to her. Now here's my question to you.
Yeah.
Are you ready to lose? Okay, you're ready to win. All right. Well, I need a few minutes. So in the
Or you hate her.
no, I don't hate her. I am actually saying this to understand why she didn't, why she banned me on Instagram because I look like a bot. Doesn't know me. Who she is. Total about 3 minutes of comedy. The only reason why I stuck in mind is one time I was stand up and like, did you talk to girls? And you're like, yeah, there's one I talked to, and I was like, oh, okay. What's your name? What's your name? And you're like, I don't want to say. And I'm like, just give me the letter of the word that hurt. that her name starts with which your name starts. And you're like, Kelsey. It's just a complete this part able to fortunate her name or whatever. And not say her name. Guess her name. Who's the new girl?
What's the secret?
Oh, there's a new girl?
Yeah. She hasn't performed yet.
What's
She
her
wants to.
What's her name?
I'm not telling you.
Scale of 0 to 10 this bitch.
Yeah. That's me.
It is not me. It is not me at all. All right, so my question to you is this.
What?
And this is a legit.
What's your legitimate question?
Oh, I'm trying to think of my legitimate question. Maybe is it? Oh, I know. Are you excited for the fighter and the kid? The episode that drops today. Son.
I couldn't care less.
Why couldn't you care? Gives a fuck yet?
No.
Doug, do you remember like more than a year ago you were like, "Are you excited for the Michael Jackson biopic?" And I'm like, "Yeah, actually I am." And you're like, "I can't wait to see it." And then it comes out and even pretty easily available to both of us. Doug, do you remember this?
Yeah.
Doug, I've got shit to do. You want to play games, and I've got shit to do. I hope you understand that.
It was meant to be a 4-hour movie, and they cut it down to like an hour and a half.
But there's going to be another one.
Fine.
Oh, I told Reiser that there definitely was because you told definitely was. I'm not just going to do the first half of his life and then never do another movie. Come on. Zoo. I think that would be smart. Since there's so much life, just do the first movie, then don't do another movie for like 20 years. And then it would be like this giant movie.
But legal case is still ongoing, so it's hard for them to get to it. So that's why like a lot of it got
Dog, what do you mean? What legal case is still going? That motherfucker's been dead for 17 years.
They're trying to sue his estate.
I know. Do you think? I think he's more innocent than people make him out to be.
You would never know unless you were there, but you know, probably was.
Well, they definitely set him up in some ways, especially in the first.
Weird that he was inviting children that he wasn't related to over to his house. It's like adult man, yes. Do I trying to take like the families were there in the room.
Right, I get what you're. Let's serious. and that serial killer invites you over to his house and invites you in his bedroom, and you take your kids in there. Don't be surprised if your kids get slaughtered, and then you afterward have to be like, "Oh, dog, I had no fucking idea." It's like, dude, he's a known serial killer who is inviting you into his bedroom. I'm not saying it's exactly like that. I'm playing that up as a joke. I think it's interesting that the kid.
Macaulay Culkin said he didn't know Melon Lewis, said he did nothing. Melon Lewis was the first kid he befriended.
Yeah, exactly. I was just gonna say that. It's an excellent. If you're gonna, it's like if you have the opportunity. I don't want to say opportunity. If you have the, like look at but with like hot chick, you have the opportunity. I don't know to 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 fuck Sydney Sweeney. Some random bitch. I would go to Sydney Sweeney. Said Charlie Sheen raped him and his friend or something like that. When they were like 13 and he was 15 or something. So, uh, uh, Corey Feldman, a huge megastar, and fell from grace because he started talking about how he was being abused by people in power. And um, at least with your boy, like Emmanuel Lewis said he didn't do anything wrong. Michael Jackson said he didn't do anything wrong. It would be questionable to me, like Macaulay Culkin's parents. Why do you? Yes, though he's like in all of history at this moment, he's the number 3 most famous person ever. There's Ahmed and there's like Jackson is more famous globally. He's more famous than Messi. He's more famous than Ronaldo or Ronaldo or Ronaldinho or uh, Michael Jordan. Michael, not even close. Not even close. It's like Michael Jackson paved the way for all of those pop stars to be what they are. And Michael Jackson was much more famous at a much younger age than Bieber. Justin Bieber is very questionable that he was just on YouTube and watched them. Um, a Bieber, and he popularized that whole like we're doing.
How big was that television show?
Giant. It was the biggest television show on air for the 1960s. This is where the Beatles were brought to an American audience. This is where it was like than Saturday Night Live at Saturday Night Live's peak. And the reason why wasn't because Ed Sullivan was so interesting or anything. It was there were only 3 television channels, and it would get a market share of like 60% of all American households. So, like within that, you've got like 10% or 20% of people who don't watch television or whatever, or they were watching something else. Like, but television, basically. It was like it was live. Everybody who talks about the Ed Sullivan Show, it was like I'm trying to think of like there's nothing now that every single week you'd come in here and talk about Kill Tony. But it'd be like every single week you come in here and you'd be like, dude, show, yeah, it was amazing. They had the Birds on, or they had the on, or they had the Beatles on, or whatever it would be. They had the Jacksons on.
Who was the biggest talk show in the 2000s in America?
Ellen and Oprah. Oprah probably, it was like Oprah's. So like talk shows going back to the 1960s or whatever. Ed Sullivan was big, really big. The Tonight Show was really big in this. If we talk like
What about Letterman?
yeah, Letterman was never. He was always in competition with Jay Leno, and there were two that come from Los Angeles or Burbank technically, and his jokes were more easily understandable to a larger audience. David Letterman did his show from New York City, from the Ed Sullivan Theater, actually, where Ed Sullivan's show was, and a little more intelligent, and generally Jay Leno would win the rating, but I think his last show. Oh, look who the fuck shows up at fucking 5:50 in the morning, ready for an ass kicking.
Have any fucking concept what the fucking time it is? 'Cause I don't know. I didn't think you'd actually answer.
Answer. Dude, explain to Riser your time, how it works on like the 15 minutes. It's fucked up. Like, okay, I'll explain it. It's like not normal. Like, yo, Zoo, do you hear that?
My dog.
Okay, here we go. So they use Australian Central Standard Time, which isn't on the normal like hours. It's on every 30 minutes.
Is that why we
Some Central Time went to normal hours, all of Zoot's problems would be cleared up.
yeah, he went to walk his dog and simultaneously have to manage his phone dying and not being plugged in all the time. Because there'd be like an actual staple that was pegging him in the ground. So trying to tether him to actual fucking time zone in this floaties.
100 feet. So, Zoot, are you ready to lose?
Well done.
Mini golf, baby.
Dice party, baby.
No.
Dice party, baby.
The tried and true. Everybody knows. Mini golf. Riser, your dog looks so sweet, but at least from a sound standpoint, sounds very upset.
You know she's a dingo, right?
Oh, is she?
You know she's literally a dingo, dude.
Is she?
I guess she's kind of like a quarter dingo.
Okay. And we know how deadly
Australian cattle dog is like a collie mixed with a dingo. So.
Okay. At what point do you guys want to accept your invitation?
Yeah, you want to see my view?
I'd rather have you accept my invitation.
It looks very beautiful. It looks very beautiful. All right.
Where's Zoo?
Zoo is here. He's in the game. We're waiting on you.
No. Did you see my view?
I see it. That's all that matters.
No. I want Zoo to see it.
All right. He's watching.
Yes,
Yeah, he sees it.
All right.
Now join the fucking game.
Zoo. Show me your dog.
Dude, quit this shit. First. And Riser gets first, and Riser's going to do badly.
The disadvantage on this hole.
Whatever you do, shot. Whatever you do what Riser just
Actually
did.
perfect. Pretty perfect.
That's perfect, son. Oh,
Tell him to do anything. He just helped you out, Zoo. Use your brain, dude. Seriously.
I help him.
You did help him. I have to block his.
are you fucking serious?
Yeah, no, you fucked my shit now, and now I'm fucking turkey.
Illusion. How sick that
You
shot
didn't
is.
even water bump me.
Doug, I live my life outside of bringing turmoil to you. Yeah, he blocked us, dog. This is such bullshit.
I do.
You have to get it in.
Oh, what the fuck is this shit? This is just dog shit. I know that's Zoo. I don't think I will, but.
That's a miss.
Bump and rub off.
Can't fucking range.
I mean, really.
Your shitty shot, Zoo, fucked me up. I hope you do that.
How to do this hole.
And it wasn't a great show.
Look at this shot, though.
You probably stole it from someone else online.
Oh, I definitely stole it from someone else. I didn't come up with this fucking brilliance on my own. Though I could have, and everybody knows it.
I like how my shot. Oh.
like how Rises was up with the best shot, and he was actually having the right shot.
I have the hardest shot, and I'm still gonna make it because I'm that good. My fingers though.
Is that
I'm still in the way.
is that an issue? Is that a
Who?
the Yupik people? They're like one of a few groups.
Aren't they in Nunavut or the territories?
They're everywhere, dog.
What are the indigenous people from Newfoundland?
In the history, folks,
Are you proud that you memorized the percentage on every fucking hole?
folks,
I like how Zoot has played this game a million times. He still hasn't memorized.
he has no idea. Not even close. Riser hits it too hard. Too hard. Devastating.
Memorize the percentage.
Devastating.
Play this game.
Devastating. Oh, Zoot might have a really good shot
Water
here.
bump.
Oh, devastating. Devastating.
That
Devastating.
was shot. That wasn't the worst shot.
This should be the best shot in the history of the game.
Remember how you were going for the best shot in the history of the game?
Zoot.
No, that's bullshit. My phone needs to be recalibrated. New Apple update got me fucked up.
Oh.
There's a software. Ever since they destroyed the experience of the iPad, this game is stuck. And I'm just being 1,000% transparent. They nerfed the game. But I still hit unbelievable shots like that.
Zoot, that was terrible.
I blocked him.
You want me to bump you in, Zoo?
He can
I can bump you in.
collusion. He can just
I bump you in.
he could just hit it off the corner. I would hit it off the corner, and everybody knows I
Oh,
would make
what a
it.
what a
Okay, it's a good time for Rabbi.
the Jake Paul fight. The Mike Tyson Jake Paul fight is less rated than fucking all.
Why do you get to go for Rabbi?
Because I'm sexy, it rates it on sexiness calibration, and it's the sexiness factor. They just call it the sexiness factor.
Where'd it go? Guys are terrible.
Sounds like he's fighting a bear.
Sorry, I can't hear you. What did you say?
You sound like you're fighting a bear.
I'm fighting a dingo. Oh, nice shot.
Dude, Zoot is there's collusion here. I know it. You know that was a terrible shot.
You're not even through the first. It's in your best interest. What the fuck is that?
That's helping you.
No, I'll actually. Oh, fuck off. I don't know why I did that.
This would be the greatest shot in the history of the game. Greatest shot. Stop.
Stop. Not
Better
going
be
to.
around the corner.
I fucked myself.
I don't know about that, son.
Tiger Woods couldn't have sculpted a better shot. I'm literally the James Dean of mini golf.
Go.
I like how
Wow.
we played so badly on this hole, all of us. Hit my ball. Hit my ball.
You think you can squeeze through that?
We've had this discussion several times, Lou, and it's conclusively no. But you can prove us wrong. Go prove us wrong.
Squeeze through it.
Nope, not even close. It all comes down to this hole. It's gonna have water, no doubt.
Just run the hole. It's on the hole. Does have water.
Right, my shot. Right, so
How
what?
did you not have water?
Because it was just a fortunate assertion.
This hole.
Because
Great.
that's 2 out of 3.
Right, did you know that there's one hole that Zoot has played? Zoot's played this game like 2,000 times, and there's one hole that he's never been able to finish. It's an 8-shot hole that's pretty difficult.
Rare hole. That was bad.
That's funny.
I
I
think
thought you
it's
were gonna say there's like one hole that like only come up like one time. And it's like ultra rare.
no.
It is a pretty rare hole. I said,
About how good my shot is. Right, did you see where my ball is?
I'm sorry, is it in the hole? Because I don't see any balls in the hole yet. So maybe you can stop being so counter kicking before the ad.
right before.
Maybe don't count your chicken. Yo, you know
Yeah.
the greatest podcast in the history of Bob Lazar history.
You
Did
have
you watch it? No. Did I watch it? Yeah, I did. Did I learn a bunch of shit? Yeah, I did.
stop.
What did you learn from that podcast?
I haven't seen it yet, but I'll watch
You
it.
didn't even watch it. You didn't even watch it.
Watch it, dog. You didn't even know who Bob Lazar was before I brought him into your life.
I knew every fucking single fact about Bob Lazar.
How did I miss that shot? How did I miss that shot?
Really no skill at all. Like me. This is gonna go on water.
Zoot has to make this shot. This is the game winner for Zoot. A game tire. Will's win. It's over, folks. game is over. Can't get his ball. Quit it. Kaiser, quit it. Quit with your garbage. Get it. Get it. Folks, it's over.
An actual game. A fake game constructed by lions, built on false evidence and non-existent.
What was it in? Was it an iCarly game?
It was one night Carly game. It was a game that Marlon Hill wouldn't even bat an eye at acknowledging as a legitimate game.
Do you think Marlon Hill would accept the invitation that's been sent to both of you?
I don't see any invitation.
Did Yellow eat the baby of Lainey Chamberlain?
Her ancestor did, yeah. It was probably like her mom or something.
That could be. Or it'd be like her grandma.
That would be a fun little. They never really caught the thing.
He had a picture of
Yeah,
from 30 minutes.
but also there'd be like, there's that and like the other, like the witnesses on the campsite. Even if they didn't have the photo, they were like witnesses from like the campground owner that have seen the dingo on the premises.
It was the fact that the police wanted to go after it, like the police gave up on the case.
Chick in the 80s. She could.
Look at this fucking shit. Look, when the clock strikes midnight in a real ass game, look who's performing.
How's it better shut off me?
Dog. Yellow.
I just bashed my finger on the fucking cage.
Oh, I thought yellow. Are you okay?
Wow, you guys suck at this game.
Are you okay?
I broke my fingers. Ow. I just broke all of the fingers in the body. Ow.
You would be in the bag if you broke your fingers.
No, I'm tough. I'm built for tough. Ow.
If you broke your fingers, you wouldn't be able to shoot that.
Oh, suit.
Fucking hell.
Look at this.
Why would you do that? Why would you give up your lead?
I'm not giving up my lead. Not a snowball's chance. Except you fucked my shot. God.
How would you up the lead?
I was asserting my dominance. You wouldn't understand.
Nah. Okay. That's not a good shot. That's not a good shot. Rabbi's going for it.
So, what did you think of that shot?
10 out of
Wait, did he make it?
I don't see a ball on the
Oh,
fucking
wow.
thing.
Oh shit. Oh, this fall. Never. Maybe it's an investment, yeah. Do you have a favorite Pokemon card? I like the ones that like have plans. The Charizard. What year did Shane give us ball?
When
Like
he
2016 or something.
when he got rejected from Saturday Night Live, like 2019 or something like that. Gentlemen,
Final the whole floor, isn't it?
gentlemen, I just want you to know that I am.
Do you think he was? Do you think that helped his career getting rejected?
No, it hurt his career, but he will recover. Dude, she sounds so mean. She looks so cute.
She's an outback puppy. What car would you buy if you could buy a car? Fuck this.
The Subaru Outback. I'm gonna adopt a family of dingoes in a Subaru Outback, drive across while eating Vegemite, listening to comedy 2026.
Based.
What is this fucking shot, dude? What did you just do?
Dude, you have like a $15,000 budget. What car?
Subaru Outback.
Do you buy?
Subaru Outback, no
I'm
doubt.
asking Zoot. I'm asking Zoot. Are you getting a Subi? Are you serious? That's your pick?
Nobody. Subarus
That's
have
literally what they
no one
everyone calls
No. calls them that, dog. I have,
every person on earth.
I have a question type around Subarus.
Like a hipster car or
That's incorrect. That's incorrect.
Adventurous to
No.
some degree.
Nope. Guess again. Oh. Right. Well, you don't watch Kill Me as much as
All right.
who else loves Subarus?
Willie? No.
Joey.
Drives a black ball.
Joey Diaz. No, he has
Or
a.
silver ball.
No, it's not silver. It's black. and I in the past made my performance, the performance that you witnessed just now. No, you don't.
Interesting.
I mean, there are worse people in the world. He's a world famous Scrabble champion and one of the few African American males who participate in level Scrabble. Good choice. If I had to Darlin, he'd not be the worst choice. I'm not saying he'd be my first choice, but he would not be the worst choice.
Marlon Hill is the big homie. He's based. He's one of the most based alive.
I agree. Gentlemen,
It's a flex to have Marlon as a boyfriend.
and then you could have him. You could play like couples Scrabble and dominate.
We should
Stream.
Marlon Hill in this Discord. He's got to have an email somewhere. You got to like film like an actual like podcast with him and upload it.
Absolutely. Here's what I would. What are your thoughts on getting double blanked? What are your thoughts on iCarly words? What are your thoughts, Queen? If you have ends in Q, what are your thoughts when you're P, the Q, the J, and the X? What's your goal for bingos in a game?
Like, do you form out of the room,
Smoke
beef with the board, D, smoke a joint, D, E, scream at the Scrabble gods. I don't know.
I would ask him, do you think they're... Oh,
That's going in.
are you
That's
serious?
Going straight on the back. Right in the hole. Yeah, super fresh.
The worst movie and the best Marvel movie.
The best Marvel movie is none of them, and the worst one is the next question.
Why do you hate Marvel movies?
I don't think I've ever seen one. Does Spider-Man, the original, like 2000 Spider-Man count? 2001?
Yeah.
Okay, then maybe McGuire and that one. I kind of think anybody who likes being a nerd's bad. It's just weird to get worried about them fucking comic book movies, like the movie Michael and the podcast The Fighter and the Kid. Do you ever? Do they have Magic Mike in Australia?
You don't.
Magic Mind?
You made one?
No, definitely not Megamind. Magic Mind
It's a Pharaoh movie.
and Magic Mind Max.
What's that?
It's one of the sponsors of the Fighter of the Kid.
Well, what is it?
It's oh come on, baby. It's like
Cognitive enhancement serum.
it's
Your mind
5-hour energy.
boner. Brother. No, we're good. You're not coming
Especially in regards to super supplements.
No, just food in general. No food, no supplement.
Unless it's Vegemite, it's not allowed in the country.
But you come on.
fuck.
Look how good this shot is.
I think I check supplement. Yeah.
Please. This hole again?
No, it's different.
The same hole we just played.
It doesn't have the black shit, dog.
When was the last time you spoke to when was the last time you spoke to Obama?
He asked me for $30 like 2 days ago. He's like, send me $30. Or can you? He's very polite. He asked, can you send me $30? I need to.
Yeah. Do you know that he owns a Mercedes Benz? You should be the one asking
No.
him for money.
Oh yeah.
He bought it. He bought a $12,000 Mercedes Benz.
When did you buy
No,
it?
no. He purchased half of it. The other because he was begging the Harry Potter for 2 Ethereum so that he could. He was like, I guess he put like whatever $6,000 down, and he needs like another 6,000 so he can.
When did you get it?
He doesn't have it. Like he needs another 2 Ethereum. There's a whole like meme about like, 2 Ethereum. It doesn't.
Is there a photo of him driving?
No, there is. And just give me 2 Ethereum so I can just have this 2011 used Mercedes and just have it exchange it. Absolutely.
You get it from Mercedes.
Well,
I had him on Snapchat. He was driving a really nice car as well.
One of the best shots we've ever seen. Gentlemen, Gentlemen, it's over. It's over. 3 wins in a row.
Zoot just drafted me.
3 wins in a row. Riser, 3 wins in a row.
Riser. I scared it.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. I mean, everyone's gonna have a helmet.
Yeah.
Is it one of those ones that go like fucking 80 kilometers an hour?
60.
Jesus Christ. You know, if you like fall at that speed, you're like crazy cooked.
Yeah, but I'm never gonna.
I've seen people on like the. Can you actually go places with that thing? Like, what's the range?
Zoot. Stephen Colbert's last show is
Why did you get
tonight.
a scooter as opposed to like an e-bike?
Zoot, Stephen Colbert's last show is tonight. Zoot, Stephen Colbert's last show is tonight.
Because you don't need license.
You don't need a license for it.
He's saying that
There's
you
like
don't.
little 14-year-old kids just like. In Australia, are you saying that there's like you need a like a certificate thingy or whatever?
For an e-bike, probably. But e-scooter, you don't need a license.
How difficult is the e-bike license to acquire? It's probably like a little questionnaire. Fuck you, Rabbi.
Riser, what are your thoughts? Riser, what are your thoughts?
No, you don't even know if you need a. You're just guessing that you need a motorcycle license.
Zoot has no idea. These are just made up conversations. These are iCarly conversations. Zoot, do you know what an iCarly name is? That's not a word. That's not a name, Joey. That's an iCarly name.
No. I would rather have it personally because they go it's like more stable, probably further range, more comfortable. I guess I think I do. I've driven a but I'm in a car in maybe like a month or 2 or 3. I don't know. I'll probably get a Toyota though because I'm high IQ. And BMWs are the worst car ever, and I'm never going to buy one of those pieces of shit again.
Look at this. That's right. I'm high IQ, and I did win the game. It's
I forgot about that. Onesie. You had a high.
You have an invitation, and everybody's awaiting you.
Why are you playing this shitty game
What?
Again?
What is this iCarly delay? We're playing until one of you jag-offs beat me. We're playing until one of you beat me.
I didn't. No, I don't agree to that.
Because you can't. Because you know I'm superior.
you Zoo woke me up in the middle of fucking the night.
Yo, fupa chewer.
No,
Are you
that
done?
is rotting my brain.
You're a fupa chewer.
Fuck.
Join the game. Oh, this is bullshit.
Yellow's dragging me outside.
Champion. 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 I'm the champ. The champ. Here. Here.
What was that game you said that they had? Yeah. Those cards are Percy out there.
How about this, son? Champion.
What is this? It's Go.
No, it's not Go. It's reversing.
Go.
It's reversing.
It looks like Go.
That.
Each piece is a disc that is black on one side and white on the other. The object to reverse is to flip the most discs to your color by the end of the game. Both players have the same number of discs. What the fuck is this bullshit?
It's an amazing game. Do you want to play it?
This is exactly like Go.
It is not really anything like Go at all. Dog, I play Scrabble.
Well, whenever we play Go, I sunned you like crazy.
Those were iCarly games.
Yeah, they were iCarly, and I'm the king.
Dog, I'm gonna look up who started in iCarly. That one bird named Miranda, and that one blonde who is kind of hot, but then she's hot now, Jeanette McCurdy.
Do you know who Shannon Blake is?
Everybody knows who Shannon Blake is.
So you have no idea who she is?
Do you know what Shannon's estimate is? Wait.
I do. It's like a calculator for estimating the possible amount of combination.
A what game?
It should be called the Shannon Blake equation.
Who the fuck is Shannon Blake? Nobody knows who that bitch is.
Everybody on the internet knows.
Pardon me, I'm emailing NASA about being on a podcast.
You should bizarre to hang out. Thimble done with it.
Why do thimbles have holes?
Everybody knows why thimbles have holes.
Do they have holes, or is it just like ridges?
Depend on the type of thimble, but
So it should be specific to poke holes, like a hole. Thimble, as opposed to me just
I
thinking
think it was just an excellent analogy. And you know it's true.
Here's my question to
Everyone
you.
knows it's true.
Why would you say that? Be specific. Holes in it. Like, thimbles, number one, don't poke holes. Well, number two, arguably don't have any holes, period. Not even the one where you put your finger, because it's not like you can't go through it. It's just like a cul-de-sac for your thumb. Or whatever finger.
Okay. If you're referring to the dimples purposely built into thimbles to grip needles, 100% sonic thimbles happen. However, if you're asking about an actual open hole, this varies. About 10 to 15%, also known as open-ended thimbles, have these distinct open hole at the top. Standard thimbles, 85% to 90% of thimbles are domed and closed.
Oh,
Damaged thimbles.
oh, so you were just referring to 15 to 20% of thimbles, but not
Exactly.
the 85 to 80% of normal thimbles. I've said I'm gonna poke holes in this colander. That would make more sense.
Wait, what did you just say? Like what calendar?
A colander. Look up colander. It's like a noodle strainer, dog. Everybody knows what a colander is.
Oh.
It's like the thing that the
Yeah.
the people
but
who
not all of those have holes.
who like worship at the flying
Just like dimples.
dog. It's a flying spaghetti monster thing that people wear on their heads.
Yeah, it is.
Well, I don't think you're understanding what analogies are, because you just gave an analogy that, frankly, only 15 to 20% of people with deep thimble knowledge would understand.
Yeah. I mean, not targeting that.
Use in Monopoly. Yo, dog. Remember when I asked? Remember when I asked?
In the standard versions of the game, the Monopoly thimble is a miniature of colored metal scooter. The thimble token has a rich history, game history. The early Monopoly tokens were items taken directly from popular Cracker Jack. The thimble, along with the iron and old shoe, were historically effective, symbolized working class, every household item. Recent comeback. Thimble was temporarily retired in 2017 after public fan vote. However, in a subsequent fan vote, the thimble made a triumphant return and officially replaced the T-Rex. Yeah.
Fuck the T-Rex. I bet you were one of the people who voted thimble out.
No, why would I vote out the thimble? I was one of the people that were like, yo, get this T-Rex out of this game. No one historically has ever wanted or needed a T-Rex. It's not a common. You think a T-Rex is a common household everyday item that relates to the working class? Get out of here, thimbles.
A T-Rex was an I decision.
Exactly. Straight out of the iCarly fucking Girl Scouts.
Oh, fuck. Dog, what happened to Miranda? She started in iCarly. I think.
Oh. I think she like retired.
I think she.
She does. She's basically just coasting.
It's literati her free time. I bet she does. She'll watch my stream and become like a major literati player, but refuses to play Scrabble. Do you think literati one day will become more Scrabble?
No, that's like saying that like the thimble with holes will be more popular than the dimpled thimble.
Then why did you reference a thimble with holes as your analogy?
Because people know that thimbles with holes, and many of them, in any true thimble enthusiast, and they definitely referencing holes and thimbles. They're talking about thimbles with holes in them, not dimples. And you can argue that dimples are a form of hole as well. So
No, it's an indentation, dog. Everybody knows that. Don't you know what an indentation is?
and what is a hole?
A hole is, by definition,
No. Because you can dig a hole in the ground like a grave site. Go all the way, like hollow, the finite like wholeness to it before an edge comes in. So
dog. That's actually
referred to as a hole.
That's actually an amazing point. Maybe they should just call them indentations. Let's look it up. Yo, dog, is a hole in the ground technically a hole? Because doesn't a hole need to be able to pass through on the other side? Completely way through.
Right. So are dimples holes?
Technically, yeah. Then I would say so. So then let's look this up. Are dimples holes? No, dimples are not holes. What the? That's not.
Dimples are holes.
It depends how you define it, but yeah, I would say dimples are holes. Okay, we're gonna go back to that previous thing that I said. Okay, are dimples holes? Wouldn't dimples technically be holes then? Yes, dimples are technically considered holes or indentations. It just said that they're not holes, but then it said that it were solutions.
I mean, so you were talking down upon my analogy, and spot on. How does that make you feel? That the rest of entire life and immortality through mind uploading technology, infinite non-reincarnated life. Everyone in the next billion years look at that moment and think, wow, that guy has a pylon on the top of his head.
Well, so here's the thing, though. The definition could change. And I'm just maybe using a futuristic definition. So everyone in the future would be like,
Okay.
oh, yeah, that makes sense. Holes need a fucking,
I mean,
like a tour
we
ride.
all know that dimples are clear holes and that will never change.
It could change. It could change in the world of 1,000 language Scrabble.
No.
Oh, it could. It absolutely could. It absolutely could. Chances
Ryan
are.
Hill would never allow such a disgrace to the game of Scrabble like that.
Can you imagine if
No,
we
he
said
only
that?
studies the words and he doesn't care about definitions because definitions are lost and are a waste of time.
Can you imagine if we said to Marlon, "We're
Yeah, I love the concept of just finding ways to like deeply piss off Marlon. Different Scrabble.
I agree. Dog, I sent out 30 emails yesterday and of those 30, like 11 of them came back. Like, never made. Did you listen to my fucking story?
No.
You just cut me off.
I heard that. No. If anyone tells you that you have to pay them, ask them how many fucking spliffs they've smoked, and whether Marlon Hill would agree with their definition of what a fucking hole is, because they have to put, instead of them a hole in your pocket, they have a hole in their own pocket to get you as a guest.
I agree. I had to pay for my first 3 podcasts.
No, I would be like, yo, your shitty podcast has 4,000 views, and look at how good of a guest I am on these other podcasts. No one's listening to your shitty podcast. I mean, I don't know, unless they have like 70,000 views an episode.
No.
But even then,
It's my top
like,
viewed
I'm
video.
too good of a guest to pay.
Video on YouTube. It's my top viewed video on YouTube. It has 789 views. Now,
Who's the guy asking for money?
It was
How many views does their podcast get?
69. He's some Italian guy. It wasn't even he didn't even send me a letter back in English. It was like, if you are interested in being interviewed, I had to translate it or whatever. So this isn't even what then you have 2 options. One, send a Zillow or something, or Zelle. But if you're in Europe or if you're outside of Europe, then you can only do number 2. Like, I was just like, dog. F that. But the good news is my Spotify is still going amazing. Okay.
He is on the left.
Oh, we can need a key, so.
Yeah, I honestly don't know where it has warmed up to. Normally, I'm pretty good at not losing it.
Are you still in your abode?
Yeah, I'm in my. About there's like just like the saying of like, oh, this little like tiny bar is like on the wall.
That's
just 'cause
not
it's like,
that's not Japan.
it is both an indentation.
That's not Japan.
and
That's
a
an
hole.
English phrase,
Like a
dog.
hole.
That's an English phrase.
I know. I was just saying, like, there's like a lot of miniature, like,
If they did.
I mean, I bullying you for the sake of it.
Associating an English phrase with Japanese stereotypes, which makes you anti-Japanese, and it's just one of those things. It's very iCarly. Yes.
Yeah, I found my key.
Where was it?
It was in a hole in my shorts.
Are you?
Pockets are definitely.
I agree. It makes me think that everything could be a hole.
No, definitely not everything. I mean, I think more things than we think aren't holes are actually holes.
Name something that's not a hole.
Like a cave is a hole. Agreed?
Agreed. Yeah. According to that bullshit iCarly definition, okay, is a car a hole? I think so.
Yes. Because those are the holes, clearly.
Yeah.
But
A sand
just
bunker.
like a slightly indented bunker.
Definitely a hole.
Hole?
Definitely. Not only that, it's on a hole.
Yeah. Good point.
Those
There's
are-
probably some sentence that's like buffalo, but for like this.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. All right. Now let's think this out. Is the universe a whole?
Is the universe a whole?
I don't know the answer to that one.
I mean, I think it kind of has to be.
But
Because
that,
it's like the universe, it's either like, well, I don't know, you can't really have like an ending to like space, like the border of like between universe and non-universe. It's kind of like, well, it's like void, the concept of like void and just non-space, and then like universe. And so the universe is void, and well, whole be like within another.
I guess the
Do you
universe.
agree with that?
I guess the universe could be a whole within the multiverse.
So now you're expanding to, well, you mean omniverse?
Yes, I do.
Because multiverse is like one. Every moment is like a different universe.
I made up the term. I definitely did.
I definitely think that's an actual whole of lies.
No, I did. I made it up. Either that or it was parallel thinking where I made it up alongside other people. Here's my question to you: is iCarly a hole?
Yeah, because iCarly is kind of like a made up like piece of nonsense thing. Like a whole is like an absence of a thing. So I'd say that they're related.
How is 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 Kill Tony a hole?
Yes.
No, not like that. Is it a hole? The fact that they consider indentations to be holes causes issues. I mean, like the comedy mothership. Can we agree the comedy mothership is a hole? Yeah. So we're in agreement. The comedy.
Like the physical space. I thought you meant more of like a philosophical, like the idea of comedians for getting roasted.
We're getting there.
I think that's also a good argument for why it would be a whole. And Tony Hinchcliffe, the gang, that are basically just
his gang. That's so fucking funny. His gang. like they're the Bloods in the Crips. All right.
Exactly.
So you're saying that Tony Hinchcliffe is Tony Hinchcliffe a hole?
And that's how you want to define whole. What do you think Tony Hinchcliffe is?
Do I think Tony Hinchcliffe is a hole? Yeah, he's a hole.
Yeah, what parallels can you draw between Tony Hinchcliffe and hole?
Like dimples, maybe. Those are holes.
Or like your pores. So that mean that your holes and not just singular holes, like plural holes. Every human basically.
So we agree every human is a hole?
No, every human is whole with like plural with an S on the end, like you tack on after to just like make fucking Marlon Hill tumble down a fucking judder infinitely.
Here's my question.
That's another question from Marlon. Is what do you think about tacking on S's every single time?
That's another question from mine. That's right. And what do you call the name of that? What is that called? S tacking? I think it's called sadding.
Yeah,
No, it's sadding.
It's like
sadding.
Piggybacking and S tacking. There needs to be a strict definition for both.
Because
I think piggybacking is a broader term where if you tack on like an INT or an ED, but S tacking is like specifically piggybacking.
Let's look up Scrabble lingo. Nationally ranked Scrabble player, and I have a simple trick. Okay, so no, not bingo, dog. Strategic
There's
focus.
bingo lingo.
No, that's a different game.
I know, but bingo lingo is higher.
Like the space. It's wordplay, baby. Space.
That's reduplication.
That's reduplication.
I guess it. Yeah.
Doug, just one moment. I gotta take a whiz, and then I'm gonna show you what's up in literati, baby.
Pea-sized bladder. Yeah, man. I knew I should have grabbed another there. All right.
Just one moment, Doug. Do you like chill wave? Yes or no? I'll wait.
Yes, sounds pretty chill. I've heard of, or in a DeLorean, in
Right.
the 70s.
80s.
Or, yeah. With like amazing tachometer aesthetic.
Where, Doug?
All right. Are you in the? Okay. What are your thoughts on losing 3 straight games of golf to not only me, but you and Zood both lost to me? Why did you?
I came here.
Okay. Did you ever see that movie with Shia LaBeouf called Bowls?
I did. My entire personality is modeled up.
Shia LaBeouf.
That movie.
What is a hole? Yo, dog, can you give me Scrabble lingo like a glossary, like getting double blanked? Okay, a bingo using all 7 tiles and 1 move for the 50-point bonus. Rack your current set of tiles. Leave the tiles you keep after making a play. To keep a strong leave for the next turn. Hook, adding a letter to an existing board, like turning cat into cats. So what you call tacking on is known as a hook. Parallel play, placing a word alongside another to make multiple words at once. You're good at doing that.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no. What? Good. I just want to know, like, yellow. Good night. Oh, he's a jerk. Why is
Yo, dog, are you ready for me to complete the glossary?
yeah?
All right, so there's parallel play, there's phony, a fake or invalid
With your
word.
mesh now.
Phony, a fake or invalid word. Those are those like Carly words that you like to play. Bag tracking, keeping tracking tiles, tile tracking, memorizing what's been played, cue stick, getting stuck with the cue. I don't understand why they think that's bad. You give me that cue all day long, baby. A clunky rattle of hard to play tiles, a vowel dump, getting rid of too many vowels. I like to do that. Consonant soup, too many consonants. Step, common bingo builder or satire. Power tiles. Q, Z, X, J, and often blanks. Blank is the wild tile. I like calling it that, the wild tile. Double blank. Your opponent drew both blanks. Triple, triple. A bingo hitting two triple word scores at once. Back hook. Adding a letter to the end of a word already on the board. Front hook. Adding to the front, like making he into thee. Floaters. Open letters sitting on the board that are easy to build from. Tight board. Few openings. Open board. Tons of bingo lanes available. Burning a blank. Using the value instead of saving it. The bag. The remaining unseen tiles. Are you listening?
Yeah.
Endgame. When the bag is empty and perfect calculation starts mattering. Spread. Total point for cross game. Sim. Value of a play. Self but low scoring move to avoid opening the board. Hero play. Risky aggressive move for a huge upside. Tile pool. What tiles remain unseen overall. Rack balance. Good mix of vowels and consonants. Garbage time rack. Horrendous letters late. I talk of garbage all the time. Glass. Slang some players use for an extremely smooth, beautiful racket. Not universal tournament terminology, but you'll hear housing like that. I use it in tournaments though. Some fun trash talk phrases. He bingo through the triple. I got absolutely blanked. The bag hated me. That rack was toxic. Pure vowel diarrhea. He drew all the power. Fishing for the out bingo. I got Q sticked into oblivion. The phony looked real though. The boards locked tighter than a vault.
Is there a term for like when you're like your tiles or so?
Because usually that's called exchange or swapping tiles. Forced exchange when your rack is so awful you basically have no realistic play. So it's a forced emergency exchange, informal slang for a desperation, throwing back, casual slang for exchanging tiles, rack dump, sometimes used when unloading terrible tiles, though usually by playing them rather than swapping. Dead rack, a rack so unplayable that exchanging becomes necessary. Garbage rack, trash rack. Self-explanatory. Okay, Here's a is it better to go first or second in two-person Scrabble? You better. Player gets immediate or double words. But there's a
you get a double word if you hit a 5.
But there's a trade-off. The second player gets reactive opportunities and can sometimes counterattack off the opening. A weak opening can give this edge initiative, sometimes or the opening tag. Are you ready?
Just admitted that you literally have a house because you literally invite me and get host advantage and go first.
Let me ask
That's
this.
what I heard.
Let me ask you this. Have we ever played Scrabble?
Yeah. No, I mean, I game.
Dog, you got an invitation. Everybody's waiting on you.
We haven't discussed holes.
Now that is an excellent point. Hold on. Now that is an excellent point. Yo, dog, is everything a hole? If the argument is that anything with a dimple or an indentation is a hole, is everything a hole? Like humans are then holes, cars are then holes, rooms are then holes. What would not be a hole? You're getting at a real problem in philosophy and anthropology that almost everything starts counting as a hole. A coffee hole, a donut has a hole, a cave has a hole, but then a belly button is an indentation, a room encloses empty space, a car interior encloses empty space. The human mouth, torso, general, like gastrointestinal tract form tunnels. Even a dent in metal becomes hole adjacent. At that definition explodes into distinguishing useful categories. Philosophers separate holes through structures or cavities, indentations, dimples, dents, voids, enclosures, rooms, containers, topological holes, mathematical genus tunnels, perforations, actual hole openings. In topology, a and mug are famously equivalent because each has one handle hole. But a bowl, how does a donut have a handle hole? In topology, a donut and a mug are famously equivalent because each has one handle hole. But a bowl usually is not considered to have the same kind of hole because it's more like a cavity than a tunnel. Humans are especially weird under whole discourse because the digestive tract nostrils contain microscopic structures, and depending on the definition, a human body may have holes or none in the relevant topological sense. The argument is basically if every concavity, enclosure, or empty region counts as a hole, the category loses discriminatory power. And that's a legitimate critique. Definitions become useless when they overgenerate. Under a strict definition, a hole usually requires the absence of a host material object bounded by that object with material significance. Often a line passage through is the universe a whole?
It's like
With the definition that like, indentations and everything as a whole, because what is the universe making a hole in? You run into the edge where the ordinary language whole breaks down and turns into metaphysics. A whole is usually understood as a lack of or absence inside or through something else relative to material. A hole in cheese because there's cheese around it totally exists because there's earth around it. So your question is devastating to the everything as a whole definition. If the universe itself is a whole, what is a whole in? If there's no larger surrounding substrate, container, or background material, then the concept starts failing. A whole normally depends on a host object. That's why many philosophers would say the universe may contain holes, but the universe itself is not strictly a whole. Because there's no medium relative to or merely lack of a thing. In topology, meanwhile, holes are more abstract. They're properties of structure, not necessarily literal missing material. So a torus, I love that, has a hole because it's connectivity properties, not because it's missing donut stuff. Under the mathematical view, the entire universe could potentially have non-trivial topology, finite but unbounded, multiply connected, looped, toroidal, etc. But even then, that does not necessarily mean the universe as a whole. Instead, it means the universe's geometry may contain whole-like topological properties. Your intuition is basically exposing a hidden assumption. A whole is not a standalone object. It is relational. It depends on a host. And if there's no outside to the universe, then the phrase whole of the universe may be a category error rather than discovery. Yo, dog, is a television show a whole? It's very metaphysical. A television show could be called a whole only under a very stretched metaphysical or informational definition. Ordinary is not a cavity, not a perforation, not a topological tunnel. But philosophically, you could start treating holes as absences, containers, gaps, channels, or spaces for attention and meaning. Then a television show starts looking weirdly hole-like. It creates a temporary world space people mentally enter. It occupies attention by carving out time from ordinary life, often revolving. Screens literally are a dog chamber, lighted by rock. A TV show is an imaginative space bounded by narrative and time. Both are regions humans inhabit experientially. But if you universalize whole that really philosophically interesting, but it's no. Is that enough whole discussion?
Not even, but that was very interesting. The last point.
I agree.
If you just define like a whole as like an absence of or like a void, and like every single thing is like sculpting out, like you're basically like chiseling away and sculpting out, and which is dope. Also, yeah, I think there's like the definition. It says AI was being like reluctant into having a broad term or definition of what whole means, but I think that is wrong. I think that some things in life just have really extremely broad definitions. The whole thing in the universe is made out of matter, which means that it has an extremely broad
Incorrect.
definition.
Incorrect. Antimatter, dog.
Well, that's still made of something.
It's not made of matter
How do you know that?
because it's antimatter. It's not matter.
No, but matter just means like anything at all, like the building blocks of things. But sure, maybe that's like a little loophole, but practically everything is made of matter in the definition of it's constructed of some substance.
Except
So even
antimatter
is its own type of substance.
We're gonna look this one up. We're gonna look this one up because that if it has matter, yes, matter still matter on broad physical sense, but with opposite definition. For every fundamental particle, there is usually an antiparticle: electron, positron, proton, antiproton, neutron, antineutron. These particles have the same spin, but opposite electric charge and some example. And one, okay, so scientists confusing part linguistic. In modern physics, matter can mean ordinary baryonic matter or generally material particles. Under the broader meaning, antimatter absolutely counts as matter like physical substance because it is just the opposite version under certain symmetries. However, I might have been looking at this like baryonic matter or something. I'm saying definitions change over time, and I may just be referring to. I think it is fascinating. Are you ready to lose?
If you lose, will you discuss what a hole is for half an hour?
Yes. I don't lose though. So. It's a moot point. Do you know that the fighter on the kid is going to be on soon?
I don't even fighter in the kid rapist is.
Are you good at my invitation?
Did you send it?
Like 12 times.
Is an invitation a hole?
Yes. They said a website's a hole, so an invitation's a hole.
Okay.
The only thing that isn't a hole is the universe, apparently.
No. Flat surfaces are not holes.
Oh man, that's a good
Even
one.
though they probably. I mean, we don't know the shape of particles probably, but they're probably spheres, or they could be. Actually, they could be like hexagons. You sweet.
I don't want you to say, "Oh, I got the advantage by going first or whatever."
I would never say that.
It's an iCarly term that you regularly use. The thing I don't like about using the Carly is it gives Dan Schneider like a oh wow.
Oh, I should have fucking. Oh my god, I couldn't think of it. That's bullshit.
That was impressive.
Could have really bingo there. It's already handing me the shit tire.
Do you have letter diarrhea? iCarly.
Oh, you're gonna play an E and an S there?
Doug, how do you assume that you know what I'm gonna? It gets insulting to me, and I'm not even kidding. E and an S.
No,
In honor of
rape or rape. Like separating the molecules in my our machine that makes. No, are you fucking?
not a word.
What the?
Marlon Hill would say, "Don't have your chickens count before they hatch." Not a word. Marlon Hill would say, "Don't count your chickens before they hatch."
Wow. time this game just
This motherfucker had a Z. Oh, that's a good one.
no, I almost just made you like flip the board. Oh man. Wouldn't you like to know? Oh my god.
Not a win. iCarly.
I fucked up. God damn. I fucked up.
Neon. Should be a science word. What was that long word?
No. Oh my god. Fuck, this is all. This is so terrible.
Why did you fuck up?
I can't say or else it'll dox my position. Oh, Eli. Absolutely botched.
are remaining? How many things? Garbage.
No, I fucked up. Damn it. No. Oh, I fucked up. Yeah. Oh, terrible. God damn it.
How did you fuck up?
Could have played like a monster score. No, I'm just SOL here. But
We
I'm on a tile all game and I played Zune, but if I had held on to the end, I could have played a flying 2-letter, and then I was playing 6. I could have played black and also a 2-letter. Now I'm definitely going to lose because those are so egregious.
it's over, baby.
It's over.
It's over. It's over. The champ's here.
So,
The champ's here. Now, what was that one that you were going to play?
I was going to play the flying, but then I fucked up. Played and I held on to the best performance. Run it back, though.
You need to just hold on. I need 3 real minutes. So you got the Q and the Z and the X.
Yeah, buddy. What are you talking about?
That's true. Doesn't even matter. I had the
Wow.
okay. I didn't have the Q or the Z.
You have the J, and I'm playing tile. numerous S's.
You got to go first.
It's a disadvantage.
Says whom?
Consortium of Scrabble.
Who is this Scrabble consortium? Who's on the board? G.I. Joel, Marlon Hill.
Nigel.
Joel.
Rosie Thornbush.
Who's that?
Lucy.
What's that bitch's name?
No, like Carly is not on the goddamn.
That's what's Miranda Cosgrove.
No.
What is her name? It's like Mick something.
Shannon equation is on the board.
Oh, hold on. We have to look up this bitch's name. They're alternates. Jeanette McCurdy and Miranda Cosgrove. Miranda Cosgrove, as an adult, is pretty, and so is Jeanette McCurdy.
You're reading some guy response earlier, and it's like there's like some guy that got a real good name. It was like Kluby or something.
Yeah.
Like some real goofy name that I thought was funny. I don't remember.
Are you gonna accept the invitation, or are you gonna just jerk yourself off? Wow. Have
You're downloading software. You need software to
Are you fucking serious? You want to use?
get rid of all of them. Oh, that was amazing.
Thanks, big man.
That's the word. I like to inform you, but that's not a word. Whatever you're playing there is just simply not a word. You want your time back?
I'd like it. Thank you, sir.
Oh my god.
Double blank. You know it. That's an iCarly word.
This is like,
Are you saying that Lucy Snorbush does not know that's an iCarly word?
not everyone knows it's a real. And that's a word
It's a Lucy Snorbush. Lucy.
That's man is a word. M-A-N.
No, it's a
Contraction.
thing.
On the Braille contractions.
Cat, mom, a, Mara, like that. Oh, that's known as Scrabble. I'm kidding.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So bad. Poor sucks.
Sorry, I can't believe I'm already double blanked. Marlon Hill would say, Rabbi, this is bullshit. You shouldn't even play this game anymore. And I'm like, I know, but I do, out of the goodness of my heart.
Well, proportionate amount. Like, no wonder I get compensated with blanks and stuff. every game is like at least one point in a game will have 5 eyes. Swap them. That was absolute horseshit.
Parallel play, baby. Parallel play from the world's biggest pimp.
This is botted. This is just botted. This is just straight up botted.
Are you fucking serious? Botted.
You can't just steal my word.
Get out. This game is rigged. Incredible amounts.
I'm being robbed.
Dog. Dude, they give you everything. They give you everything. They give me nothing. They understand my overall score is superior.
KAI is a fucking word.
This game is rigged.
This game is botted.
It's rigged.
You can attack if you want.
Dog, it's not even a term.
What do you mean? You declared it a turn. Baller. Baller.
How many things?
11. 11.
This game is rigged.
That's what losers say, yeah.
No, it's not even close. It's like
So
they give you the Q, they give you the J.
Or Marlin Hill to losers say. Oh no, I fucked up. God damn. Oh, that. I plopped something down. Damn. Hacking. Zero tiles left. Oh my god.
This
It
game,
gives me the worst tiles.
this game is rigged.
Yeah, you can plop down anything.
Oh, shut up.
Botted. This game is botted. The fuck? This game is more clavicular Twitch streams. But oh no.
Not a word. It's like that's like Carly
Yeah.
word. That is in
Yeah.
that is in the glossary of iCarly words. Everybody wants to know what that bitch means, son.
Oh, it is alternate spelling bullshit. Everyone knows it should be illegal.
That game was weird.
I want you to listen to me and I listen to me well. The fact that I didn't get the Q, the fact that I didn't get the Z, and the fact that I got double blank tells me that this bitch is rigged.
If you want, I have a business card of a guy, and he might be able to do something about it. I can pass it along if you need.
Does he speak English?
He's really, really good. He actually might be able to do something.
Does he speak in English or does he speak
the Hebrew version of Braille only?
All right. Well, you don't speak that.
It's Braille sign language in Hebrew.
Okay. That's not something you speak necessarily. You communicate. That game was you sign language.
That's a fun fact.
That's what I want to know. The little Scrabble pieces, are they flat or are they indented?
Have you never played Scrabble?
It's been a long time.
Like, are you talking about the left? That is probably one of the most easy full facts.
Are the Scrabble tiles indented or are they like inscribed or are they flat? Because I would think that they want to make them indented so that blind people could play with it, but then I think they'd be flat because then you couldn't feel like when you're going in the bed. What do you think they are?
Do you think there's a game?
There already is. I invented it. I'm the king of it. They are inscribed though. So like blind people can use it. They aren't simple flat surfaces.
Why did they not make Braille just like engrave like letters and instead like dots? Do they condense more information with it?
Yo, dog, why isn't like just inscriptions as opposed to braces than vision? Difficult to distinguish the complex of standard alphabet letters by feel alone. Everybody knows that. Why didn't you? You know who taught me that? Jeanette McCurdy. I was having a three-way.
Yeah.
I was having a three-way with Jeanette McCurdy and that other bitch on their 25th birthday. I forget which one it was, and they were like, "Rabbi, do you want to know why Braille is not engraved like raised letters?" And I was like, "Oh, I already know, because the human sense of perception doesn't know, or it's difficult to know like the roundedness." And they're like, "That's absolutely right." And then we fucked. I have a question for you. Would you rather have?
Do you think Helen Keller was fake? Like her ability to right? Like, because I've heard that. Okay, so it's not really a giant mystery. I mean, still, how do you? Was she only partial? Then I could totally buy that she could write a book. Someone who's completely deaf, I don't feel that.
Completely blind and deaf. He was adopted from Thailand, and along with my other cousin who was adopted from China, and they're both really, really smart, even though that they have these issues. Like my cousin, she got married, children. My other cousin, I don't know if he's authored a book, but I haven't spoken to him in a long time, or like even with my uncle. But not because negative. It's just like he lives far away. But I would say that it's possible. Yeah, especially with modern and definitely possible.
So they're fully deaf and blind, like cannot hear a thing or see a thing, and they're still able to.
Yeah. So my cousin, I knew him a lot better when I was younger, and he had just been adopted from Thailand. And
That's funny.
no, all I know is that you got the Z. I don't really have to, and you got the.
And me some of the invites of the titles aren't as written.
Why don't you send the invite? I'm waiting on it. Where's the invite? 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 Where's the invite?
Chill. based, right?
No, it's live.
Well, we know what dictionary.
Garbage.
It was garbage.
Totally rigged.
Here comes the Z. Are you fucking Z letter there? No, it's a 2 letter. That's fucking bullshit. That's absolute horseshit. Everyone knows it's horseshit. The Zeta Reticula, I know it's fucking horseshit. Absolutely despicable. More rigged horseshit, but fuck this.
Wow.
Dude, I was trying so hard to get a fucking ass to play it, and I didn't even play it.
Ask for zaps.
I didn't even see that.
No, you didn't, and I just kept my mouth. That's why I kept stopping.
Yes.
Dude, I swapping. I kept swapping. You were like, what are you doing?
Oh, fuck off.
I can't believe you did not see that. You even said, hey? You even said safe? And I was like, don't fucking take it. I must have passed like 15 times in this game. Not that many, but a lot.
I don't know what the hell you're.
Well, now do you know?
Yeah, there's clearly cheating.
Wasn't cheating.
That's a fucking word.
That was
21.
Fila?
Yeah, that was a terrible waste of a blank. Probably won't anything of that.
Probably. Stop.
I just want to know.
This motherfucker got the Q.
Zapper is too deadly. I don't know if there's much I can do with this.
Are there any tiles left?
There's 5 left. That was terrible.
It was. I'm just playing to get it over with.
Yeah, always 9 points. How did Brig
Zapped, bitch.
Damn.
Zapped, bitch. Is it an iCarly word? Zap. Zapped. Or R. A-R-E. What word is A-R-E? Let me go into messages. Use an alternative app, which is obviously cheating. They would never allow this in San Diego. They would never allow this in Marlin Hills World. They would allow this in the iCarly universe. Never.
That was the definition of a whole in relation to this playbook. Of the entire couple members, not limited to Lucy Thornbush and Shannon Equation Guy and Nigel and
G.I. Joe.
Marlin.
G.I. Joe.
Will be rolling in his grave right now.
He's alive.
Even if you do you know that for sure?
Yeah, and is his grave a hole? Yes or no?
His grave is mostly. I know at least that it's a cavity and that he would be doing back.
I can't believe antimatters matter. That's bullshit. Should be a word matter. Then what is a word that's not matter?
Non-matter.
That would work. That's good.
Yeah.
What is a word for something that's not matter?
I just told you.
Energy. I like non-matter though. It's not matter. Apparently. It's not
Things that matter.
Okay, let's look at dog.
That's absolutely.
Energy, not matter. Energy and matter are different kinds of things in physics. Matter is stuff like atoms, electrons, protons, things that have less mass and occupy space. Energy is not a substance. It is a property or quantity that matter and fields can possess. Motion has energy. Heat is energy. Light energy. For example, a baseball the atoms it carries have no rest. So historically, people said light is energy, not matter. Matter is more subtle because matter and energy are deeply connected. E equals mc squared. That equation means mass can become energy and energy can become mass. Because the sun, matter turned to radiant atoms can create antiparticle pairs. So the modern view is less matter and energy are totally separate substances and more mass is one form of energy and both emerge as underlying quantum fields. A useful analogy. Matter is like the actors, energy is like what the actors are doing, moving, vibrating, interacting, radiating. Energy is real and
Yeah,
measurable.
it's like a property.
No, it's like matters that actors and energy is what the actors are doing, dog. Did you not just hear the analogy? What kind of iCarly like information are you trying to digest? I'll wait. Jeanette McCurdy and that other bitch would be very disappointed in you right now. They would be disappointed in your knowledge of Braille and your knowledge of your lack of knowledge thereof in Rabbi's number, which is all of the Scrabble types of games that there can be, which is like 10 to the well, between 100 and 200, but it has it's not in Super Rabbi's number. Super Rabbi is all of the played in like kind of clicks and stuff. How baller is that shit? How baller is that shit? Yo, dog, remember that time I asked you a question, your best impression of Zoot? Everybody remembers. You don't even know anything about vape or synth wave. You're not even in universe's wave.
I talk about something.
I'm the king of synthwave. I was born during the era of synthwave. Synthwave was playing at my birth. You came along with like alternative 90s rock psych. You were in like fucking I don't even know what early 2000s is. It's not a thing. It's not molded. Yeah, Trevor something sang a song Twinkle Twinkle Little Star. Everybody knows that song.
He's a synthwave producer.
Yeah, and everybody knows he's a synthwave producer. He played Twinkle Twinkle Little Star to synthwave. Everybody knows that. I know it. Jeanette McCurdy knows it. Daniel Snyder knows it. Nigel knows it. Marlon Hill knows it. Gee, I think about that all the time. That's not a name, Joey. That's not a name. That's not Carly. Just the fact that they're like that's this woman's real name, but to Joey it's like a normal name, but to them since they've never heard this name before. Like the hilarious thing about that story is a bunch of it. The eating pussy on Quaaludes, all that shit. But what's really funny about it to me, that Joey's just so normalized by that name that it's just like any other name. But to them, when they hear it, that's the punchline. And it's like, no, that's not even the punchline of the story.
Yeah, it's such a. It sounds like a made up name.
It sounds like an iCarly name.
Snore Bush, Lucy Snore Bush.
And her kid got caught in a gambling racketeering ring, and he's on like this like FBI like racketeering chart, and he's like 18 years old.
Pretty sweet.
I don't even know if they're related, but it's like the last name Snorbush is pretty rare. Well, it's not just that; they're both from New Jersey, and it's like, okay, there may be something there. Now, here's my question to you, and if this is an inappropriate question, apologies in advance. But let's just review your morning thus far. You lost 3 games in mini golf. Lost another game of literati. Then you cheated your way to a non-win, and then you lost again. So this morning, even if you count your non-win as a win, which it's not, you are 5-1. Apologies, you are 1-5. What are your thoughts on being 1-5 against the champ? And
everybody knows this is like fixed.
And in that, you double blanked me in multiple of those games, and you got the Z or the Q single one of those games.
You played the Z last game.
Nobody calls it a Z, dog. Let's just get that straight.
In Canada, it's a Z.
Hey, guess what? Go drink a liter full of water, dog. Nobody pays attention to that. We talk.
I make my own water.
That was an interesting thing that you said. Who are you? Is that 1-5 is not a good record to have, and I want to interview on. I'll wait. Fire.
The 2016 election.
Why did you call Marlon Hill Marcus?
That's what you told me.
I didn't tell you that. No.
I couldn't hear because of the distorted static TV channel turned to like channel non-channel.
Here's my question. Here's my question. You still have not. Are we gonna watch the Michael movie right now? Are we ready to watch it?
No, I'll be in my hole that is a grave site before I ever watch that piece of trash. It's not even. It can't even be considered entertainment.
Do you want to watch some Fighter and the Kid documentaries?
No, I sent you a beautiful 3-hour Bob Lazar podcast and just breeze over it.
Then let's watch it. Let's watch it right now. I'll watch it right now.
Watched it.
Okay, we'll watch it again. I watched The Founder and you fell asleep during it. And I had already seen The Founder like a bunch of times.
I stayed awake for most of it. So.
You don't even know what you're saying. You compare The Founder to Pet Cemetery and cult documentaries.
That cult documentary was amazing. Joe Rogan was amazing. Everyone on Joe Rogan knows it was amazing. The Joe Rogan subreddit knows it's amazing. It's a subreddit of the subreddit of the subreddit of Joe Rogan also knows it's amazing.
All right, well then tell me right now. Tell me right now. What's the link to the Joe Rogan subreddit? I'll wait.
What do you got?
What is the link to the Joe Rogan subreddit. I'll wait. What is it? It's https://reddit.com/r/joerogan. No, that's just what it is. If you type that in right
I
now,
don't use the fucking web browser. I use the Reddit app and I go to r/joe.
yeah, and let's
I don't fuck around with this URL bullshit
dog.
that everyone knows.
Dog.
Bullshit.
You didn't even own the Reddit app before I told you to download it. And you didn't even know about the William Montgomery subreddit before I told you about it.
That's not true.
It is true. I asked you one day, are you in the William Montgomery show subreddit? And you said, there's a William Montgomery show subreddit? And I said, of course, dog. There's a subreddit for everything. And then you joined it. And then you didn't even know that his friend had died. You didn't even send a manifesto to him, nor did you send a manifesto to Casey Rocket.
Dude, how's the Casey Rocket subreddit? Are you even a part of it?
Of course, I'm part of it. Not a member of the Casey Rocket subreddit. Dog,
How many visitors per week are there?
you're asking me how many visitors per week are in the Casey Rocket subreddit? Approximately 41 visitors this week.
Wow, there's so few posts in this subreddit. It's crazy.
How dare you critique the crab man? If you know anything about Casey Rocket's humor, you would know that Biden.
Are you a G.G. Allen fan?
I'm a fan of everything that doesn't suck.
That you didn't answer the question directly.
I'm a fan of holes.
Are you a G.G. Allen fan?
G-I-G-I space A-L-L-E-N.
No, dog. G.G. space Allen.
Well, there are both, so I didn't know what you meant specifically.
Everyone knows what I meant specifically.
You're asking me if I am a G.G. Allen fan?
Yeah. Are you deaf?
Dog, do you know what their birth name was?
No one knows what their birth name was.
Dude, look at their birth name.
Do you even know who I'm talking about?
Yeah, the punk rockers. Look up on Google what their birth name was.
Just tell me.
No. I've never known anybody to have that name.
Jesus Christ Allen?
Yeah, isn't that interesting?
What do you know about G.G. Allen?
Well, I would say that I know that they were an American punk rock musician who performed and recorded with many groups during their career. I would tell you that their live performances often
feature transgressive acts of self-reliance, getting on stage and assaulting audience members.
Yeah. And I would also perhaps say that they were the most spectacular degenerate in rock and roll history.
Spectacular degenerate. Yeah, I mean, I would agree with that.
Yeah, well, of course you would agree with it. But let me ask you this question.
You had no idea who this cat was.
No, everybody knows who he is, dog.
No, you legitimately didn't sound like you knew who he was.
Are you really?
This guy's story is crazy. We need to watch a G.G. Allen documentary.
Let's do it right now. Let's do it right this very moment.
All right, well, let's.
Okay. How about the one that's called Faded? G.G. Allen, Merle Allen, Shireen Kadivar.
Yeah. Sounds good.
It's a 1993 documentary.
I know it's a 1993 documentary, dog. It's directed by filmmaker Todd Phillips.
Well, guess what? It's on Tubi. And you know what else is on Tubi? Do you know what else is on Tubi?
Jackson's stupid movie that sucks. It isn't worth
Gearhead Joe Rogan showed up to David Pauletti's missing 411 guy and yesterday and mentioned that during a discussion about Tubi, mentioned because David Pauletti's is like, you can watch Missing 411 on Tubi, and Joe Rogan was like, oh, you can also watch Gearhead's Gone Wild on there, and then he laughed at Jamie because it had such a ridiculous name. What are your thoughts on that?
Everyone on Earth, every single person on Earth thinks that the most non-interesting, non-mattered. It matters less than non-matter. In fact, they use non-matter to describe it.
Are you saying that non-matter isn't important? Because that's energy, baby.
G. Allen. Nice. I have the G.G. Allen documentary.
All right, well, I'm watching it. I'm halfway through it.
It's 51 minutes long.
And I'm ready to watch all 51 minutes, dog.
I have to take my dog out. Not kidding. But when I get back, we can watch it.
Are you going to be here so that I can shit talk you?
I don't know what that.
What's it like to always double blank your opponent? I wish Literati had different settings. I wish Literati had different settings where you could be like, turn off blanks, make sure that the tiles are evenly distributed.
I mean, that sounds like someone who's coping with the fact that they're not very good at the game.
Dog, you are 1 in 5.
They want to rig. Sounds like someone who wants to rig the game, but they would, what their thoughts would sound like.
Dog, you are 1 in 5 in Play-Doh apps games today. You recognize that? 1 in 5. Those are Zoot-like numbers.
I'm the G.G. Allen of Scrabble, and everyone on Earth, Neptune, Venus, and Mars knows him. And the Earth as a whole, look at it from the.
What we had to look up question is a.
No, can there be such thing as a perfectly flat surface?
Is a perfectly flat surface a hole?
No, that's not the question.
Is a perfectly flat surface a hole?
If it is truly a perfectly flat surface, which doesn't exist, then yeah. But like, there's small undulations.
No, a perfectly
Matter.
no, a perfectly flat surface or topology. A hole with perfectly flat surface is not a hole.
No. Because matter itself is basically like holes. Like it's like 99% like empty volume or whatever. So everything is made out of holes.
Not necessarily. What if the perfectly flat surface would have like all the space inside taken up?
You know, that's not how matter operates, but yeah.
Imagine a world where it does. Imagine a world where it does.
Okay. So that's assuming that, like, based on that fact, you're assuming that the standard definition of world is default whole. It's being constructed out of whole, and you have to create a separate parallel reality in a hypothetical scenario to justify the existence of non-whole reality. That's a cool thought, dude.
Are you still listening to yourself?
Yeah, I'm spitting game.
No one's paid attention to you for at least 15 seconds.
I'm staring at Toroid right now.
Rick Glassman
You probably don't have a fucking Toroid.
Rick Glassman has no idea what you're talking about right now.
Rick Glassman is a bot. He's not even really a bot.
Is Miranda Cosgrove a bot?
She's definitely whole. I know that.
Is Jeanette McCurdy a bot?
Look, I can tell you that the fundamental reality of nature is basically a thimble. And whether you want to play this game of charades of asking who is a bot and who's not a bot, that doesn't matter. What matters is that reality is a thimble.
Is a Tyrannosaurus Rex Monopoly piece of a whole?
Absolutely. What kind of bogus question is that?
Okay, is a perfectly flat Monopoly board a hole?
A perfectly flat anything does not exist. Do you agree to that?
Perhaps in some
There's no such thing.
Perhaps in some type of metaphysical world there would be an alternate universe.
A non-alternate, like in our universe, everything is constructed out of imperfectly flat matter.
Agreed.
I rest my case.
But that doesn't mean that it couldn't take place. You could potentially, people in the future could potentially create a perfectly flat Monopoly board.
I think in digital reality it would be possible.
Obviously.
Or whatever, you create a plane, it's going to be perfectly flat because it's like mathematical.
Right.
But I mean, I guess there's an argument that it could potentially be not flat too.
Incorrect.
But I think it's able to simulate flatness.
Okay, that's fine.
It's not actually.
That's fine. I'm talking about in the here and now. I'm talking about the Zeta Reticuli. If they have some kind of machine to create a perfectly flat surface, that you look at all of the like atoms and they're absolutely perfectly flat. The flat surface lack hole. I think an argument could be made that it does.
I've never heard more pure high octane brain rot in my entire life from the sentence you just spoke.
Doug, let's just be honest about it. And let's imagine a vacuum. They create some kind of vacuum that nothing affects it. Or if it did, there's like a counter, like there's a counter, like the pull of gravity is countered in this vacuum. Everything is countered 100%. And they create a perfectly flat surface, perfectly flat, because of their high levels of um, like intelligence and stuff. Does that surface lack a hole? I would say yes.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, by the way, for the past an hour and a half, no one has been listening to you. But yes, you're right.
Okay. Did they listen to me when I won the first game? Did they listen to me when I won the last game? I think they did. Did they listen to me when I won all three mini golf games? Not just against you, because I didn't think you were tough enough of a challenge, but I had to include Zoot in there, and I beat both of you. Were they listening to me then?
Zoot is clearly a psyop bot. Clearly, what's it called? A rogue agent and controlled opposition. Everyone knows that.
Do you think that Zoot lived in the iCarly universe?
Oh, he was born there, absolutely.
Do you think he's related?
100%.
Do you think that Zoot is somehow related to Lucy Snorbush?
I think there's significant evidence to support that theory, yeah.
Do you think that Lucy Snorbush knows that Joey Diaz tells that story about her?
Um, I don't think that there's enough evidence to support that claim.
His friend Lucy Snorbush is on Facebook. I'll wait.
She's not a real person.
Dude.
I legitimately don't think.
That-
She's a robot. She's just bits.
when I
non-existent data.
when I could post on Reddit, I started a Reddit thread in the Joey Diaz subreddit for a petition for Lucy Snorbush to accept Joey Diaz as a Facebook friend request.
Yeah, and it didn't happen because she's a made-up character.
Do you want to know? Do you want to hear my contributions?
Okay.
Okay, just a moment. I have to go to his subreddit. Okay, these are known as theoisms. Okay, I found it. Okay, so there are a bunch of them.
Is Theo Vaughn a two-dimensional surface or is he a three-dimensional
Three,
surface?
obviously. All right. Big Sydney was a girl who liked being blown smoke into her face, even though she'd get sick. Allegedly wannabe bulimic and or white thick and men's belt user. I did not. That was not mine. A brother is a black gentleman. I don't know. I think I did use that one. Brian St. Pierre, the first wigger in town, and perhaps, according to Theo, the first wigger ever who constantly played with an invisible basketball. Brian St. Pierre was eventually removed from the class because the school administration thought he should be with the special ability students based on the invisible basketball playing. Brian St. Pierre was apparently raised like Mowgli from the Jungle Book on the other side of town. Mr. Larry, he was a former schoolmate who was held back so many times the school administration eventually made Big Larry a school janitor. Big Larry was famous for being able to urinate in the shape of an arch over the head of another person. Billy Conforto, and this has to do with the movie Busboys. Person, R.I.P., allegedly the first homosexual anyone in town ever knew. Billy was a co-busboy with Theo. Billy was an Italian boxer who looked like Don Flamenco from Mike Tyson's Punch-Out. As Theo has said, he would fight you and died around age 44.
Like coma-inducing information.
Cannon it up. At one time, it was apparently a common occurrence to see black women drinking baby formula straight from the can near the French Quarter.
That's an interesting sentence. Story.
Oh, dude, I can tell you all about it. This time when I was with Lisa at, there's Theo Vaughn, and I've told you this. Like, it's like these three guys from three different parts of the world. Joey's like Cuban in New York, Lee is from Boston, and Theo's from the South, like New Orleans or whatever. And they had these stories that were just like ridiculous. And I learned them so well that when somebody was like, hey, I'm putting together like a Theoisms, like a glossary of all of Theo's shit, I knew from these stories like a bunch of them. So the idea of canning it up, uh, basically, there was a thing where it was something like women would be drinking uh, baby formula outside of the French Quarter, which is in New Orleans, and that's what canning it up means. Do you have any other questions about it?
They said French border, not French Quarter.
No, French Quarter, the French area of
Oh,
New Orleans. All right, here's a good one. Chesticles, breasts, referring to the female chest area.
sorry.
Yeah, it's gotta be on these.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. Okay. No problem. You as well.
Twice in 48 hours, they've told you that?
No, this time it was an actual person.
It was a police officer?
Yeah.
So,
I mean,
don't you think you should get your dog just a long leash so you can still play ball with her, but you don't get in trouble?
that'd be an interesting loophole if I had like 100-foot leash.
Yeah, I mean, why don't you just...
Like, technically, she's on leash.
Exactly. Why don't you...
I feel like... I mean, I'm not going to haul around like a giant thing of rope like that.
Doug, you've never... You're like not recognizing. They make ones that are retractable, that are like 35 feet long, 50 feet long.
I've thought about that loophole before.
It's not a loophole, dude. You're not being a good.
The definition of a loophole.
You're not being a good. This is real talk. You're not being a good dog owner when you keep getting warned about your dog being off leash. Your dog is being angry around other people, and there's a simple solution to
My
it.
dog isn't angry. My dog never has a problem with people.
Dude, she was. You're always saying, "Calm down, be nice," or she's not good. You need to recognize that you could lose her. You just had the cops involved. All you need to do is just buy a long leash, and then all your worries are basically done. Even if she goes and bites someone, you can at least say she was on leash. Like basically, the solution to all your problems is a long rope. I'll look on Amazon right now. What's the longest longest retractable leash? And your police are very nice. In America, they would take that dog from you, and they would.
If she actually bit someone, then there might be a problem.
No, they would cite you. They would cite you is what I meant to say. All right, so they have a 32-foot retractable dog leash for.
That's not long enough. I could buy just like a giant ass piece of rope. But I think there's probably leave that. Leave it. There's probably a clause in like the bylaw law that says like the leash must be within like 10 feet or something.
Nobody has said that. You're making this up.
Do you want me to Google it right now? Because I bet there is a clause that says you can't have an 800-foot long leash.
Okay, I mean, look, I just don't want you to lose your dog, and you're playing very.
I'm not gonna. Yeah, they're not gonna just steal my dog for having
They're gonna
attack someone. That'd be different.
That's the thing, though.
He's not gonna do it.
Dog, you don't recognize. I hear her. She gets upset very easily. I don't want you to lose your dog, and I think that there's a very easy solution here. You just need a long rope.
Yeah. She's not gonna want her ball now. Yeah, she's. Yeah. I'm really not impressed about it.
Dude, you just had the police involved.
That was an animal bylaw officer. There's literally no one at the park. I don't know. There wasn't a person around. Just don't do that.
Can't they cite you?
Yeah, it's like worst case, I'll get a $50 ticket or $100 ticket.
Okay, now.
Big whoop.
Okay, but let me ask this: has Yellow ever bitten another dog?
No.
I don't believe you.
She's never tried.
She's never nipped at another dog.
No, she doesn't. She'll growl at.
I mean, other dog.
Yeah, they're playing.
Okay, yeah. So has Yellow ever nipped at another dog?
Not in an aggressive way.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Wait, but that's what I'm saying. All that has to happen is that she has to nip at another person's dog, and that person can then say that your dog
She doesn't
attacked her.
do that. She doesn't do that.
Okay. I'm not
She's
gonna.
a well-behaved animal. I appreciate your concern, but
The solution to your problem. I mean, do you have a leash with you?
yeah,
Okay, so just go to the department or the hardware store and get a long piece of rope and tie it to the leash, and then you're covered. And then you can go and play ball with the.
I don't think that I doubt there isn't a clause that says the leash can, like, there's gonna be a clause that says the leash can't be 400 feet long.
You're making this up. You have no idea.
Okay, I will ask AI right now.
And even still, nobody's gonna measure that. They just the people who told you 2 days ago to have your dog on a leash and today to have your dog on a leash just want your dog on a leash. They didn't say it has to be an 8 foot or shorter leash. They don't care. They just want to make sure that their ass is protected. And they make 100-foot leashes. 100-foot leash. They make 100-foot leashes. I mean, that's all you need is a 100-foot leash, and then nobody can say anything to you.
Maybe you fucking say it. Yeah, I don't think you're hearing what I was saying.
No.
Any leash longer than 8 feet, you're gonna be violating the law. So if it's 8.1 feet, you're violating the law. You can't just have a 200-foot long leash and be like, oh, it's on leash. That's not how the law works.
Doug, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Dude, there are retract.
Did you not hear what I just read? The answer is like.
No, I didn't, because you were muted.
Okay, well, listen to me again. I didn't know specifically a 50-foot leash, which it fails to meet the legal definition of immediate control. The leash length restrictions in Squamish. Under the Squamish Animal Control Bylaw number 2124, dogs are considered to be running at large unless they're kept on leash, tether, or suitable device, and under immediate care or control of a competent person.
Okay,
immediate control rule, well, the district's bylaw does not explicitly print a 50-foot minimum. It cannot, a 50-foot line cannot legally be considered under immediate control in public space.
I disagree with that. If you get a retractable one, it can be.
Explicitly define a dog must be on a leash less than 8 feet long and length to not be considered running at large.
Okay, so then, but you'd rather not have your dog at all on leash. And what I'm saying to you is like, that makes no sense to me logically. If anything, you could make the argument that I had control on my dog because it was on a long leash. Instead, you're like, well, no leash can control her, so I'm going to not use a leash at all. It's like, no, you can have a dog under a leash.
They're both the same. You're still going to get the same ticket.
It does not. No, it does not.
And it does. They're both considered running at large, whether your leash is 8.1 feet long or you have zero leash, or you have a leash that's 500 feet long. So I've only spoken to one bylaw officer in my entire life. I don't give a fuck if they give me a ticket.
Doug, you've spent
Whatever. They're not gonna take my dog to the pound unless she like attacks another dog.
you've been warned about this twice in 48 hours.
Okay.
So it's a simple solution. You just get a retractable leash that allows her to run, and you can go play ball with her and everything. And then anybody who makes an argument.
I suggest you look up the Islamic bylaw number 2124 to validate what you just said. It's still a violation of the law. It doesn't matter that she's on a leash that's 50 feet long. It's still considered she's running free and out large. So I don't know.
No, but you can make the
I don't
argument.
know why you think it's not.
You could make the
You
argument.
can't make the argument. It's pretty cut and dry.
No, it's not. Not at all. They don't give a length of the leash. They don't say that.
They do. They said it has to be 8 feet or under.
In the bylaw?
Yes.
Okay, so then.
Anything over 8 feet, your dog is considered running out large.
Okay, so within the city. Okay, I get that. So then why don't you just keep her on an 8-foot leash and recognize that, like, you can't go throwing a ball to her if you don't want to get in trouble?
I take her out to the field every single day and play frisbees practically, or to the park. Never had an issue, never been fined. Like, it's usually not a big problem.
Incorrect. You've had two.
And everyone else does it too.
You've had 2 issues in 48 hours.
Yeah, that's an anomaly though. I've lived here for 6 years. And the other guy said yesterday, if you take her after school hours here, it's fine. It's just during school hours. I said, fix myself. I won't be playing like in the field with her during school hours, and then school won't be activated in starting like end of June or whatever, in like 28 days. I really am not too worried about it, but I appreciate it for certain.
Yes. I'm just looking for ways to control a dog without a leash. If there is a way that, like, you could use as a loophole to that. I think, and it's not my business. You're the animal owner.
Bluetooth leash.
Yeah, well, I was thinking they make those like radio frequency zappers, but that's too hard. The thing is, people in Squamish know that there are leash laws. No one in Squamish knows about the 8-foot rule. So I think that the loophole that you could utilize is that my dog is on a leash. Should have bring the dog closer. Come up to you and comment that your dog is off leash if you have a long leash. If they see that your dog is on a leash, and like as a dog owner, I would feel like I was getting the best of both worlds. My dog's able to go run around and do everything that I wanted to do and have a good time, and we'll continue to be able to play frisbee and ball and stuff. And nobody's going to approach us because they see she's on a leash. And the fact that she's on a leash, nobody's going to fuck with us. If they want to get really specific and say that's a really long leash, oh yeah, that if your dog's on a really long leash, really far away, nobody's going to come up to you. And so long as they see that your dog is on a leash. And the leashes are quite inexpensive.
I mean, maybe it'll be plausible deniability the first time.
It's not even plausible deniability. Nobody's going to come up to you if they see that your dog's on a leash. The reason why the guy 2 days ago came up to you and the guy today came up to you was because your dog, they could see that it wasn't on a leash. And they walked like maybe 100 feet toward you. But the fact that they saw that your dog was on even like just a long retractable leash, they're not going to fuck with you. And it's an argument that you could make. Let's say for whatever reason, Yellow did run at a dog, or even worse, a dog ran at Yellow, or just equivalent at worse. You'd be able to say to any magistrate that you need, my dog was on a leash. And they may say, well, the leash was longer than 8 feet. You'd be like, look, I did everything I could to keep the dog under control or whatever. Like basically, this is a moot point for like $15.
I don't think that what's called like you're not exempt from breaking the law just because you weren't aware of it. Like you can't just be like, oh, I didn't know that murder was illegal. Your ignorance doesn't just acquit you of the crime you committed.
That's true, but at least the magistrate could see that you were trying. Right now, you're not trying. You're basically saying, fuck it. I'm going to do what I want. I've been warned about this twice in 48 hours. And I could, for $15, never have this be an issue again, potentially. And you continue to play with.
A 15-foot long, like I whipped the ball in the frisbee. I'm chucking a frisbee like the length of a football field in either direction.
Okay.
So leash.
Okay, so you get 100.
Like
so you get 100. So you get 100-foot leash, and you put it. You stake it in the ground, and then you go run 100 feet away or 100 yards away, and you launch the frisbee at Yellow. And there's all kinds of space, and Yellow has basically a 100-foot radius to be able to catch the ball. And at least with Australian herding dogs, now that I know what you're talking about, they're very, very, very smart dogs. They'll be able to figure that out.
Two, once like there's like at least 10 or 12 dogs all off leash, all playing with balls and frisbees. I guess literally just a dog park, and they don't ever hand out tickets. Because yesterday, like normally my sleep schedule isn't so early, and I go out like 4, 5, 6 p.m. and it literally doesn't matter. It's only because I'm waking up at the crack of dawn that bothered informing me, even though they like, but I'm just taking her to pickleball anyway, which doesn't require like chasing balls and frisbees.
No, that's later today. But what I'm saying is that for $15, you never have to have this be an issue anymore, and she can continue to catch frisbees and continue to catch balls, and another dog could run up to her, and that's like not like just because other people are doing it doesn't make it right. Make it right. Um, I think this is my opinion, and I'm entitled to it. You're being very stubborn on this issue.
I've never had
2 times in 48 hours, Riser. Two times in 48 hours.
in 6 years.
2 times in 48 hours.
Yeah, I'm saying I've never gotten a ticket in 6 years for having my dog off, which is a pretty decent track record.
Your track record in the last 48 hours is terrible. And obviously, maybe they didn't always have the same.
I agree with that. I mean, one of them was just a non-district person with zero authority to actually do anything except call the off-leash people.
It's $15. I don't understand why you'd be so stubborn about the fact that you could.
How far my dog runs? 100 feet leash is not enough. I need like 4 of those tied together.
No. You don't have to have the dog run. I get what you're saying, because the dog's going to want to return it. Okay. I mean, at a certain point, you don't have to throw it that far, do you? You're basically saying, if I can't throw a frisbee 100 yards to my dog, then I don't want to, I'm going to do that no matter what. Okay, then you have to move towns, basically. I mean, like a place where they don't have these rules. Or you have to have a property where you can do this. You want to do it in a public area. And they're going to keep it. They've done it twice in 48 hours. I'm fairly certain somebody's told you before and you just don't remember. And if you got a 100-foot leash, you could throw the ball and throw the frisbee to yellow, and maybe you're not throwing it. You're not throwing a ball 100 yards. Let's get that straight. You're at best throwing a ball 30 yards. So if I can't follow perfectly, I don't want to follow it at all. I'm saying that's flawed reasoning. You can at least.
Saying words, but you're just constantly talking about it.
No, I could not. What did you say?
I'm not throwing the ball with my hand. I'm using this little catapult leverage thingy.
I get what you're saying. Okay. I mean.
And I go to this field all the time. There's like 10 dogs all off leash.
None of that matters. The only thing that you 48 hours. Worst case is they destroy your dog because your dog nips at somebody.
I don't know what fucking crazy ass town you live in, but they don't just shoot your dog in the head for being off leash. That's not what happened.
No.
I don't know what insane world you live in.
If she bites someone, or nips at a person, a child, or a dog, at least in most places.
That's not even what happens too. You have to mandatorily muzzle your dog in public before. Like there has to be several instances of them attacking. They don't just kill it on the first incident.
I get that.
So that's not even how it works.
I get that. Okay. I mean, do you have to use that ball thrower that makes it go really far? Why can't you just use your hand?
Because I exercising my dog efficiently.
Okay, that's a valid point. I'm not going to say that it's invalid, but um, I you've become a target somehow in this place. They don't just go saying to someone twice within 48 hours, "Hey, you need to do something," without making a mental note of it, and they'll be back. And you could, uh, I to me, it's a $15.
I just keep paying tickets. I can just pay tickets.
To me, it's a $15 solution. And if you don't like it, that's fine. You don't have to, but it's very
I
stubborn.
don't think it's a. If I thought it was a solution, then I would. I don't agree that it's a solution. Because literally, the bylaw says your leash is over 8 feet. It's not in control. So, a non-pathetic counsel or whatever person, you're still gonna make you pay the ticket. Maybe the first time you get off, that's okay. The second time, this old leash trick doesn't work.
Why not just follow?
Best case scenario, best case it buys you like one free ticket of ignorance.
Okay, why not just follow the rules of your town?
I mean, it's an unwritten rule.
It's written. It's absolutely written, and they made you aware of it twice in 48 hours. Like, there's a reason why. I don't know what the reason why is that they're so strict about it. But, and I understand what you're saying. There are other people who do a place where there's a certain, and you get about it. Why not just follow the rules? Riser, can you hear me?
Threat to
Riser, hold on, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear you. Just one moment. Riser, can you hear me?
Yeah, unfortunately.
I couldn't hear anything that you just said. So my question to you, I heard you saying something. I was trying to hear you. So why don't you just follow the laws of where you live? That was my.
Hasn't really been an issue ever. And again, in the last 48 hours, I've gotten 2 warnings. If I was getting tickets all the time, then I'd probably alter the way I behave, but really haven't ever gotten a ticket for having her off leash. And if I felt like she was a threat to any people or animals, then I wouldn't have her off leash, but she literally goes up to people.
She goes up to people. I didn't hear anything after that. Can you hear me? Can you hear? Okay, I just heard you say. I can now hear you. Yeah, I just heard you say, and you're making a valid point. She hasn't done anything to cause any issues. Okay, it's not my argument. It's not my fault.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be if it was a perfect loophole of the long ass leash, maybe. If it was an actual like huge huge hassle that I was dealing with and getting all these tickets, I would certainly consider it. I mean, I get it might be a preventative to getting tickets. I don't want to argue the same thing, but I just don't think it's a long is a so it.
I know you don't see it that way, and it's nature. The next time this guy sees you, the guy who saw you today, he's writing you a $50 ticket, and that $50 is going to be more than what your leash would have been.
All right. I mean, I'll switch up if I keep like giving stupid tickets for sizing my dog with no one around. Yeah. Dip around and be like, oh, your leash.
Incorrect. Nobody's going to fuck with you then.
That's an assumption.
Dog, all I'm saying is that
maybe the first time.
Let's put it this way. Let's put it this way. If you have let's say a 50-foot leash or a 100-foot retractable leash, you let your dog go do whatever it wants to do. You're throwing the ball and all that other stuff. And the second you see someone approaching you, you just retract the leash back to 8 feet. Before they get to you, you're going to say dog is 8 feet away. What about? And they're going to say, if they wanted to push this, and nobody in the entire world would do this, because all they want is your dog connected to something. That's all they care about. That's all your city cares about. And you can say that my dog is under 8 feet. Look at the leash.
If there's a dog that is like, it happens all the time. There's like a dog that's clearly reactive going by, and they're playing off leash on like this little field here. I just call her back and say, "Yo, come here." She'll come here. I put her on leash. Same exact thing as retracting.
Incorrect. Incorrect, because the person's going to say, I just saw you playing with your dog off leash, and there's a rule. Your dog has to be on leash. With my scenario, your dog's been on leash the whole time. So you do the same thing. Yo, come here. And then she comes, and then you push the little button, and she's within 8 feet. Nobody's going to argue that one with you.
Man. Yes.
There you go. There you go. I guess.
She's going up to a reactive dog and like trying to sniff and play with it. That would be bad.
She's a reactive one then. If she's the one who's approaching another dog, you may not recognize it, but your dog is the reactive one.
I'm saying if she was doing that behavior, that would be bad. But she won't do that. If I say like, come here, she's not gonna do that.
I'm not even saying with the dog there. I'm saying in a perfect world, with a perfectly flat surface. I know that doesn't exist. And you have 1,000 feet of free field around you. You have your dog on a 100-foot leash. Nobody's going to approach you because they see that your dog is on the leash. If anybody wanted to, you just retract the leash before the person's even within 500 yards of you or whatever, 500 feet. You retract the leash back, and she's going to be within that 8-foot distance.
In the eyes of the law, I read the fact that she was more than a leash not.
Rather not have your dog on a leash at all. You're being stubborn. You're like, hey, I've got this ball and launch set and a frisbee. I want to keep doing that on property that I don't own, and I want to have my dog uncontrolled anyway. It's incredibly stubborn when there's a solution
No,
here.
you're thinking that somehow having a 50-foot leash is immunity. I'm saying it does not.
I'm saying that you can at least make the argument that before the person comes, when they're still 100 yards away, you say, "Yellow, come." She comes here, and then they come. Nobody knows about that part of the law, and you're going to say, "Yes, it
Okay,
would."
well, so how do you know? We live in a perfectly flat universe where people do know that part of the law. And in the eyes of the law, it doesn't matter that you have a 50-foot leash, that dog is not in control. That's clear as day within that.
No,
And
no,
maybe
it's
you'll be
not.
able to
Nobody knows
unify
that.
and get a
Nobody
little
knows
more
that. Nobody knows that. You didn't know it an hour ago, but before you looked it up, you didn't know what that meant.
I did know that. I told you. I'm like, yo.
No, you didn't. You didn't say there's
No,
an
I did.
8-foot
I
rule.
did.
You did not say there's an 8-foot rule. You didn't know the distance. You did not know the distance. And nobody else knows the distance
No,
either.
I told you. I'm like, yo.
Riser. You can't change my opinion on this. I'm just looking out for you, my friend. I'm looking out for your dog. I don't want you to get
I
fined.
appreciate that, brother. I appreciate that. And, yeah. If I get a ticket, I'll definitely consider it to that point. Yep. Yellow.
With that being said, aren't Australian sheepdogs like the smartest kind of dog? You're muted. I've heard they're very smart.
Lie down and like wake him and then hurry up and he wants to so bad he can't. And the dog starts running and he is running and he's not supposed to run. And they're just running in circles like a horse. You're bouncing around.
he a straight pit bull? Okay. Nice. And he might be adopted soon.
He's got a lot of needs too, so he must adopt.
Yeah. Alright. Is that contagious to humans?
What?
The skin condition?
No, it's just an allergy.
Okay.
You're starting to go back to jail.
Yeah, but okay. Rabbi, can you hear me?
Yeah, now I can. I couldn't hear you earlier.
Trish, do you want to say hi to my friend Rabbi? Okay. That's my
Hi.
name for Trish.
Hello, Trish.
Hi.
I hope you're having a
She's
good
a
day.
dog trainer. She's a professional dog trainer.
Excellent. I hope you're having a good day, Trish.
He.
Oh, okay. You too. Oh, I see that.
Thank you. Take care.
Oh, there. There we go. How you doing?
I'm well, thankfully. How are you?
I'm okay, thank you.
Excellent.
Nice day here.
That's wonderful
Yeah,
to
what are
hear.
you up to?
I am returning an email to a friend and watched, or I played some games with your neighbor earlier today, and we're gonna watch a documentary. Yeah, he won't be happy, but we're gonna watch a documentary I think pretty soon. So I hear you're a very good dog trainer, and I think that's a wonderful hobby to have, and wish you the best with it.
Okay, thanks so much.
Most certainly.
Yeah, no, she's a pro.
Yes, sir.
There you go. Are you happy now?
Yeah, I was nice. I didn't say anything. I almost did, but I
You could have. I'm sure you wouldn't have minded playful compliments, but maybe on the second try.
I'm not gonna hit on your neighbor for you. But your neighbor.
Oh, it sounds like you wanted to.
No, I'm okay.
Shoot your shot, buddy. Shoot your shot.
Dog, I'll be able to rail. I'll be able to rail that chick when I've gone viral. I'm not too worried about it.
Okay. That's a cool story. All right. GG. Alan. It's weird eating lunch at like 9 in the morning. Yo, Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
can I just call my mom real quick?
Go for it.
Hold up, mommy.
Excellent. I am additionally a certified project management professional, having successfully launched multiple applications on the App Store and Google Play. What a Riser.
GG
Are you done?
Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm ready to run. You ready?
Somebody got back to me, and I'm replying to them. All right, I just sent you something. So around 2013, I saw this. I've talked about it before, but this like orange orb. Basically, they said to me, "Hey, like it sounds like you know a lot about aliens and stuff, and that's cool, but I only want to talk with people who are like real experiencers." And I didn't mention this in my original email, but it was like, "Hey, I saw this orange orb around 2013, and it flew over my car, and it felt intelligent. It was about the size of a beach ball, and hear a bunch of other people who experienced the same thing around that same time and their video of it. And then I also said to them, you know, uh, and I don't know if this is of interest to you, but since then, I don't know if this was related to that, but in 2021 or so, I was living a normal life as a certified project management professional, going to uh, synagogue daily and all the other things, and had a dream, or it was like a dream state. It was like almost like thoughts were implanted in me in this dream. Um, that I would stream my life and do all the shit that I do and talk about futurology and all this other bullshit. And I said, so if you want to, I don't know if that was necessarily an alien abduction. I don't feel like it was, but I feel like certainly that these ideas that I have, they talk about the Galactic Federation and told me about AI, which wasn't yet a thing, and how accurate it would be. But I said some of the predictions in there, they told me, when I say they, whatever beings in the stream, uh, they wouldn't all be accurate. But it would seem very funny in the future that I would, like, people would watch my streams. Anyway, I talked about this. I'd archive my life and um, perhaps be a very famous person in the future. And so I just sent that email to them. I don't really want to go on like a paranormal podcast where I talk about that, even though it is true. That's absolutely true what happened. But I don't know. It gets me into that whole like uh, world of like the paranormal, and I don't necessarily like that because I like to talk about science and hard facts and evidence.
UFOs, paranormal, and aliens, paranormal.
Yeah, but I like the science of it. That's why I like Bob Lazar so much. And I don't think it's necessarily paranormal. The president talks about releasing UFO files, and uh, usually that kind of stuff to be like ghosts and like um, maybe like Bigfoot. And but I don't know. I mean, I guess paranormal is just anything that isn't mainstream. And um,
Let's look at the actual definition. Just means it means like kind of like otherworldly, unexplainable stuff. Paranormal refers to events, phenomena, or experience that lie outside the realm of considered not being explained by known natural laws. Um, so, I mean, when you're talking about alien crafts that like flying at Mach infinity and don't behave like in accordance to like the laws of physics that we have typically for flying air stuff like aircraft, that seems qualifies as paranormal, in my opinion.
yeah, I get that. It's just
And there's not like it's not like there's like tons of scientific facts about. I mean, there's accounts of actual UFOs, but it's not like there's like
there's video,
scientific open scientific research on an actual spacecraft that the public has access to.
right? Because if they did, it would change society forever. Knowing that this type of technology exists. I don't know. I don't know if they're gonna respond. They responded to me. They were nice. And I just sent them what I learned or whatever. Like, what else did I learn in this dream? That I wasn't gonna die. That transhumanism would like be growing. I remember talking about. It's like who was talking to? It was people who I knew. It was like people who I knew. There were other rabbis who I knew, and I kept asking, "Who are you?" Because you're not like the people that I know. And it was just like uh, the reference was the which the rabbinans to masters or teachers. generally it's referred to all of the rabbis of the world, but it was different. It wasn't like they were normal humans. And and I was just in one of their houses where I would go. I've been in my life like hundreds of times, and just it's a house in Irvine. It's like any other house, and it was like you're gonna archive your life, and it's gonna be the biggest event in global history, and it is going to be very frustrating to you because it's going to take a while for you to go viral, and you just have to persevere. You'll be the one thing I remember was like you're going to be comfortable during it though, so you don't have to worry about like it's not going to be painful because I was worried about that, and I had already started archiving my life before this dream on GoPros, but this is the thing that started me to start YouTube. And and um, and it could have just been like a different dream. I've had like two of them that I recall, and they were like talking about the Galactic Federation and the humans were not yet a level 1 civilization on the Kardashev scale, but I didn't know these words like I know them now. And like what the future of humans would look like. Um, Everybody would be blonde eyes, and um, but that doesn't mean that like brown eyed. It would be like the they call them the not Aryan people, but there's a certain they're called the tall whites or they're called the Nordic people, the Nordic like aliens. Basically, I've heard are humans from the future, but those were not in the dream. These were people who I knew. They were rabbis that I knew, and then uh, we talked about the rebuilding of the Beit HaMikdash, the temple in Jerusalem, how that would happen, and I would advocate for it to happen in a very peaceful way, and that's what I want, and how it would happen, and the idea was that basically there's the Dome of the Rock's there right now, Al-Aqsa Mosque, and the reason why this is considered a holy place to both Islam and Judaism. In Judaism, it's where Abraham Avinu, Abraham, our father, was going to sacrifice his son Isaac, and it's also in Islam. It was where allegedly Muhammad went into heaven on like a white horse, and like for Christianity, it's impactful because of its connection to Judaism, and um, the way that I advocate for it to be done in a peaceful manner is to call upon the United Nations um, well, the United Nations would basically say we're going to have of the 13 largest religions in the world, each one will get 2 UNESCO heritage sites, basically, and Islam will choose Mecca and Medina, and like Christianity will choose like Saint Peter's Basilica in Rome, and like and Westminster Abbey or something in London, and like there are like Buddhist temples that'll be chosen, and Taoist temples that'll be chosen, and Confucian temples that'll be chosen, and basically Judaism doesn't have 2 places. We just have one. We just want that spot. And so we would give our other UNESCO heritage site to Islam in exchange, and it would go in Islamabad. And because that's a major holy place for Muslims and in exchange, and put on a boat. It's not that big. It's like it's like it's like the size of like a McDonald's. It's not that big. It's not like overwhelmingly large. And it would be put on a boat and taken to the major ports of Islam, like Jakarta. Jakarta has more Muslims than anybody, and it would be taken to like Dubai, and people who would never be able to make the Hajj, like basically be able to see this, and then even though the Hajj is in uh, and then eventually it would be put in countries don't have a, and there's a lot of Muslim whatever, North and South, and the way to perhaps be able to have a peaceful um, conclusion to that whole mess, and then the Beit HaMikdash would be built on that site. When I say the Beit HaMikdash, it's the third temple of Solomon, and then sacrifices would be done and like prophesied, but and then like basically people would be able to use like reverse aging technology so that they live much longer lives, like the lives of people in the Bible, and thousands of years, and um, that disclosure would happen, but it's or it's soft disclosure, and people just have to be okay with it that we were perhaps seeded here from another planet, being Zeta Reticuli, and that uh, my streams would be like history, like the Bible or the Epic of Gilgamesh. That was a big one that was like apparent to me that I'd never really gotten into. But the Epic of Gilgamesh, it would be like this story of an individual's life. Not that the Bible is a story of one person's life. It's like a multiple people's life, obviously, in stories and history. But it's not a history book. But as act humans as we could get. And that I would travel the world and really try to help people, almost like a Robin Hood figure. And I would say that I'd make people trillionaires. And uh, there are multiple ways to this. The way that I could do it is through cryptocurrency, which I wasn't into by any means before this. I had purchased Bitcoin like in 2015 or 2016, but I wasn't in like Harry Potter, Vamos on Infinity, nothing like that. And that
I agree with Elon Musk prediction that future currency will just be like energy units. Like we don't even need an actual like crypto. Like the whole society runs on energy, so it just use like this currency is equal to whatever 1/4000th of the nuclear energy watt.
because I think that the need for currency far enough endlessly. So we would move from socialism to pure communism eventually. That there would be two different tiers of society, basically the people who run society and then everybody else. There would be
The GGIs?
the what? Yeah, the
GGI.
GGI. Yeah, exactly. And what else about it? Just let me go for a second because I'm trying to like think of the other things that we that would it was just in this dream and then so what in the dream came true that the Jew license that's and recognized by the rabbinate, like the people on rabbis on earth, like they congratulated me on it. And that's that picture that you see in my little my little avatar everywhere. And that AI, I remember I remember laughing in this stream. They were like, those chatbots that are on websites that don't work really well. I'm like, yeah, those are a joke. I don't even know why people waste their time with those. And then it was like, well, guess what? These things are going to get really, really good, and you're going to utilize them like more than any person ever. And I see that like with the blogs that I'm creating. Like, I mean, I've created now over 1,000 blogs, and not even including like the posts. Um, and then it would be like I would start a community, and eventually I would build a synagogue in Irvine. I know exactly where in Irvine. It's where this heliodromes are, these big blimp hangars, one of which burned. Um, and religion would be much more um, open, especially Judaism. People would like the whole world when they saw this would basically recognize, at least it's a pretty common discussion that's happened, that of your three major religions, they're all basically daughter religions of, well, two of them are daughter religions of Judaism. Both Christianity and Islam are daughter religions of Judaism, and they all trace their roots to Abraham. And when people start to hear that, it's basically like, so all of the people who are involved in those are in their own way. You can argue this fact, but connected to Judaism. And there's a route to convert, and I would teach people how to do that. And anyone who didn't want to convert, they don't have to. But there'd be an expectation they would abide by the Noahide laws, which are 7 laws that are um, do not murder, do not steal, do not blaspheme, do not uh, do not commit idolatry, do not have uh, sexual impropriety, basically like incest and stuff like that. Um, don't uh, eat the blood of a living animal, and create a system of laws. And basically, everybody does that already. Generally, um, and then like all this stuff with science, future use a thing called jump rooms, and these jump rooms are like um, teleportation portals, and you walk through one, and it literally kills all of your cells, but then they're recreated on the other side, and that would make it really easy for people to travel. And there would be uh, oh yeah, people would want to get off the world eventually, and then we would start doing terraforming and Olympus Mons, which is like the largest um, mountain in the solar system. But it's not that hard because it's really, really flat. It's just like walking across the state of um, Arizona. It's like that size. And women, there'd be an argument that like men dominated Earth and women would eventually terraform Venus. And Venus has a similar size to Earth, and so gravity's not that much of an issue there. And then we would.
Is that a giant volcano?
No, it's not. Well, it has sulfur volcanoes, yeah, but you can terraform these things. So over the course of thousands of years, you can make them habitable. And then eventually we would like create like spaceships, like you would see in um, Star Wars, but more like Star Trek, and travel like super far distances. And what else about that? That I would get to captain one of those. And that wasn't ever like an interest of mine. I didn't. That's not my thing. Um, And I know this can be like, well, that's a bonkers dream. Who the fuck dreams like that? And I get that. But like this dream that I had, two dreams that I recall, um, they were very, very accurate to some extent. Now, some stuff wasn't accurate, uh, but I was like informed in the dream that it would be funny about that. Uh, like some of the stuff would, like for instance, Kamala Harris. Uh, well, I remember they were like they told me who the future presidents would be, and it was not Donald Trump being there again. However, or who would win the election. That was more key. And like Trump won the election, but there's an argument to be made, and it might come up in the future that Kamala Harris may have gotten more votes. Like Hillary Clinton got more votes than Donald Trump did in 2016. And there may be the same thing that Kamala Harris may have done that in 2024. Um, and but I remember them saying like, don't talk about politics and stay very neutral and just promote world peace. Whenever anybody asks you anything about anything controversial, just lean on world peace because that's not like controversial at all. Things about cars, like I thought the electric car would be the future, but it's really going to be the hydrogen car. Even though those didn't really catch on, neither did. Like it's just a matter of time because electric cars are limited. And then it was like that that was going to be pretty accurate, that timeline. Um, and that one whatever, like I'd find that one website that whatever that I think she's hot, that whatever, that other website, that Wikipedia for spirituality, and that would spread. And and trying to think of anything else to include. Um, I would get really frustrated with my streams because of connectivity issues in the future, and like Wi-Fi would be perfect, and like all of the issues that I go through, people would witness it and be like, "You need to fix these things: startup times, lag times, RAM, um, like being able to do multiple things on your own." And then phones would eventually go from what we have now, and then this was early. This was the thing. They would become flip phones, back to flip phones, um, and like the folding phones, and then it would be a thing that would be projected on your arm, and then it would be a thing in the air, and I could show you a picture of that if you want to see it, but it's basically just like a projector in the air that you can type.
City square projector.
No, I'll send it to you. It's just
Well, no, it's like a hologram screen.
exactly.
It's the aspect ratio of square.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Absolutely. No, that's 100% right, and that was in it. That was absolutely in it. That's why I argue so hard for this stuff when I don't really give a fuck. But that's what it was. It was a question that I had. What is the future aspect ratio? And it may in the future, but the far future, be a circle because that's like. But for right now, it's a square, or it's going to be a square. And that's because the components for this stuff are that's how they're that's how they're arranged, and that silver would surpass gold in its value uh, because it has a higher melting point and is more needed in computers, and it's neutral. In fact, like imagine this is what it would be like. This is how it was like described to me. You're gonna have this soapbox to be able to talk about whatever you want. Now imagine we had 100 people in a room, and I just said to them, okay, we can choose between silver and gold. Silver has a higher melting point and is more neutral when it comes to clothing, meaning for the women out there, it looks better with more things. If people heard that actually being said, if I said it at their they're both equally as available in society, that would change people's minds completely. The people who are tech oriented would be like a higher melting point, which is yes, that means that oh, it's the most. This is what it is. Silver is the most conductive metal. I think that's true. And when people heard that, they would be like, "What? Silver's the most conductive metal?" It's something like that. I could be wrong on that, but silver is the most electrically and thermally conductive metal on Earth. And when people heard that, it would make silver prices go through the roof. Like silver becomes more valuable than gold. And actually, in the future, the Olympics, the silver medal becomes the best medal. Um, and what else? But yeah, so like I didn't.
Does bronze go to silver's place, or does gold go to?
I believe gold goes to two. But the other thing is dark. If I had to tell you right now in the stream, I would say invest very heavily in silver, and but even more than silver, palladium for some reason is going to be really expensive. When I was younger, everybody talked about platinum. Platinum was the best or whatever. And the reason why people like platinum was because it's neutral color. It's not like gold that it's like yellow. It's new, but platinum ends up not being that important in comparison to palladium, silver, and gold. Um, what else? But like the idea that silver is the most conductive metal, I didn't know that. I didn't like that was like something that uh, I didn't know that before the stream. And what else? I'll fit in a second. Um, I mean, like it covered so many different things, like advertising, mere exposure effect. People say that marketing is like useless. Actually, marketing ends up being like the most powerful type of like um, major you could want because it's like how to influence large groups of people. Um, in terms of uh, like just like really minute stuff. Who would win out, Nike or Adidas or Under Armour? Under Armour would become really big. Um, but like the biggest one would is a brand called Kangaroos, because they have pockets in the shoes, and they've had these since the '80s, but no one wears kangaroos. It's just like not a thing. And
It's a shoe with pockets.
exactly, and people would think that's really cool. And the shoes had pockets in it since the 1980s, but nobody pays attention to them. And but even you are like, oh, that's an interesting thing. But it basically like, oh,
Holes in them.
of course it has holes in it, absolutely. Um, that whole discussion was in it. If you're like, well, why didn't you say that before? It's just like it was. It was like a metaphysical discussion, and the toroid would be a very important shape. Whenever anybody asks me what my favorite shape is, I should say it's the toroid, which is like a donut shape. Um, what else? Oh, cars. In the future, cars would be so hydrogen cars would be really big, but then eventually there would be some kind of like anti-gravity car. Not, yeah, I guess. And it there was a version of this car that I saw in a video game called Full Throttle, which is like a Lucas Arts, George Lucas game. That was a game in the in the 90s. Basically, it's like about um, Orthodox Judaism make a permanent imprint in you. But this restriction would be relaxed because there'd be some kind of technology that would allow people with tattoos to get their tattoos removed in a painless manner. So it wouldn't be considered a permanent marking. So tattoos become really big, even though I'm not a fan of it. Um, what else? Like things like like digital contacts would be big. People would be changing their eye color, which is already happening. They're extremely good looking because everybody's skinny the next like 50 years due to GLP-1s and everything. So if you've ever seen from like uh, what do you call it, like ancient like Sumeria and their fertility dolls, they're all fat, and that's because like traditionally, if you don't have food, that's seen as like a benefit. Um, I would get really thin and really muscular too, but for right now, I don't care about what I look like just because it's gonna be like this big glow up that I have. My I my beard would eventually I would just go like all white, um, like white hair, white beard. Um, I would let me think. Okay, give me few more minutes just to see if I can get anything else more about this. Yeah, the Zeta Reticuli, that would be a thing that we were seated here by them, and I'm not. That's not my idea. That comes from alien abductees. Um, Bob, I would make Bob Lazar like I would advocate. He's a hero. Um, the um, Alexandria Ocasio Cortez would one day be president. Whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. So would Jeb Bush, perhaps, but on the timeline, he'd have to use like life extension technology to be able to get there. Other people would be Chelsea Clinton would be one, and George Bush. It's George. It's son. I want to say, who's named George Bush, and um, I want to say there's another person in there. Anyway, but the political things I wouldn't go too hard on. I it would be like I would call into Coast to Coast AM, which is my favorite radio station, and I would make predictions. Some would be right, some would not, and I did that years ago. Um, what else? Um,
Did you know that from the last episode of this? Actually, I don't know if it was. It wasn't. Never mind. Never mind. But this, who was the last guest on the Stephen Colbert show?
oh, that happened today, or that happens tonight. I don't know.
Honestly, I've never watched a single episode. Actually, no, I've seen clips. I've never watched it.
I've seen clips too. Um, yeah.
Did your dream mention Stephen Colbert in the future?
So no, but
Statue of him.
no, but bronze statues that they make of people.
Yeah.
There would be like a thing, like this is like millions of years into the future, but you know how the sun's going to expand and eventually engulf the earth?
It's just a giant bronze thing.
So, yeah, basically, those bronze statues, eventually there'd be a goal to have something interesting happen on every inch of the earth so that the whole earth becomes bronze. And then eventually gets engulfed by the sun. We're off planet by then, but that would be a thing. And so, like now, would be like,
Bronze.
yeah, so there could be like bronze forests, I guess, but the idea would be eventually the earth is going to get pretty hot and you may no longer have trees. It may be like a desert like planet, so there wouldn't be trees. Um, and then eventually it's going to get engulfed. That was just, I remember being like, okay, that's what it is, I guess. Um, in terms of people, what people wear in the future, people are wearing just like jumpsuits, like almost like tracksuits. Um, the idea is how big are the right size breasts, and would be like softball size is ideal, um, but eventually it doesn't really matter. It's just for women what fits in a um, one of those like onesies the best. Um, so not super large, but not. But people, there's a bimbofication that happens in society where women all want to look like have huge tits and huge lips and everything. Um, people start to look like more Asian, like almost like I don't want to say Asian people look alien, but like the eyes kind of have that upturn in them, and there's just a lot more just interracial dialogue and stuff when people see this, and eventually everyone becomes generally tan, but like tan color, like all the same colors.
Bronze.
Not browns, but everybody looks basically like uh, an amalgam, like a mix up of all of the different races. Um, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know why. Well, I know why I sent this email because it's like how I really felt, and if that's what they want to learn about, that's fine. It's just my experience, and I would probably say 15 times in this interview, this could have just been a dream. So I don't know, but if anything, you're going to hear some words and some phrases that may not be used all the time, like Galactic Federation and de-extinction and transhumanism, like at least anything that's going to pique some people's ears, and that they may not get back to me. No, who knows. Um, One thing that I did do is right when I sent this email back to them, it would not send. I had to relog into my Google account and like put in a passcode, which is bullshit. But I have a feeling that has to do with um, I was sending too many emails within a 24-hour period. So I don't know. Okay, with that being said, um, I told you about things before, and again, I don't know. Should you on this? I want to know. Are you ready?
Yes, I mean,
You have it in, right? And everybody's awaiting you to accept it. Sports and stuff. I think eventually football, 7-on-7 becomes really big. But eventually rugby becomes like the best sport, and um, and um, in board games become really, really big. Scrabble becomes giant. Go becomes chess and stuff. That all gets rewarded really well. But but billiards becomes really big, specifically pocket billiards, or like the billiard table that we don't play with, but it's like small. Um, it's a smaller table. It becomes really big. University of Vancouver would be a thing. All those, anything that we talk about on the stream would become a thing. Um, my favorite school would though become Technion, which is like Israel's MIT. We'd have a bunch of houses around the world. Vancouver Island would be really big, but there's a place in Seattle that would be really. Baby, I'm playing like a baller. Oh, get that. If you got that, that'd be huge. That looks like it'd be worth a lot. I asked you this, but I don't think you heard me. Aren't Australian? What do you have? Australian sheepdog? Yeah, Australian cattle dog. Aren't those the smartest kind of dogs?
They're up there. I think border collies are smarter, but she's got border collie too.
Okay. And collies become really big. Um, what else becomes really big? Shih Tzus become really big. Pugs become really big. Orion. There's something about Orion, and not just um, that browser that you use, but uh, I think Zeta Reticuli is in Orion's belt or something, which is like from um, the movie Men in Black. What'd you say, big man?
Gang hashtag bullshit. lamest piggybacking S-tag in combination with Q. This is why Marvin isn't around. Marion isn't around.
It's nice to finally play a game without iCarly words. That was good.
Yeah.
That's good.
I don't know if I can catch up to your bullshit, but it's prizes. What the fuck is? Explain to me what the fuck prizes is. Explain to me right now. That's egregious.
What I don't. I guess it's the plural of buys.
What the fuck is prizes? Competing.
I'm gonna give you something good. How many things are left?
17. I
Yeah.
don't care. You can go full throttle.
No, I mean it gives you a chance.
Cute is that probably both flanks, like 4S's. Just a joke. Just a rigged fucking joke. Everyone knows it's a rigged joke.
Dude, you are not far from. Dude, you're playing. You could still win.
Ugly. That was good.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, no one knows what the fuck play even means. It's a bogus word.
No, flay means
Illegal.
flay. I know what. Well, I don't know what flay means. FLEY. I know FLAY is where you like, you
That's
skin
like
someone.
cooking shit.
Yeah, you skin somebody.
That's literally not at all the word that you typed. Disqualified. Biases and play with the keys with the fucking S tacked on and a this is just absolute garbage. And you still didn't S in the bank.
That was
That was one of the worst.
that was one of my best games. I can't believe how close you got. If you combined our scores, I think that was one of our high scoring games. All right, you ready for a reload?
Yeah, last one.
That was unfair.
think I really named this game. $2 either. Like, I didn't know.
No, you didn't. You still didn't get double blank though.
I don't know whatever it is. I'll be back.
That's known as parallel play, baby.
Not really not a word.
It's somebody who lives on a hill, which is the opposite of a hole. Oh, that's a good question. Is everything a hill? If everything's a hole, isn't it technically everything's a hill? Which a hill is just an inverse hole?
What in the fucking Marlin? Fucking close to that mistake. A hill is the inverse of a hole. Yeah. So what were you saying? Everything's a hill because why?
Because a hill is an inverse of a hole.
We're just here now. It's not at all.
That's devastating.
I believe it. Why is everything a hill?
Because a hill is an inverse of a hole. Toroids? That's my word, dog.
I don't know. Optimal
Oh, no way! No way! No way! This is like a boxer who just fucking knockout punch. A knockout punch. Folks, I dedicate that knockout punch to the one, the only, Marlon Hill. Fuck yeah, you got knockout punch, dog. Dog, you went 1-7 today in games.
Absolute fucking joke. Fucking stupid fucking ass.
Do you get to see what tiles I still had?
Yeah, probably the fucking Z and fucking another Q and fucking all blanks.
You didn't once get double blank. You didn't get once double blank. You did not once get double
I
blank.
got double keyed like 8 times.
You got double what? Dude, you just played one of the great toroids. You played toroids, which is like the best word I've ever seen played.
Yeah, I get like 18 fucking points for that magical, beautiful word.
I know.
And you like plop down some absolute fucking egregious level fucking iCarly dog shit. 50 fucking points. Scrabble, Marlin, only Marlin really understands my sorrow, my fucking grief.
Marlon wouldn't understand because you didn't get double blanked once. But that was a knockout punch. We have yet to have experienced a knockout punch. Just one word that is so good that fucking takes the opponent out. That was a knockout punch, folks.
No, I could have kept going and win. I just didn't want to
No, you couldn't have. Dude, I was about.
No, I could have.
Doug, I had.
Dominating that whole game, and
Doug, I was about to drill you with a Z.
I was on toroid. I played fucking toroid.
I was about to drill you with a Z.
Yeah, of course. Fucking game over.
Doug, you weren't dominating
Created by a fucking jackass.
You weren't dominating shit. I played Jade.
Later reticuli know that game is just a rocket charge.
That's a level higher than, perhaps, than Marlon Hill. Which is an interesting name that he has because one of the most famous and the first documented interracial alien abduction is by Betty and Barney Hill.
Maybe they're related.
Wouldn't that be wild?
Absolute joke.
We had a knockout punch, folks. I have felt that way before, that I just wanted to fucking quit. But I don't, because I persevere.
No, I could have kept going and winning. I'm just like,
Doug, you obviously
hungry.
could not.
I needed my fucking pasta and lunch.
Doug,
I don't have time for this.
Doug, you recognize that you got knocked out.
In reality, I told my neighbor Trish that I would go with
She has a pit.
It's really Trish.
She has a pit bull.
It's like a mastiff, but they're basically the same.
Isn't that like a mean dog?
No, it's super friendly.
Oh, that's good.
Not all pit bulls are evil monsters, only 50%.
Well, here's my question for you. Is that her dog?
She fosters dogs.
Oh, that's right. Well, here's my question for you. Are you going to tell her about your 1-7 record in Play-Doh games today?
No, I was telling her I wanted some record in iCarly games. She was fucking playing fucking real
Riser, you.
notoriety games.
I tell you this. I told your mom this. You are funny. You are fucking funny. Not as funny as I am, but you're funny.
I appreciate that.
Yeah, dog.
You as well.
Oh, I'm fucking hilarious. In fact, I made up my own term. It's known as hilarious. Fucking hilarious. Now, let me ask.
Straight into the black tree.
Let me ask you this. This is another. I feel these are great questions for the history of the human race to be able to experience, and perhaps the Zeta Reticuli beings and the Galactic Federation and Miranda Cosgrove and perhaps all of the iCarly universe. Here's my question. It's a good question. I feel it's a good question. What's it feel like to get KTFO?
Knocked the flip out.
Yeah, dog, you did really well. Good job.
I mean, it wasn't really a knockout.
Oh, it was. It was when I put a word down that is so devastating to you. I don't even get a chance to say devastating. That you quit. That's a KTFO, baby. You have
No,
yet.
it's because it was like back to back. It was like one game, you use a blank tile, you stack it, you pay back S tack a blank tile. Already a low ball man. Already a scum of the world fucking road. And then you play a fucking Q and an I.
Oh yeah.
No triple word score. I've just been saving and just criticizing about playing.
Absolutely.
Next game, I played wonderful frozen rep to right field toroids.
It was phenomenal.
And then you do the same exact fucking bullshit fucking QI, and you're boasting about how good you are at literati when you're playing absolute, like, you claim that you and Marlon are alike, but you guys are so fucking far different. And you're not even in the same universe.
I'll be honest.
Fucking Hill universe, Marvin and Marlon and
Hiller, dog.
Exactly.
You and I both know that Hiller is one of the, if not best words that was played in the early game. But Jade was big. You played whatever, Jun or something. I can't believe June is not a word. I know it's a proper noun, but whatever. That to me should be a word. But okay.
What was it? Daisy or whatever. Like, it was like.
Oh, busy. No.
And he like kept iterating on it, like tacked on it like 6 times.
Exactly. It was biz. Biz is business. Then buys. And you didn't fuck with it. And then I did buys. It was like 30. It went like.
What kind of clown show circus is this?
That.
Maybe a mockery of the entire game. Scrabble. Everyone knows it. G.I. Joe fucking knows it. Talk to G.I. Joe what he thinks about your play style.
G.I. Joe, I think, would take his hat off to me and recognize that I'm the best literati player, perhaps, that he's ever seen, experienced. I wonder if you went up to Marlon Hill and you were like, I know you're good at Scrabble, but are you good at literati? If he'd be like, what the fuck is literati?
It's a knockoff Rome for people that don't know what words are and they play just absolute purebred iCarly nonsense.
Dog, you and I both know that some of those words that I played were so good that you can't wrap your head around them. The thing is that the first game not the game we just played, but the one before then, you didn't make any mistakes, but neither did I. Meaning, like, wherever there was a spot, I was going to take it. Even if it wasn't worth a lot, I didn't want you to be able to just fucking destroyed me. And the second game we just played with toroids, you were playing well, but once I saw that I had the Q, and or once I saw I had the Z, if I have that Z and I don't get 30 points from it, it's a waste. But you played that X.
Yeah.
You played that X, the XE and XI or whatever, and you got 42 points from that. That was great.
No, I think it was only like 32. It was like, or 34. It was like 17.
Oh, okay. But that was really good. That propelled you into you thinking that you were going to win that game, and I did not let that get to me. I recognized that I just had to be patient and watch my spot. And then when you put down toroids, I was like, oh, I might be fucked here. But I saw it was only like 18 points, which is bullshit. Again, I say this, there should be a version where if you play like scientific words, you get more points. I feel like that makes sense. But I don't make the rules. And then for you to play to give up the way that you gave up, I recognize it. I'm not going to say I haven't ever felt like giving up, but I never have, and I never will. You could play that one fucking word with two Z's and a J, and I won't give up. Because I don't give up. Now, here's my other question. This is a serious question. I know I'm being a dick, but let me ask this. Why don't you play mini golf better?
It was like 4 in the fucking morning.
I know.
My brain wasn't even turned on yet, and I only went in because it like woke me up of my days and was like this sport.
Shout
I was
out.
not even conscious. I don't even remember playing those games. And I was literally beating you half the time, not even close to being at all awake. So it really says more about how terrible you are.
I mean, I won them all. I don't really recognize how you could say that I played badly. I won 3 games in a row without even trying. I didn't even need any fortunate.
And you barely beat someone sleepwalking.
I beat one of the finalists of Raw Comedy's state tournament. I just want that to be known. I love that Zook called you. That made my fucking day.
Yeah, it's funny.
Do you really think so?
Like not his comedy, but his personality.
We should come up with a word for that, where somebody, like, there are funny people, like Shane Gillis is very funny, Chris Rock is very funny, but then people whose actions are funny, that should be a different word. Like Brendan Schaub is funny. He himself is not funny, but his actions are funny.
Yeah, it's like that.
It should. I bet people in the future, when they watch this from Zeta Reticuli, they'll just say that person is Zoot. If somebody's like funny acting but doesn't recognize that, but people don't think that they themselves are funny.
That's the word, just the Zoot.
Yeah, it could be something else.
It is a good point, though. There should be a word for someone who's all funny, like they're funny unintentionally.
right? A thing that happens in the future is words like tire, Tire, since they can get confused with other words like tire, like on your car, they're like homonyms or whatever. Americans start spelling it Tyre. Isn't that the most baller bullshit you've ever seen or ever heard or ever experienced?
Or
Uh,
a hillier type storm.
it's not hillier, it's hiller.
That makes even less sense.
I agree. Well, what would you call someone who lives on a hill?
I don't think that's what that word means at all.
Oh, it
I
most
don't
certainly.
think hillock actually means person who lives on a hill.
Do you want me to look? Do you want me to look it up for you?
Yeah.
All right, just calm down.
I mean, hillier means like something like multiple hills.
I know what hillier means. Everybody knows what hillier means.
What? I don't think you do. I
Oh,
really don't think.
oh yes, I do. Everybody knows what it means.
What does it mean? Tell me right now.
Hillier is a comparative verb or adjective that is like you have a hill and then another hill that's has more hill or like you have land and maybe there's a hill on it. And in comparison, land that has more hills than the first hill is hillier land. That's easy, dog. Everybody knows that's easy. Now, Hiller is an interesting one because Hiller
Piece of farming equipment. Surname or regional term. Agriculture and gardening.
stop.
For flower
That
cultivator.
Hiller means dweller on the hill or hill guard. Like I said, somebody who
No, in parts of Appalachia, Hiller is a colloquial and sometimes derogatory term for rural person or hillbilly.
yeah, nobody means it like that. I mean, it's somebody who lives on a hill.
So that's your imposed definition.
I'll look it up. Does Hiller mean someone who lives on a hill? Yes. The name Hiller means someone who lives on a hill. Technically, the surname Hiller. The name has dual origins that support this meaning. English origin. It is derived from the Middle English word hill, serving as a topographic name for dweller on the hill. That's what I mean it as. And then the German, it means Hugo or Hiller, which translates to hill or hill dweller. What more about hills do you need to know? And let's look this up. Is a hill an inverse whole? Okay, they say a bump is an inverse of a hole, but a bump is a hill. Do you agree that a bump is a hill?
Um, I mean, they're not far apart.
How can you have a bump that's not a hill or a hill that's not a bump? I'll wait.
I mean, a hill implies that it's part of the terrain, where a bump could be on any surface. Like you don't look at a extrusion out of a piece of plastic and say that it's a hill. Typically, it's like a geological formation, whereas a bump describes like a surface texture.
Okay, here's what I want to know. You said implies, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's accurate.
Well, what's your more accurate definition?
A hill is an inverse hole.
No, you're saying that all bumps are hills. I
Yes.
don't agree.
Well, you should agree.
I think all hills are bumps, but not all bumps.
No one would say that person lives on a bump. They would say that person is a hiller, someone who lives on a hill.
Yeah, I said all hills are bumps, not all bumps are hills. I like say you have what's it called chicken. Oh yeah, that thing where like your skin goes all bumpy, like
Goosebumps?
whatever.
Goosebumps?
Goosebumps. Yeah. Goosebumps.
Some people
they're
call
not
them.
hills.
Some people call them
You're
goose
not
hills.
They're goosebumps.
Why wouldn't you call it a goose hill?
Hills are geological formation.
In some contexts, but they could be metaphysical. We got over the hill.
But I mean, I get you're trying to be cool and try to bump up hill to be just like whole, expand the definition. I respect that, but I mean, I'll try to be open-minded. I think you could define it like that.
Okay, so
That's fine.
so I'm glad
That doesn't mean it can change.
that's true, and I admit that with anything, any definition can change.
Any true definitionist would know that definitions should and will change.
Do you? Yeah, that's true. I agree with that. Now, here's my question to you, and I think it's an excellent question. And if you don't think it's a good question, well, that's on you, baby. Do you think the people of the future will think that you are a good literati player?
I mean, what's the question? I only heard facts.
You're funny. Let me say this. I think that okay, so we didn't play literati for like 6 months, and then you played with your mom, and then you got really good at it. Like whatever your mom did to get you to be good, she had a significant impact because you got really good after that. Like I used to beat you, like as you know, uh, I'd won like 30 games straight against you. But then your mom.
I only play like against her like 3 times, and every time it was like painful because the timer would expire every single time. And I'd have to give her more time, but she was so stressed about the timer. It wasn't. I don't think that impacted my.
Why didn't you play? Why didn't you play turn based?
I forgot it was an option, but we did try that one time, but then it was like so boring.
Do you think we should play turn-based?
I mean, unless you want to lose every single time, then we can do it.
If we played
Pretty
turn-based, I would be such a dick. Purposefully, I wouldn't, but I would do every combination of every spot until I got the most amount. It would take like 2 hours for every tile to be played.
Yeah, I mean, not an issue with it when you have infinite amount of time.
Right.
I gotta go to Trishy's and say hi to the
All right. What's your dog's name?
Oliver.
Shout out to Oliver. All right, big dog. And then don't you have pickleball?
No,
Didn't you say that you?
not today.
Oh, okay. Are you coming back later tonight, or are you done for the day?
I don't know.
Okay.
I might be back. I don't know.
All right. And what does it feel like to get KTFO'd?
Feels like STFU though.
We'll leave it at that, folks. Peace. Did you get him? Oh, I fucking got him good, kids. Really? Yeah, I was given amazing tiles. And I played ballerific. Do you think you could have played better? No one in the world could have played as well as I played. Really? It's impossible. I played so fucking well. Zeta Reticuli people, they were fucking jerking themselves off raw.
Shout out to Nobles, the birthday. They're the real Nobles on Discord, KG, and they're just, yeah, fuck it, man. Shout out to you. Hope you have a great day. It's sick as fuck, dog.
Welcome to Esoterica Brilliant.
Everybody's favorite pet. Good. Oh, shit. Obviously. No one really knows for sure how they ever came cutting, but this is going on. No fucking rough up because today is fucking night in short. Very cold for sure. But, Thirty-seven sixty one creation of the world by Rabbi. 36 human concept exists in the common. 35 26 235 Anderson second. 34 36 825 Keynes and International One. 33 66 395 and 0 33 01 460 years and 0 1. 31 39 622 son of year.
Explore the arcane
We've been doing this for where is he starting? Is that true? Right? Me keep on. There's the thing. 126 days of this bitch. Anything else?
And religion. One of the most difficult aspects in starting to study Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah is getting a handle on just how those ideas develop time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions develop greatly through the ages and are still developing. And there are now, and there have always been, numerous mutually exclusive schools of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. This class is meant to serve as an introduction to Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah from the point of view of its incredibly complex development from the prophets of ancient Israel and to the rise of modern Hasidism in the 18th century. Of course, this series isn't going to be exhaustive by any means, but only should serve as a springboard for deeper study and reflection, and hopefully it will also enable you to situate developments of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah in their historical and cultural context, and hopefully enable you to dive into the primary texts, which are admittedly as sublime as they are obscure. Let me express my gratitude to Congregation Sophia for allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger audience here on Esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series on the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or you can find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire series, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah interesting, I'd hope you check out my other content on topics of esotericism and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Okay, welcome back to more Shabbatai, the excitement. We're really going to get into some of the more technical stuff around Shabbatai. We're going to talk about how what was at some level a very fringe movement became a dominant movement in the Jewish world in the middle of the 16th, 17th century. And eventually how we would think that the death of Shabbatai, the death of his prophet, Nathan of Gaza, would have spelled the end for the entire movement. But as you probably know, dying is not really an impediment for Messiahs. Messiahs die all the time, and their believers keep on believing in them as if nothing happened, whether it's Jesus of Nazareth or Menachem and Jerusalem of blessed memory. People continue to believe in their Messiahs. Death is just a speed bump on the way to eternity. And so we'll turn to that and how the Shabbatian movement continued after Shabbatai's death and how it thrived all the way probably at least into the 1880s, maybe even that, especially in Turkey. Although we don't know what its status is in Turkey. So what is the recap for tonight? Well, the recap is there was a guy in the 17th century that believed he was the Messiah, and so he was half the world Jews. That's the recap. There was a guy, Shabbatai Tzvi, who was declared a Messiah by a relatively minor Kabbalist and healer in Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, Nosson Gaddafi, and he was declared Messiah in 1665, although he had messianic predictions as early as 1648. And between 1665 and 1666, half of the world's Jews seemed to have accepted his messianic claims. And this is evidenced by the most classic example of the evidence for this is the prayer books that get written. The prayer books that have pictures of Shabbatai Tzvi, the prayer books that have prayers for Shabbatai Tzvi. The letters that come over and over again from major rabbinical figures all over the Jewish world that affirm belief in Shabbatai Tzvi as the Messiah. And we talked a bit last time about the life of Shabbatai Tzvi, the sort of the ups and downs of his life, the Gaza and things like this. So we talked a bit about the life and times of Shabbatai Tzvi. But what we didn't get into last time is exactly how he's supposed to be the Messiah. How does that work exactly? Right? So what exactly does it mean to say that Shabbatai Tzvi was the Messiah? And how this dovetails in a really important way as a part of our discussions here on Kabbalah is that one can only understand the messianic claims of Shabbatai Tzvi or of Nathan of Gaza by understanding how that was justified. And that was justified by Kabbalah, basically. It was justified, it was underwritten by the Kabbalah. The Kabbalah enables Nathan of Gaza and some of Shabbatai Tzvi to develop this messianic story that allowed Shabbatai Tzvi to claim that he was the Messiah for Nathan of Gaza to greatly popularize his messianic claims. Now, there's a couple things to know that are important about Shabbatai Tzvi and Nathan of Gaza, his prophet, and how they're quite different in terms of their relationship to Kabbalah. The first thing that's really important to know is that they don't really have the same education. Shabbatai Tzvi is kind of a yeshiva dropout. He's very talented, he's very smart, and of course he's very charismatic, more charismatic than anything else, I suspect. But Shabbatai Tzvi doesn't have a very strong grasp of Kabbalah. He certainly knows the Zohar very well. We know that. He's been studying the Zohar since he was a teenager. So he had a very strong grasp of the Zohar. But the developments in the Korban system of Kabbalah, the developments in the world of Shabbat, the world of Florianic Kabbalah, there's actually very little evidence that Shabbat grasp of those developments. He doesn't seem to understand or appreciate or have education in the very complex world of Florianic Kabbalah. So we have just a difference in education level when it comes to Kabbalah and Shabbatai Tzvi from Gaza. Now, Nathan of Gaza, which is really important to know about Gaza, Nathan of Gaza, is that he is hyper aware of the developments in Florianic Kabbalah. And I mean hyper aware. He is so well educated that if you read some of his Kabbalistic works, which are among the most technical Kabbalistic texts written at the time, he knows very subtle differences between different schools of Kabbalah. So he even knows differences between how very technical ideas in Florianic Kabbalah are being debated among very high-level people in that world. For instance, people like Israel Sabru and Tal. So Nathan of Gaza is someone who knows these conversations. He is a technical maestro when it comes to developments. He's at the cutting edge at some level of some of these developments. And it's going to be really important because how Nathan of Gaza is going to justify Shabbatai Tzvi's messianic claims are going to be by appealing to and, what's the right word, augmenting, changing, corrupting, whatever word you want to use. He's going to be relying heavily on Florianic Kabbalah, but he's going to do his own thing too. He's going to do his own thing. We'll see this in just a moment. Shabbatai, for him, his messianic claims, which we can see in his letters, are not justified by appealing to complex ideas of Florianic Kabbalah. He doesn't know much about it. He's claiming that he's the Messiah because God chose him and because he has a relationship with God. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai are friends. So when Shabbatai calls God by God's name, you know, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. He knows he's not supposed to do it. He has this intense personal relationship with God that he can call, hey, Shabbatai doesn't imagine he's doing something transgressive. That is to say, Shem and Shabbatai relationship with God that he can call God by God's name. So for him, for Shabbatai, it has nothing to do with some very complex Kabbalistic mythological stuff. It has to do with the fact that God and Shabbatai are close, that he and God have a relationship. And that relationship is one of anointing. It's one of, I've been invited into the world of Godhead, and I have a relationship with Hashem. Now, that to me, it might sound really Christian. That might sound really, really Christian to you. And one of the things that Jeff talks about all the time is Christianity. He talks about Jesus. And one of the things I'm going to do in this whole messianic business is redeem Jesus. He's very influenced at some level by Christianity. And part of what I think makes the Jewish world very uncomfortable with Shabbatai is not his transgressive behavior. His transgressive behavior gets really overplayed for reasons we'll talk about later. But it's not his transgressive behavior, it's his syncretism. Now, he's okay with the idea of incorporating Christian elements, with incorporating secular elements, with incorporating Islamic elements. That's what we're the Jewish establishment. It's his syncretism that makes them really angry. Of course, he does these transgressive things, and that pisses them off too. Really, it's the syncretism that really gets them. And I think that's something that's coming forward new in the scholarship. And we were just talking about this before the recording started, is that part of what's going on now in the scholarship, we're now beginning to realize faith was much more at the helm of understanding what was going on than the previous generation of scholarship was. The Gershom Scholem thought. Scholem basically thought that at some level, Shabbatai was a yeshiva dropout who had no real understanding of Judaism, much less really Kabbalah. That really, that's the theory that goes. More recent scholarship by the other kind of folks, Jacob, that we really know that that's not true. Because you have listeners from Shabbatai speaking, explaining why he thinks he's the Messiah. And he gives very different reasons for why he thinks he's the Messiah, as opposed to why the Pentecost thinks he is. So we're getting a much more complicated vision of who Shabbatai was, its theology, its ideas of promise and Messiahhood. We're getting those ideas, and this shows you continuing to. So let's get into Nathan of God's thing, right? Does Nathan of God's thing? Why does Nathan of something to do with our heart? It has everything to do with love, Lorianic Kabbalah. So just to rewind a little bit, right? You'll remember from the Lorianic theory that God was originally an infinite fullness, and that fullness filled the entire everything. And that in order to create creation, God had to contract God's self, and that act of contraction is called tzimtzum. Well, when God contracted God's self, the tzimtzum left behind a void. We call it Tehirah in Hebrew, right? When it was evacuated, according to Lorianic Kabbalah, it left behind traces of the divine. There are sort of fragments of God left behind. I always imagine, you ever poured out oil from a cooking pan? There's always oil left, no matter how much you tip it over. You can't quite get all the oil out. The traces of the oil, the traces of the divine light, the reshimu, coated or fragmented all over inside of the Tehirah of the void. Well, some of those aspects of those traces within the divine void contain elements of divine judgment. Remember, divine judgment in the Kabbalah is always thought of when divine judgment isn't checked by other forces, that is evil. It's unbridled judgment, demon. Well, those elements of demon, of unbridled judgment that remain inside of the Tehirah in terms of the void, those elements of unbridled vengeance and judgment, they sink to the bottom of that void. And as they sink to the bottom of that void, those elements became sort of the abyss, right? The sort of demonic world at the bottom of that void of the gap when God de-zoomed. That area, by the way, is called the golem. And the reading Kabbalah is called the golem. It's the unformed world. This is of chaos. It's a total bubble. It's this chaotic nightmare where all the evil is sunk to the bottom of the void. Alright, so when God shoots God's light into that void, at the very tip of that sphere, at the very tip of Yesod, at the tip of God's phallus, I suppose, at the tip of God's Yesod, the tip of that sphere that light plunges all the way in to the void, to the Tehirah, and the tip of that, this is where Nathan of God that comes in. This is not Lorianic Kabbalah, the Nathan of God. The tip of that void way into the very bottom of the void of the abyss where the demons are, and the tip of that is the soul of the Messiah. The soul of the Messiah is the tip of the spear, the tip of the light going all the way in. And as soon as it reaches the bottom, it comes back up. And God's remaining judgment in being so floods into the void, the demonic abyss. The soul of the Messiah is nightmarish intensity. The soul of the Messiah is born, is corrupted, according to the of God, at the very bottom of the abyss. And that abyss is filled with every form of evil imaginable. Every form of evil imaginable. This domestic soul of the Messiah is born there, is put there. And there, the soul of the Messiah becomes infused with all this evil. And it's only through this unimaginable process where the soul of the Messiah has to redeem itself, has redeeming itself. Eventually it pulls itself all the way up, right through these horrific world of what it calls the antagonists of the text of this is called Rothschild'S, the treatise of dragons. As the Messiah's soul fights vigorously, strives vigorously to purify itself, re-purify itself of all this evil, eventually the soul of the Messiah reaches sort of the event horizon. Right? Once it turns a black hole, it's like a black hole that eventually the soul of the Messiah can get to the very top of the event horizon, right? And just barely pop through. Now, when it barely pops through this horrific world of demonic power, it's still corrupted deeply with demonic power. It's still completely, it's still infused. And so it's still some battle of good and evil. It's still deeply polarized. I mean, really, really good. It's the soul of the Messiah. And really, really bad, right? The evil world of the shards. And as it climbs out, it eventually crosses back through the event of the evil, which you can't do with black hole, but it crosses through. And it's still influenced with all this evil, but as soon as it climbs out of the world it has to find a body. And when it finds the body, the soul runs to find the body, this body is divine, it found the body, according to the of Gaza, of 4 Shabbatai's feet. And folks, that explains Shabbatai's feet. That explains these, according to the of Gaza, these illuminations, and these dark experiences, sort of manic behavior, manic depression. It explains why he could be completely righteous and in love with God, and yet do these transgressive things, where he says that the 17th of Tammuz or whatever is a feast day rather than a fast. And it's exactly Shabbatai's manic depressive psychology and manic depressive religiosity that brings up Gaza is actually proof of his messianicness. Because inside of Shabbatai is the struggle of the messianic soul against the world of evil. And for Nathan of Gaza, this entire process is the final act of history. Once Shabbatai is purified of all of this evil, then everything will be. He is embodying, according to Nathan of Gaza, he embodies this final titanic struggle of good and evil. Now, what did the apostasy mean? Right? Because again, Nathan of Gaza formulating this idea in 1665. Nathan of Shabbatai apostatized in 1666. Well, we have 2 completely different theories about what's going on here. We have Nathan's theory. Nathan's theory is that Shabbatai is plunging himself into the world of evil in order to basically undermine it. That is to say, he's destroying it from the inside. Nathan of Gaza's theology is always the idea that Shabbatai is plunging himself into this to destroy it. He's like a double agent. He's sneaking into the world of he's not really apostatizing. He's pretending to apostatize, to plunge himself into this world to undermine it, to destroy the kingdom. What we now know from Shabbatai's letters, right? We have another view, which again is actually Shabbatai's view. Shabbatai also thought he was a Messiah, Shabbatai's view was actually going, plunging himself into this in order to redeem those parts in Christianity. And the idea was that ultimately, by plunging himself into this, plunging himself into Islam, he could redeem the world of the Muslims, and that was part of the grand redemption. Notice they're very different theories. Notice that what Nathan thought was happening is one thing, and what Shabbatai thought happening was something completely different. So notice here, even the Shabbatian movement isn't coherent in terms of what they thought was happening in terms of Shabbatai's messianic mission. And if you look at early Christianity, it's not clear that early Christianity really Jesus' messianic mission was. And there was a huge debate about that. Paul thought one thing, James thought another, Peter thought something else. It's not clear that anyone really had a clear idea that Jesus' messianic mission was X, Y, or Z. And so that's why you have these big debates in the church, with the Shabbatian. Now, what's key about this, right, is that we have three important interlocking things that make this important. The first is all of them agree that whatever Messiah means, it does not mean the traditional idea of Messiah we talked about last time, which is the idea of a political Messiah. This is a spiritualization. Same thing. Jesus movement, Jesus, the Shabbatian movement does what Shabbatai did when further, we have this quasi-Lurianic justification for Shabbatai's claims. Now, what's important to note about these sort of quasi-Messianic justifications for Shabbatai's Messianic claims is that they're going to be the ones that largely stick. Now, it's a case that some Shabbatians did have some letters of Shabbatai, but largely what's going to stick is going to be the Lurianic, quasi-Lurianic read. I say quasi-Lurianic because a lot of this is not Luria, this is some sort of riffing on Luria. Riffing on Luria is a kind way of putting it. But yeah, riffing on Luria. Third, this is all part of a larger apocalyptic agenda, as we mentioned last time. Again, I cannot emphasize this enough. The 17th century, the mid-17th century, was the age of hyper-apocalypticism. I mean, folks who remember the 1990s, remember the 1990s and how apocalyptic that was. You have the French Davidians, you have Y2K, you have all this stuff, you have Heaven's Gate. It was a very apocalyptic time. We'll take that and turn it up to 50. And that gives you some sense of how crazy apocalyptic the 17th century was. So this is part of a much bigger apocalyptic world, and Shabbatai's messianic claims are all about the end of the world. And to get a sense of that, I'm going to read a letter of Nathan of Gaza here. This is a chunk of a letter from Nathan of Gaza. I'll read it relatively briefly, so you know kind of what the mood felt like. This is a letter of Nathan of Gaza to Rabbi Joseph, who was the Chalevi of Cairo, the big wig dude in Cairo. In fact, he's the guy that so reading the again, they are wholly in effect, however, and injure no one but themselves, for the final end is now upon us. Again, the apocalyptic level, the final end is now upon us. This being so, Nathan writes, you must not wonder why, by what special merit our generation has come to deserve it. In addition, there are these dreadful agonies, inconceivable and limitless, that Rabbi Shabbatai's feet has suffered on behalf of the Jewish nation. Consequently, he has power to do with this, whatever he by or of shalom anything by sinner existence, even with someone like Jesus or condemned. Worthy of the beginnings of the redemption. You must have no concern whatever for those who do not believe, even if they be your close personal friends. And then after that, what ends up happening is that Shabbatai describes the outbreak of God the things is going to be roughly 100-year period in which everything is going to go down, and you get a sort of timeline about how this thing is going to go down, how Shabbatai go. All kinds very, very bizarre. But here's that. It gives some sense of the fervor that Nathan of Gaza puts on to all this. Now, as we mentioned, Shabbatai died, and so did Nathan of Gaza. In fact, after Shabbatai died, Nathan of Gaza kind of redoubles his efforts, and he argues basically that Shabbatai's death is a kind of illusion, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden, right? That was an idea to be found also in Shia and early Islam, that he was occulted, and very, very soon he would reveal himself again in his full glory. Again, are they really on Christianity at some level here? It sounds like it. It sounds like very Christian, that he's just hidden. So this is a kind of, it's kind of Shia, kind of Ismaili, kind of Christian move, that Shabbatai is not dead, he's just hidden. Now, what ends up happening in all of this, right, is that there is something of a combination that's already happened in Shabbatai's life, into his life, where ideas have begun to enter the inner circle of Shabbatai's theology, and those Islamic ideas begin to form a kind of synthetic theology. And that synthetic theology allows for the idea that, again, Shabbatai might be excluded, he's actually not dead. And what we have is over and over again these predictions that Shabbatai will appear on this year, and of course he never does. And eventually Nathan of Gaza, well, he dies. Nathan of Gaza dies, and as soon as Nathan of Gaza dies, the movement begins to fracture. Because of course, when you have Nathan of Gaza, who's probably one of the more talented Kabbalists of his day, unable to basically continue to steer the movement via his theoretical Kabbalah, the movement begins to fall apart. And the first person to really pick up the reins of this movement will be Abraham Cardozo, himself a very strong believer in Shabbatai. He would travel all around the Eastern Mediterranean basin, but also Europe. He would be proclaiming the gospel, so to speak, of Shabbatai's faith, and he was murdered in 1706. So he was a huge promulgator of Shabbatian doctrine until he was killed. Now, the other side of this is that once Shabbatai died, the women movement really take up the reins. So we, right, the Marys, right, we have the women there. The men all scatter. And so women in a big way hold the reins of the movement very early on. And in fact, there's really great studies about Shabbatian women prophets, and how the Shabbatian women prophets really both made the movement work, but also helped the movement after Shabbatai had died. Now you'll remember that Shabbatai remarried after his first wife died. His second wife, Aisha, or Yochebed, she was my both name. Actually, her younger brother, Yaakov, was in fact the idea of incarnation being marshal to show that there is a continuity of Shabbatai's soul. He's not dead. He's just reincarnated. He's reincarnated, of course, into the younger brother here of Aisha, Yochebed. And what ends up happening in this whole process is that there is some pressure being put on these quasi-Shabbatian Jews, Muslims, that are there living in places like Salonika and in places around the Shabbatian movement. Remember that part of what happened with Shabbatai is he was condemned for not being Muslim enough to exile all the way into what is now Montenegro. And so some of the people around him that stayed around him, about 300 families or so, these were Jewish believers in Shabbatai who had never converted to Islam. And eventually, with Aisha's pressure, probably she's getting pressure from the Ottoman Empire, they all convert. Right? We get a mass conversion of about 300 families who do convert to Islam in 1683, some years after Shabbatai has died. That core of about 300 families, right, which is the size of basically the synagogue I grew up in, that core was going to form the core of the post-Shabbatian movement. In over around a century, right, we have about that number grows to about 600 families, and over time, what ended up happening is in that time period, in the generation after Shabbatai's death, the new faith of the Shabbatian movement would take effect. And basically, the new faith looks something like this. There is a Torah that's composed of 18 laws. There are 18 laws that make up the Torah of the Shabbatian movement. They do not have Jews outward laws, but they don't marry with Muslims, and they don't marry their debts. So they don't associate with the Jewish crowd because obviously they've been they're not Jews anymore, they're Muslims now. But what's important is they still follow an underground form of Judaism made up of 18 laws, and that they only marry within their own rights, and they only marry within their own rights. And what ends up happening is this group of converted Muslim, Jew, Shabbatian people, they don't actually observe Islam completely, and they dissimulate. They lie about the degree to which they're really Muslims, and this actually has precedent in some lodges in the Sufi movement. This is an idea called taqiyya, not taqiyya, not taqiyya, not the Hebrew word taqiyya. This is the idea that you can hide your Sufi beliefs if those Sufi beliefs can get you physically in danger, they can endanger you. So what they're living don't want. They're living quite kind of Jews living as Muslims, and this is going to eventually evolve into its own religion. Now, inside of the movement, as you might imagine, there are further fractures. The two major fractures, and there's going to be three major fractures within the Shabbatian movement that will occur. The first major fracture is that there's going to be another incarnation of so-called incarnation of Shabbat Tzvi and Berezia Russo, who's known in Turkish as Osman Baba. He killed in 1720, which, by the way, is telling you we're getting some modernity, by the way, at this point. And he declared to be one of the really declared to be the legitimate inheritor. The smaller movement, which is the Yaqubi movement, is actually very close to Sunni Orthodox Islam in the Karakashi movement. And the Karakashi movement is going to be much more syncretistic with Judaism. It's going to maintain some relationships with Judaism, but it's going to be much more heavily Sufi influenced. What's important to know about the Karakashi movement is that they're going to have missionaries. And those missionaries are going to be sent to Eastern Europe. And where it's going to be developing, it's developing primarily in Salonika, it's developing in places like Montenegro. They're going to move their way into Central Europe, and eventually they're going to reach Central Europe in the Podolia region in Poland. And as you probably know, the Podolia region in Poland is going to be absolutely core in all this. We'll get that in a minute. There's going to be a third and final split. This is the Kapansi movement. This is the period, this is the group that rejects the whole reincarnation theory, rejects the idea that Osman Baba is in fact a reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, and they say that only Shabbatai, that there have been no reincarnations of Shabbatai Tzvi, only Shabbatai Tzvi the Messiah, and this version, right, of the Kapansi movement is the idea that Shabbatai Tzvi is the only form of the Messiah. That group, which is actually pretty close to the very popular Mevlevi Sufi order, which I imagine folks know that Mevlevi, right, those are the whirling dervishes, these are the famous whirling dervishes in the Sufi movement. So they're very close to them in a lot of ways. It's that part of the Shabbatian movement that's going to go on to become the one that will survive in Turkey. That one will survive in Turkey. We'll talk about that in a minute. So by entering these groups would become the core of what we call the Shabbatian movement in the Ottoman Empire. And collectively, they're referred to as Dunmen. Now, this word actually means apostate, and many of them would not call themselves Dunmen, but I would call them something like Conversos or Shabbatians, but the name Dunmen is stuck. Now, you might be asking how many of these Dunmen were there in the Ottoman Empire. Well, they had a bit of a problem in terms of growing themselves because they only married within their own families, which led to all kinds of problems. So there were probably, somewhere between 10 and 15,000 Dunmen in the Ottoman Empire at the turn of the 20th century. So at the turn of the 20th century, there were 10,000 of these Shabbatians living in the Ottoman. They were practicing Jews of a very strange type. They lived on the outside as Muslims, and on the inside they lived secretly as a kind of Jew. And they were kind of accepted. Everyone knew, I think, Muslims and everyone kind of they weren't really Jews. They kind of did their own thing. They worked their own thing. Everyone is homogenious. Now, what's important about the Doormat is that there are two things that are really important that are known about them. Is that they became very well educated, very, very wealthy. This is all often true for very tight group communities, right? That is to say, they became skilled craftsmen, they became skilled tradesmen, and they kept their money indoors, and they become actually quite educated and actually quite wealthy. And they were some of the earliest Turks to turn toward the West in the process of sort of nation. And as the young Turks, as you probably know, are the folks that led Turkey. They revitalized the Turkish language. In many ways, they formed the core of the process in which Turkey would modernize. In many ways, these Doormat, the amount of Doormat formed a pretty core, pretty significant element of the Young Turk movement, which means they played a pivotal role in the development of Turkey as a modern nation. Now, the tide of that would all turn. I think I said this right, but yeah, the first foreign ministry for the new government of Turkey would be a Karakashi Doormat. So the first foreign minister was a big deal. That's a high-ranking member of the Turkish government was Doormat. So now the problem with this is, as the 20th century wore on, Turkey and of course Israel came into loggerheads about all kinds of things, and what ended up happening was that there was a huge anti-Semitic backlash in Turkey, and that anti-Semitic backlash caused the Doormat. Doormat were thought of as secret Jews, and the idea they were secret Jews was even more terrible because they were being stuff that led to Turkey. And so many of the Jews believed just Doormat and became secular. They became secular. The question now these days, by the way, is are there any Doormat in Turkey at all? And we don't know. We don't know. I think I mean this last time in my last lecture on the Shabbatians, I had a student in a class I taught her how to speak. She came from a Doormat family, and she said that in Turkey that she would ask other people, maybe I come from a family of Karakashi people, or I come from a family of Kumasi people, but I'm just a secular person. My father was secular. My grandfather may have been visited, whatever, a tomb with someone, but no, there are no Doormat left. The problem with this, of course, is we don't know, because part of what the Doormat do is they don't tell anyone they practice Akiyah, which means they don't make it public. They are not Shabbatians. So are there Shabbatians left in Turkey? Maybe. Probably not. They're probably extinct. Doormat families left in Turkey? Probably. Yeah, they definitely don't make those left. But are there any practicing Shabbatians in Turkey? It seems to be an extinct religion. But I'm leaving the door open to the possibility that they're still over there, but I think that the odds of them actually surviving are pretty low. So that gives us some idea that the Doormat is some of Shabbatianism continued to thrive and thrive all the way at least in the mid-20th and now, as I mentioned, right, the Karakashi sect, the sect that is the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi, some idea where we're going. The conflict in Islam, and remember, it was that sect that sent the first post-Shabbatai missionaries into Eastern Europe. Now, you might wonder why in the world would anyone listen to this in Eastern Europe? Why would you hear these guys out? Shabbatai's dead. He's been dead for generations. It was a huge disappointment. It was a disaster. This entire thing was a disaster. Why would any Jews listen to the idea that Shabbatai is the Messiah, despite the fact that this entire thing, this entire disaster has happened? Well, the first thing is that news of Shabbatai's death actually happened really slow. Were very slow. And frankly, people weren't terribly educated. Jews in Central Europe in the early 18th century, Jews in the Central late 17th century. Yeah. They're not terribly educated. This is a very, very rural, very superstitious, very mystically inclined group of people. Remember, the Judaism or the Ashkenaz, have historically been very interested in the supernatural, very taken with those kinds of ideas. Secondly, knowledge of Kabbalah at that time was very, very low in that area. Now, knowledge of Kabbalah in other areas was much higher, but at this point, early on in late in the 17th century, knowledge of Kabbalah was still very fragmented. What's important to know about this is those people coming in, some of these Dark-Ashi missionaries carrying the gospel of Shabbatai Tzvi, had a much higher degree of Kabbalistic education at some level than the local people did. So this is very impressive. Further, Orthodox Judaism practice belief. What really matters for these people, and this is true for many factions of Judaism, is it matters much more what you do at some level than what you believe. And so belief was a bit more weird. You can have a more broader range of belief and still practice Judaism. You can believe all kinds of things about werewolves, vampires, and stuff, and it was okay as long as you practice Judaism in a nominal way. And further, these Jews were very precarious. You're talking about a place where during Shabbatai's life, it's shy of around 100,000 Jews probably. This entire area is subject to constant problems with the local population where they're in constant overrun. So there's also just a level of instability and fear and messianic claims in environments like that, where there is a kind of precarious existence, are much more, they become much more, it's much more easy to convince for people who have a precarious existence of the existence of the Messiah that will save them, as opposed to other people. Again, that's true. We can see that playing itself out lots of times in history. When the Shabbatian movement landed in Central Europe, in general, it kind of took. And it's always going to kind of take in Central Europe. We'll talk more about it in a minute. Now, what's important to know about this is what is happening in the aftermath of Shabbatai Tzvi, apostasy in 1660, is that most people, they rejected his message. They have this Jewish world. Someone gets to be the Messiah, they don't follow, reject it. Well, what Shabbatai people were the Messiah, or the rabbis of local region, like Israel, for instance, in Amsterdam, Israel anti-Shabbat the entire time. Once the fervor of the Messianic movement ended, the Messianic of Israel is able to rein this flock in and kind of shepherd them in the aftermath of this disaster. So in many ways, Amsterdam is really typical of Amsterdam was hotly Messianic, very Messianic, maybe one of the largest Messianic centers in the world, and then after the 66 apostasy, disappointed in the nationalism of the community. However, some of the rabbis affected or influenced. Some of these learned rabbis continued to hold their faith in Shabbatai in private, while in public denying it and remaining Orthodox. So we have people that are secretly maintaining some kind of Shabbatian ideas, and yet at the same time, publicly, they are not Orthodox. We call these people crypto-Shabbatians. And what ends up happening is Kabbalistic ideas begin to make their way into Central Europe in the aftermath of Shabbatai. You can sort of imagine Shabbatai as a wave that reaches in, and that when Shabbatai brings, the Messiah claims of Shabbatai bring this wave into Central Europe, what gets left behind after he leaves, after he sort of washes out, his Messianic claims wash out, what gets left behind is the Kabbalah. So he brings in the Kabbalah, and he comes out because he's apostate or whatever, and what's left behind is the Kabbalah. And so, as he leaves behind, as the movement leaves behind these Kabbalistic traces, the rabbis who are left behind with the belief in the Shabbatai Tzvi Ashkenazism as a Messianic movement, all the while still holding on to these Kabbalistic Kabbalistic ideas that still continue to convince them that he is in fact the Messiah. That maybe he is a cultist, maybe he is actually just diving himself into the deep recesses of the code, and that he will eventually redeem them somehow. Right? This is all part of the plan. And what ends up happening is that very early Kabbalah in Central Europe is always at some level tinged with a Shabbatian element. All of Kabbalah in Central Europe in the early 18th century, late 17th century, tinged with Shabbatian elements. And what we have are a lot of crypto Shabbatian works. Right? Shabbat Yamin, Shabbat Sar. We have other kinds of movements, other kinds of texts that are incredibly influential. We'll talk about that influence in just a minute. And this ultimately erupts in the Emden Eiberschutz controversy. And the Emden Eiberschutz controversy is a situation where two very, very, very prominent rabbis, one of them, Eiberschutz, is declared to be a Shabbatian. He's declared to be a crypto Shabbatian. And he denies it. He said, no, I'm not, no, I'm not, no, I'm not. And this debate, by the way, was not settled in their lifetime. Both Emden and Eiberschutz eventually died. And for a long time, people believed that Emden's critique of Eiberschutz was that he was not really a Shabbatian. Now we know he probably was. He probably was. We actually have good reason to believe now that he was, in fact, a Shabbatian, no Shabbatian. And this day, it's not even clear who was in the first generation for the emergence of the most importantly the modern period. In that movement, of course, is Hasidism. And so, in many ways, the disdain between the Shabbatians, the anti-Shabbatians, the crypto-Shabbatians, and their contemporaries is also going to try to the rise of Hasidism and the Mitnagdim, the people that condemn them, the opponents of the Mitnagdim, that in the century that comes later. Now, I'm going to make some real people who are very amenable to Hasidism, maybe a little upset, it's difficult, but there are so many overlapping elements of both early Hasidism and European Shabbatianism that it's, I think, undeniable that at some level, the movement, the Hasidic movement, at some level, is at least influenced by Shabbatism. I don't want to say an outgrowth of Shabbatism, I don't think that's true, but the idea that they're completely distinct is no longer holdable by the Hasidic. They would deny it, but I think it's there. So, why do I think that? Well, it's, for instance, things like the role of the Tzaddik or the Rabbi, the idea that they're a sort of intermediary kind of quasi Messiah, as sort of an intermediary between them and God. The Rebbe is often sometimes thought of engaging in transgression for the sake of heaven. This idea that they would suffer on behalf of the community, for the community. The emergence of both of these movements, the Shabbati movement and the Hasidic movement, both emerge in the exact same region of Poland, the Podoli region. The Rothschild'S from there. We'll talk about Hasidism next time, but I'm just saying at this point, I do think that the Hasidic movement and the Shabbati movement have, that there's some overlap. Both of them are very influenced by Kabbalah, antinomian streams of Hasidism, obviously, and Shabbatism as well. There's some of sort of physical stuff that the Hasidic people do that also seems to be also overlapping with some of the Shabbatism as well, although typically the Hasidic movement is largely Jewish law-wise very conservative, but there's still an antinomian streak, and there's even legal innovations in Hasidism that are not to be found in the stock movement. For instance, the wearing of tefillin during Sukkot, that is deeply influenced by Kabbalah. It is not to be found in more Orthodox style Judaism. It's an element that comes especially with Hasidism. As you probably know, the world of Hasidism is very court-like, it's very royal. The Rebbe is treated almost as a kind of regal figure, as a kind of king. And there is a quasi-messianic attitude toward the rabbis in the Hasidic movement. We know that Shabbat text played a huge role in early Hasidism, especially in the and in many ways, the Misnag movement, the Litvak movement, the movement that was very critical of Hasidism, saw in many ways Hasidism as an extension of the Shabbat movement. And early on, when the Vilna Gaon really goes after the Hasids, he really claims that they, under the hood of it all, is Shabbat. I think actually, does the Vilna Gaon overflows? Maybe he doesn't. I don't think so. I think the Vilna Gaon is not crazy. He's not fool. I think he's got to be more political. I think he's just trying to fall off. I think there's actually a relatively strong argument to be made that there is a strong influence of the Shabbatian movement, the crypto-Shabbatian movement in Central Europe, especially in the Poland area, on early Hasidism. We'll get to Hasidism. Now, in I just mentioned in Poland, this movement continues to change. It continues to mutate. It will mutate into perhaps its most absolutely when he left Podolia, he joined up with the Karkash sect. In fact, most of was witness at his wedding in 1752, or in 1752, like, this is 25 years or so until, the American Revolution. So he moved back to Podolia, and he begins to practice a kind of pretty serious, quasi-transgressive form of Judaism, and we have what's called the where it seems like in a synagogue he may have had a naked woman who was called the embodiment of the Torah, and they were doing some kind of sex stuff in the synagogue, and around this naked woman who was thought to be the embodiment of the Torah. And in 1751, him and his followers were excommunicated by the local rabbis. Now, there is an idea that gets attached to Frankism and Shabbatism, which is called Mitzvah HaAvera. This is sometimes translated as redemption through sin. This is a complete misreading of what's going on in Shabbatism. In fact, almost everybody toes this idea is misguided. This idea of redemption through sin, that you have to commit sins to become redeemed, this idea of Mitzvah HaAvera, this idea never occurs, and to my knowledge, in any Shabbatim prayer. It gets hoisted onto the Shabbatim over and over and over again that what they're doing is engaging in anti-Gnostic behavior, they're engaging in violations of the Jewish law in order to hasten redemption, in order to plunge themselves into the mode and redeem the to somehow redeem sin through or redeem themselves. Virtually no evidence what they were practicing, which I would say never makes an argument either in the God, but this term is HaAvera, which is an idea actually found in the Talmud. It has to do with can you do mitzvah with a forbidden object? So the classic example is, can you wave a stolen esrog? And the rabbi said no, right? You can't commit mitzvah by breaking other mitzvah. And so even the idea of this is just ridiculous, and it's unfortunately got promulgated by a bunch of anti-Semites and stuff who have these vast conspiracy theories that somehow all the modern Jews or all kinds of people, George Soros or whatever, that these people are somehow part of this Frankist liberal stuff, and that they're really secret Frankists and they're engaged in horrifying sins, and the more sins they do, they can redeem themselves. But then this entire anti-Semitic conspiracy theory is rooted in the idea of the Frankists and the Shabbatians practicing this idea of HaAvera. But the truth of the matter is, they never did this, and that was not what they were up to. And I would say that anyone who wants to believe in this is show me in the Shabbatian literature where this has been before. I don't know this. And the key is that the new Torah that he is inaugurating is a replacement, right? So we have the Torah B'Riyah, right? And he's inventing a new Torah. He's conjuring into being a new Torah, the Torah Azul, the Torah of the that before I was going to inaugurate a new religion, it's called wisdom, knowledge. Das is how you would say it in Ashkenazi Hebrew, but this idea that he's bringing a new form of the Torah into the world. Is going to be this thing that he calls the religion class or doctrine. What's happening is Frank and they flee to Istanbul, like Frank is many Shabbattians at the time, and what they end up doing is sort of making a deal with the devil. By the devil, I mean here Catholic bishops. And what they end up doing is they argue that they represent a camp of Jews who are influenced by the Zohar, who reject the Talmud. And then the other camp, the anti-Shabbattians, anti-Frankists, accept the Talmud, but reject the Zohar. Now, of course, Jews accepted both, and the Shabbattians are trying to parlay with the Catholic Church, basically, so that the local Jewish population can't basically condemn them. The Shabbattians argue with the rabbis in the 1940 debate, and the bishop is the bishop is the person who's going to side with whoever. And the bishop obviously sides with the Shabbattians and against the Talmudists, and the Talmud is condemned, and there are dozens of copies of the Talmud burned in Poland. Now, what ends up happening? Again, history is always funny. The bishop decided with the Shabbattians in Poland in 1757, he dies. And a new bishop emerges who is no longer a friend of the Shabbattians. At this point, Frank declares that he's actually the reincarnation of Osman Baba and Shabbatai Tzvi, and he begins to reveal his new religion. And what ends up happening after that is that, this gets so complicated. There's a local bishop who wants to basically prove the bloodline, and in order to prove the bloodline, the idea that Jews sacrifice and kill the host, sort of classic anti-Semitic nonsense, he holds another dispute in Lvov in 1759 of the blood libel, but the anti-Talmudists are declared to be not really Jews, and they are to be converted. And Nathan and Frank on September 17, 1759 basically side with this bishop. This bishop stands to gain an enormous amount of land and all kinds of stuff, and also Jews, including Frank, also stand to gain an enormous amount of privilege by converting all of the 3,000 Jews converted to Catholicism on the 17th of 1759. Disaster. It's a disaster. I don't think Frank himself even thought this was going to happen. Now, Frank, being, I think, completely full of himself and I think, delusional with power, holds that this is part of the plan. Just like Shabbatai had to convert to Islam, well, Frank, being the reincarnation of Shabbatai Tzvi and Osman Baba, he's going to himself plunge himself into a Polish noble, he can find clothes and stuff, but at the same time, he is also engaged in very heterodox behavior, and in a way that the Turkish court would accept Shabbatai engaging in very strange behavior. The local Catholics aren't having it. They are not having it. Eventually, they arrest Frank, and he is basically sent to prison in a monastery for 14 years. So he's arrested and sent to a monastery for 14 years because they do not want to deal with him. The Catholics are not playing around. Perhaps the way that the Turks were. It's two Russian forces invade Poland, and they really hope he gets comfortable second. He meets Poland first of the future Tsar of Russia, and it's in that time period that he writes his principal Frankist Shabbattian work, a text called The Collection of the Words of the Lord, which is published in English now. What ends up happening is that he gets into a kerfuffle with Joseph II, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire. He's expelled from the court, and he ends up settling, and eventually he dies of a stroke in 1791. In 1791, right, we're like in the middle of the French Revolution at this point, right? In 1789, we're like in the
Ava takes control of the movement again. It's women who rescue this movement. There are about 25,000 Frankists. That is to say, Catholics living as crypto Jews in Poland in the late 18th century. And what ends up happening is Ava Frank leads the movement into the future, basically building a giant court around her. She claims that she's the daughter of all these Russian royalty or whatever. And there is a huge Shabbatian center at both Warsaw and Prague, both under her control. And she lives like a princess, folks. I mean, people, like the amount of money that she spent to maintain her lifestyle basically bankrupted the movement. And when she died in September of 1816, the movement was so heavily indebted that it began to collapse under its own weight. I mean, she lived like a monarch in the areas that she lived in. By the 1880s, we know the movement sort of limping on, although many people at that point have begun to realize that just being Catholic is a better idea than trying to maintain this bizarre double life. And so many people who in the 1860s and 70s began to convert and began just to be Catholic, continue to be Catholic. And by the 1880s, we have very little evidence that people are practicing crypto Judaism longer Shabbatians, but they're still very emotionally connected to Ava Frank. In fact, Ava Frank became sort of a cult of personality all of her own, and became less about Shabbatai Tzvi and less about Frank and more about her and her cult of personality. And what we end up having is people basically by the 1880s have largely converted to faithful literal Catholicism, although some people deconvert. Some people deconvert and go back to Judaism. There's a bit of a split there, and evidence of that split. You may know this family is a very Catholic family. From a very Catholic, pretty famous Catholic person. I'm pretty sure I'm going to pronounce their name wrong, but you probably recognize the Moisla family, right? You probably know who that is. That was the family of that the former Pope is a descendant of one of the converted Frankish families, right? Now, that's the side that became Catholic. Obviously, John Paul II is pretty Catholic, and he comes probably from one of these Frankish families. On the other side, another group of families that deconvert, they go back to Judaism, and a kind of liberal Judaism, a kind of Turkish-style Judaism, like the Young Turks, a very liberal, progressive Judaism. Is the Brandeis. And of course, the Brandeis, as you may know, Brandeis became the first Jewish Supreme Court justice, and he kept his heirloom. Now, does that mean that Luke Brandeis was a Frankist and a crypto Shabbatian, blah, 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 blah? No, it was a liberal Jew, like many liberal Jews that you would recognize from lots of places anywhere in the United States at the time. But he maintained an image, a picture of Ava Frank, and he comes from a Frankist family. Do I think he was practicing Shabbatian in any form of fashion? No, it's ridiculous. I think that John Paul II practicing. Although, what I want to wrap up tonight, Frankism had a huge impact on the development of Judaism. Huge impact. The idea that you can't say come on here 40 and marry and all that, that's a response to the Frankists, to the Shabbatian event. The internal reality of Judaism is Central Europe. The rise of Catholicism is probably at some level of Frankism. Part of it is the Shabbatian, the expression of a kind of Shabbatian. The intense hatred of the Hasidic movement by famous people is probably part of their main. And again, we have prominent families of Shabbatianism and Frankism, both in the rise of the world of Turkey, the rise of the Young Turks, the rise of the Turkish national movement, and then we have families who are very prominent Polish families, like the family of John Paul II and the family of Brandeis, who ultimately converged from the Frankist movement, from the Shabbatian movement, and are part of world history in a big way. There are even neo-Shabbatians. Neo-Shabbatians, in fact, my channel, the Turkish channel, I will post Neo-Shabbatians. I
expressed the idea that Shabbat wasn't just a disaster for Judaism. I'm not going to apologize for that. I think it was a catastrophe. But I think if someone finds Shabbat to be an interesting spiritual figure, all the better for them. But what I was want to hammer home tonight as I wrap up this lecture tonight is that we can imagine Judaism coming into modernity without Shabbat's Tzvi. Shabbat's Tzvi is the bridge in many ways of Judaism from the world of medieval Kabbalah, and he is the bridge to modernity. Hasidism, the Haskalah, Zionism, all of that at some level have to be seen as in the shadow of Shabbat's Tzvi, as in the shadow of the Shabbatian movement. All of the Messianic stuff in the Chabad Lubavitch movement, Reform Judaism, all of it, at some level, it is the shadow of Shabbat's Tzvi. And there's no way we can deny. In so many ways, we're going to understand modern as modern. And in that way, in a big way, Shabbat is still around. Because in many ways, we are living in the shadow cast by this peculiar Messiah who apostatized to Islam and continued to be Jewish or something. So, to drag this point home and put a final ornament tonight as we wrap up, modernity, Jewish modernity, is in many ways in the shadow. What we learn about him, we understand him, or understand the movement came after that, Georgians, and sitting with this not being whatever. They're all in the shadow of this guy. And it's quintessentially important to understand him, Nathan Gaza, theology, the Kabbalah really is anyways downstream of him. And so, Shabbat Tzvi, a Messiah, in many ways, in a lot of ways, I think of Jew in some ways, pre-modernity is one between two sides, and that's Jesus and Shabbat Tzvi. Bookmark Judaism, in some ways medieval ancient Judaism between those two bookmarks. And then modernity is the aftermath of Shabbat. So, whether you like him or not, whether you're embarrassed of him or not, whether you think he's crazy or not, whatever, you certainly can't deny, I don't even deny that we have not, as a Jewish population, going to the real wrath of the impact of the I think that we're worse off for that, the better we understand Shabbat Tzvi and his Messianic movement, his vicissitudes, the better we will understand Judaism, the better we will understand the Jewish fraternity, the better we will understand Zionism, and all of that. If we don't do that, welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the Lord that is Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Again, if you'd like to support my work, I'm providing accessible, free, and scholarly content on topics of Kabbalah. I could consider supporting my work on Patreon, perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those in the below. Until next time, I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and thank you for watching Esoterica, where we explore the arcane in history, philosophy, and religion.
fucking good, Jen. Yeah, we're good. What are you, couple, 1, 2, 3 Jack guys, right, guys? Jack. Dude, you looking? I'm nothing. I'm looking there. It's funny. I took my shirt off. I was doing jiu-jitsu with all the boys. I took my shirt off, and they all go like this. And they go, dude. They go, you looking? I can see that. They go, good, man. You look good. I'm looking for it. And they go like this. They go, chest. Yeah, it's like, and my buddy Tyson goes, you know, maybe on the dose, huh? Like, I was like, hey, they kind of like me. They were just like, nah, man, yeah, you fucking just stop it. Yes. Oh, I was like, I was exactly the same. I won't give you credit. I know 4 or 5 years ago now, you've been able to, like, you've aged and you're still saying, yeah, just go ahead and stack out. Well, I work out every day. Problem is, I break down. I tried to keep up with Tim Kennedy yesterday. He's back from overseas. And now you always like to save it until, because I think we see each other so much. And then just out of the blue, like I'll see like a thumbnail, like, oh fuck, we're getting old and blah blah. I'll just see the thumbnail, like, oh shit, my fucking 15 years ago sent me a video of dark hair, handsome cutie pie. Like this energy 15 years ago. I'm like, jeez. My best now. Yeah, like me and Joanna, we're doing so much stuff. A picture from like 7 years ago. I was legit about 280. She was about 160. Yeah, she hadn't been seeing me. I was like, oh my god. Yeah. And she goes, why wouldn't anybody tell us? I'm like, you look good. Not really. My face was so also, well, drinking that room. Yeah, you were doing Adderall and drinking it. Your face, I would come up and I'd be like, do you have peanut on it? What the fuck is going on here? You have fat on it. Yeah, dude, I'm good. Pressed into it, but I would just see you. You're so seasick on a fucking boat. You see him concerned. He's by himself. He's just drinking at fucking 10 in the morning. His nature, he would have and he can drink. He doesn't really get drunk. He can just be like, I'm gonna drink. The problem with him is it doesn't really affect him. You don't see
you don't see him drunk. He's just too big.
Oh,
yeah, I get that too. I get that hair all over my cheeks get wider and wider. I can't train girls out. It just goes to the stomach. Yeah, that British look. I don't. Those are some tough years. Were you like a classy drunk? Were you drinking like one of those giant ice cubes?
sometimes I think you guys have I'm just 2.5 degrees. Drinking on it, she's hard. She's a little addict.
Were you still with them then?
Yeah. Never stopped.
Yeah. Probably strong as shit at 280 pounds.
Yeah, I'm stronger now.
Are you?
Sounds like I'm bloated. 280.
Yeah.
Your adrenals apparently have something to do with how much you lift. Your adrenal glands, like your adrenaline, your adrenal glands are healthy.
Some people do the smiles.
Yeah, it's just
Like the adrenaline.
Yeah, I used to work out. When I started lifting weights, I was probably in my 30s, and I was at Gold's Gym, and my trainer was this guy who was on the national speed skating team. His legs were like this. He was so fucking strong, and I would try to squat like 220, and it was like, this is so heavy. Like I was strong, and he would go. He's like, I think your adrenal glands are probably shot. I was like, no, it's just not really taking
Only you would be like, I want to get jacked. I'm a higher speed skater.
Well, he was an exercise physiologist, but it was just so hard with it. He'd be like,
Gold's Gym Venice.
yeah.
And you're like, I'm a higher speed skater.
I was smaller than the girls. The girls are hard. I was smaller than the girls. That was when The Rock would work out, and nobody really quite knew. He was like kind of, he's still a professional wrestler. I was locker room, nobody cared.
That was a thing. That was a thing when I went in.
Don't spread rumors, bro. He never did that. John Cena would be there. I'd see John Cena, and like he was just a guy. I asked John advice. I asked John Cena about he's such a nice guy. I asked him. I said there was a posing up there, and I asked him about. I wanted to get some shorts that were. I don't know why I said this, but I said, do you know if they're any more like? Did you guys have still? Because he was there, and he goes, "Why I can't fit in shorts like that? Because I got my ass and legs are so huge." And I noticed his wrists and his hands. His wrists. He's so big.
Dude, have you ever seen the video of The Rock taking John Cena's bicep band? He tries to put it on, and it's not even made for it's a usually
Yeah, but at least when I saw him, he didn't say that big. I don't know now. It looked great.
Yeah, that's a video right there.
Yeah, John Cena built different. He's awesome. What is this now? I love this.
Because The Rock is no small guy.
He doesn't bomb up a piece. He's kind of like the Brock Lesnar breed.
Well, every interview says that he's the strongest guy they've ever worked with.
Cena.
Yeah.
I'm sure. The Rock is such a
God, how many he gets, yeah.
but who cares? It looks it's all back.
So it's not even supposed to be a bicep, it has a fucking headband that he's wearing around his bicep.
Yeah, Rock does look good. Yeah, Cena's a beast. We only have to show when he's dating that chick. You remember that? The twins? You remember that? No. He just wasn't into it. They broke up shortly after because he doesn't want kids, which is wild. He doesn't want kids.
He's gone into that before. He said why? It's just because he knows that to be a dad, like, it's so much they have to put towards kids, and because he's always on the road, he's like, I wouldn't be able to be the father.
Isn't he kind of slowing down, right? Like he's not still
He's doing movies now, and I still see Peacemaker from DC Comics. He plays Peacemaker as a superhero, so he's fucking everywhere.
You know what? When you have kids, you can't understand that. Like when you have kids, you're like, you have no idea how much fun it is.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I can't imagine.
He said he's not against it. It's just the fact that he just doesn't feel like he can give them the time.
You gotta find the right girl. Yeah. You find the right girl. You don't have a girl now, did you? Yeah, she's with that Bellator forever.
Is she the WWE girl?
The twins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're smoke shows. They're all twins. I think they're back now.
Maybe that's not the gal.
You don't have one headshot in the household.
Yeah, but also, I mean, he's been playing gear for a long time.
That's
Like, the amount of BCG and all that shit you got to take.
Just to get your sperm count up.
Yeah, BCG, vomit, all that. And then he loses muscle, he loses a lot of size, which is what's getting him all these roles.
And then I think with John Cena, it's like, he's not even dating. How old is he?
He's got 40. He's got to be 50 almost. And he's probably been running gear since he was 20.
When he's 50, wow, there's no love interest.
Oh God, here we go.
No, I'm not saying he's in the shoot. No, I'm not saying he's getting slammed in the asshole. All I'm saying is,
That's another thing.
but how's this end? You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Like, how's it end? I don't know. Like, so, he's 50.
Tom Cruise, I think.
So he's 50. It's like when you're 60, bro. Like, what do you, no wife, no kids? What do you don't sneeze like that? But no, of course, I don't know. I'm sneezing in my shirt. But they're like, no wife, no kids. Like, you're gonna be 60? What are you gonna do? I'm a Tom Cruise.
What's the goal?
He's small. He's small. No, I'm saying there's really small. Just are very happy being the center. But at least Tom does have kids. He hasn't had one since she was 5 years old.
Yeah. I saw her in the movie
With the crazy.
Yeah, I went to see me and Eagle and his ex went for drag and so on. See, how long is the movie? So they're like, we had a drag to see a dating scene that's not really
It's great.
So the scene is not supposed to be funny.
No, it's funny.
So there's a Wolfaro, he's talking to the girl and she's basically saying, you know, it's this huge feminist moment where they're saying like, you know, there should be more of me that's like a mom.
Yeah, that's what comes up.
And this and that. And Wolfaro just goes, that's a terrible idea. And the show, Eagle fucking, and no one else in the theater found that funny.
Yeah.
And we were just staring. It was the worst book.
How old is she? Oh, that's right. She's like, I can't understand. Yeah, she's 20. That's right.
What's the sitch there? Is it just fucking because he's a Scientologist and they don't want to be around him?
I think that there was this idea of Scientology locked up about like movies and Top Gun all the time. You know, and this is Tom Cruise, and so I'm sure it's about him 24/7.
Yeah.
You know, and their kids don't give a fuck.
I mean,
Like, can you imagine having a 5-year-old daughter? Like, I talked to him about similar age for an hour about our kids' daughters. An hour. And to think that you somehow were able, right? He was acting. He's pretending he gave a fuck about that. It's like a match doing a video. Motherfucker, he's good, dude. He is a good dude. He went insane. Like, okay, so Kill Tiger and Austin Hood. So they're 5. And so they're taking these. Take away. What would you do to get back in his life besides fucking everything? Like, yeah, but if you're Tom Cruise, it's like, you know, he gets his rocks off on raising his kids. He gets his rocks off on movies
and whatever Scientology stuff.
They don't give a fuck about all that stuff.
Well, this is true, but he has like slaves that work for him and stuff like that.
Well, Scientology, he's Scientology kind of stuff.
Well, they also, I don't know how true this is.
It's complete full of shit, but it's kind of cool.
This is what I've heard. I've heard that John Travolta, they gave him a sword and he's allowed to kill people.
That's not true. I have a lot of Scientology.
Either the worst way. The last thing you see is John Travolta coming at you with a sword.
Sword, I think. In the book Going Queer, see how the book Going Queer, the acting class they talk about, that was my acting class for 10 years.
Yeah,
I know Going Queer. I also did Kirstie Alley's TV show, and we shot at the Scientology Center. Seen a lot of stuff. I understand they're treated like slaves, slave like wages. Hey, can start somewhere. Start doing a lot of
they signed a billion-year contract as a slave.
Well, no, it's like, so when you work for the church of Scientology, the church of Scientology, your life, and you would volunteer to work for Tom when he's at, so He lives in Clearwater, Florida, where their headquarters are, and I've seen that one. He bought like the top 2 floors of the building, and that's where he lives. But he's always on a movie set. Yeah. My friend did a movie with him and spent 6 months with him. And it gave me a really interesting kind of breakdown of what that life is about. You know, it's crazy. Tiffany Haddish was a Scientologist, and she was part. I think she was part of that Sea Org. And she's the first person that just out annoyed them to the point where they're like, you gotta get this out here, you know? Super powerful. They used tonight where they slap on that's how industry slap. So when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, is he a Scientologist? Yeah. Is it? Pretty sure. Yeah. Look, I think I don't know if he admits affiliation, but I don't know. But the rumors are that he is. That's why, like, when Corbin slaps another one. Again, yeah. I watched that again. I saw a clip of it. Talk about taking this shit on the war on the biggest stage of the world. Like, then you go keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth. He killed his credibility. People used to love Will Smith. Now it's so divided with people like. I think her more is that I think him and his wife and her started. I don't think that's a costume. But her Alec out and this cuck shit and all this other stuff. I think that their son's friend was banging her out and stuff like that. I think she's done more damage to Chris than any of them. She's almost said, she's like, he's not my guy. He's not my guy. You can't take him serious. I was never jealousy. That's her jealousy of his career. She's a narcissist. I mean, she wants to be the one, so she starts this red table thing that he's the biggest movie star there is. See, that says Will Smith is in Scientology, but also he funded a school for Scientology. Yeah. That's on Gen Z, as much as you donated $100,000 in groups affiliated with Church Stone. You know, yeah. Want something crazy? You can hate on Gen Z as much as you want. They're the only generation of kids who are doing Scientology speed runs through the building. Have you seen those? Like, what's that? Because you know you're not allowed in. Like, they just get a massive amount of younger kids, and they're all just rushing at the same time. So it's with cameras on their heads, just showing all the insides of the buildings. Of Scientology buildings. And they're trying to, like, stop them, and it's mad funny. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. It's part of it's just being that rich, that famous for that long. It's hard not to get weird. Yeah, it's hard, really. And here's my question: is it hard not to get weird, or were you weird to go to like one of the shorts? Why you are that? You know what I'm saying? That to go to the world record in Scientology should be talented as fuck. To try to get on the like flatbeds. It's an old space. There's a very one just one that said they dressed up as Jesus and just find anything unified. Now they end up in like a back alley, and one of them was it's definitely like empty and weird. So the people that are in the church, right, and they're there their whole life, they don't have any of the money. They don't even have money. They live in the church and everything will leave money. But when they what's called blowing, when you blow when you leave the church, everyone turns their back on you. And then now you're out of jail at 50 or 55, and you have no skill set and no resume. Yeah. The biggest problem is like an old UFC fighter. You have no savings, no money. And you're like an old UFC fighter. Yeah, just like they also just like will trick random immigrants on Hollywood Boulevard and trying to get in there. Like there's a guy who's like famous on TikTok, and there were people trying to get him out. Latin guy that wanted to be and every day the people outside like every stop is the start of fun. Like the awesome people you can get with Marathon Rewards. Join Marathon Rewards today. Earning rewards on every gallon of gas. You can redeem rewards at any time, saving up to $1 per gallon. And don't forget, Marathon stations are packed with all the conveniences. You need to stock up and live life fun runs on full. Available at participating marathon locations. Terms and conditions apply. See marathonrewards.com for details. We'll break here. You're listening to this podcast. I know you got a curious. It's a helpful fact you might not know yet. Drivers not answer some questions. You get a quick quote with coverage options tailored to your choices. Plus, you'll see which discounts you may qualify for, like online quote discount, savings for paid in full. In fact, 99% of Progressive Auto customers are at least one discount. See if you can save when you switch to Progressive. You'll feel good about making a savvy choice. Visit Progressive.com and see if you can enjoy a little extra cash back. Progressive Insurance Company, Philly Center, I'm from $946. When the customer service team progressive between June 2024 and May 2025. Potential data savings will vary. Also, a question on Going Clear. Going Clear is a really like it looks good, and then also the doc on HBO. That's one of the best docs you can watch. There's certain ones when you find out that they become their Scientologists. Don't like Michael Payne being one show. Yeah, but Michael, I know Michael. I was also in the class acting class with him for years. No, but I know Michael, and Michael, like, started Jay on releasing these guys were good at Michael's great. Michael's totally wrong. Michael's a great guy. Funny as shit, great actor. But he's just, his dad. Michael's dad was like he gave up blue collar as fuck. Like, his dad, I think, was a gardener, worked in landscaping. Scientology, it's also, there's benefits to joining. Like, they have some Hollywood Bowl. Do they still got it? And there were a lot of like Kirstie Alley, John Travolta. Tom was John Travolta's first. He went there right after he joined Scientology. That's why he got Saturday Night Fever, right? He was off the talented and shit. Like, he was talented, but then he also out of your. It was kind of standing your career. Like, it was just a good thing, right? So Giovanni Rabbi.
Look at this, something girl.
Good. How are you?
I'm lovely. How are things in the single life going?
Good.
Excellent.
Living the dream. I've got my sister here, so we're just hanging out.
Shout out to Sophia's sister. How you living, girl?
Pretty much the same. We live together.
Oh,
I've been telling
really?
her about you. So I'm hoping that you could give her your 3-minute
Spiel, absolutely. Well, thank you so
Yeah.
much for being here, Sophia's sister. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I shoot my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king coined, and I'm making it true. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, the internet than any person ever, which is making me influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. In addition to making you extremely wealthy and helping to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I buy cryptocurrency with about $100 billion. I want to do is build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit. Additionally, importantly, these are to make it drinkable. Other topics that I enjoy discussing are those related to futurology, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, telepathy, teleportation, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 2 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think is extremely exciting. Additionally, I talk about things like life extension technology. Sophia's sister, when you were born, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you was probably about age 80. I want to give you the resources, God willing, in the future to be able to utilize types of technology like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, cold shock therapy, ambrosia therapy, perhaps red light therapy, testosterone replacement therapy, peptides, nootropics to get you to be age 100, 120. But at age 120, you may say, Rabbi, it's been a really great run. Back in 2026, when we met, it seemed like everything that you discussed was science fiction, but it's become science fact. My body's starting to break down, though. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. All of this is with your consent. If you want, you may be able to utilize a type of technology known as mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system for like download. As an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be, Sophia's sister. But what I'm saying to you is, potentially in the future, there may be the opportunity at digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
Wow. I brought her in here because I wanted her to hear how passionate you are.
And the fact that you have all that memorized is impressive.
Yeah, well, thank you. I appreciate that. So that's what I do. And I was telling Sophia last we spoke, I did a podcast, or I was just about to do a podcast, and I think I did one or two since then. And I've really been, in the past like week or so since it's been since I've spoken with her, I've been focused on the podcast circuit. So I created a robot. I create robots. I don't want to say I'm good at it, but I can do it effectively and quickly, and they're very powerful. And what they do, it's nothing super complicated. Basically, I have a program that memorizes my mouse clicks and can identify where images are. When the images appear, and what this bot does is it goes through, it will go and search every Spotify creator who has futurology as a topic and also has their contact information for an email address. And the bot then will scrape all of the email addresses from there and put them in a list for me. And then once or twice, well, like once a day, I just have to go to that list. I download it, and then I take like 30 or so of them, and I will draft an email to them, send it out, and on that. Within the last like 48 hours or so. Additionally, I've got another bot that just kicked, and information that I have is basically blog posts for me on any kind of information that I want. So right now, it is creating blog posts on synthwave music. If you're familiar with like synthwave and like house music and all kinds of different kinds of music, I just give it a list of topics that I want it to review. So everything from pop culture to history to futurology topics, and creates these blog posts for me. And then what those do is allow AI search engines and social media to know who I am, and it populates information about myself. So I basically feed it information, and then it is able to digest it. AI generally is able to digest it. And then when people look me up, they have an accurate understanding of who I am and what I do. How's that sound as a plan?
Can you tell her about all the computers that you have set up?
Oh, 100%. I'll give you a tour if you want. Just one moment. I have like 33 different devices going at any given time, and they multi-stream. So I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. And nothing too fancy, but let's make sure. Right here I am. So behind me, I have a computer. And then over here, I everything. I have no robots.
I remember you had a ton of computers, like laptops stacked up.
Yeah, that's all bad. Is that what you're talking about? If not, do you mean? Are you talking about this setup? Can you see, Sophia?
No, I see your 3 laptops on your bed.
No. Look at the other. I brought in another account.
Oh, I had you full screen. Okay.
So
Yeah,
those
just stack.
exactly.
So
So here we have a bot that is posting to TikTok for me, as is this one. And then we have a device here, a device here, and a device up there. I have a device here. I have a device here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 devices. Another device here, and another device there. And then I have the 3 devices here, and then these are on Twitter. So then I have the devices that I have here. So all in all, it turns out to be like at any given time I'm live on a dozen or so YouTube streams, and sometimes YouTube shuts down my streams. Whenever they shut down one of my streams, I just started up on Rumble. Well, I'll show you all. Okay, so this one, it's creating a blog post for me. Okay. Okay, so here's a blog post. And what it's going to do is very smart. And so it's going to be able to select this copy button in a moment. And it has a very big mouse. I don't have excellent vision, but it will within like 30 seconds or so. And if you're like, why 30 seconds? Why not immediately? I could do it immediately, but sometimes the timing of how long ChatGPT needs can vary. So I use a conservative estimate. And this one is on like technological sound engineering, specifically. I'll look it up in a second. But all I have to do is give it the topic.
Do you make money off of any of the live streams, or how do you stay afloat?
Certainly. So my technical career is a certified project management professional. So I've successfully launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, which has allowed me some financial independence. And I do make money on the streams, but nothing major. And I do get, okay, so it's about to do that thing where it's going to select it. So just one moment. Okay, there we go. So you see the pink finger, and then it's going to select it. And then it's going to open the blogger and the blogger page. So there it is. And this is all independent of me. I mean, I'm holding the camera, but and so it's going to open a new blog post here, which it just did. Takes about 15 seconds or so to open. There we go. Opened it. And then what it's going to do is it's going to paste what I have from ChatGPT into this blog. And there we go. So I just pasted all that information in there. It's going to scroll to the top. It's got to do a couple formatting things so that it can get the title. And so this is on psytrance, rhythmic esotericism, and transcultural architecture of electronic trance states. And it's like, well, what's that? Basically, like a type of music. Psytrance is a kind of music. So as you learn about that, exactly. Over here, we got that bot that I was talking about on Kick. And so what it's going to do is it just copies.
How do you not get accident when like you get shut off YouTube?
I use VPNs.
It doesn't constantly change or something.
Correct. And so this guy, he's just chilling there, and what I do is I create a clip of him. Unless he has clipping off, which some people do. And if that's true, then we'll just move on to the next individual. Okay, so it follows him right now. So it just follows him, and then it should click on the
Camera.
I know it's hilarious. You can like see up his nose. All right, so he will just see that I just followed him. Now it's going to create a clip. So there's that box that shows up, and then in the box, it's just going to say YouTube, Rabbi Rothschild, and then it gives them.
So it's just a clip of them staring at the screen.
Exactly, but here's what that does. It causes him and his followers to get a new clip. And when they look through their clips, it's like free advertising for myself. And those clips last for years. So I get people in here who are like, hey, how are you? How'd you find out about me? And they're like, you clipped my friend who lives in Poland 2 years ago. And I saw that you have a Discord link in here, and I wanted to see what it is about. So, like normally if I just spam their chat, which I've done, I'm the king of that, they just report you right away and you get banned. However,
so that's your sneaky way of finding a way to advertise yourself without spam.
Exactly right. And then that's how we get people like T4 Taz, how you living, big dog?
Yeah, bro, you know me. I guess you know me.
Of course, I know everybody, big dog, but if you can, please refresh my memory. How did we meet?
I met you in 2024, and I was like a child back then, and you just banned me. I don't know why.
Oh, because you weren't 18 years old.
Yeah, and I'm not 20 years old.
Well, congratulations, big man. What's it like to be 20?
It's like cool, bro. Like so many responsibilities, but it's cool. I'm happy.
Excellent, man. Do you need me to unban your other account or something? The one that you came in
No,
when you...
I already lost my all accounts. This is just my new account. So
okay, excellent. Well, you're welcome
here.
here.
Yeah.
I'm glad that you're here, and I'm glad that you're taking on adult responsibilities, it seems, with in good stride.
You've been living in the same room. How you like, damn, bro.
Well, don't you, bro? So do I. So do I. Here are... I have like a...
outside.
Yeah, I stream myself.
You touch grass?
Absolutely.
You also stream outside.
Here. I was just outside just recently. I'll show you. Here's pictures of me touching grass. Video of me touching grass.
How often you go outside?
Every day, dog. What other questions do you have, Taz?
Yo,
Yeah. What I mean, you have.
yo, there's so many people, but no one is talking.
Well, we were just talking, but you're the center of attention right now. Exactly.
Yo, Sophia. Oh, that's a girl.
Yeah, dude, we have girls in here. Isn't that
Damn,
something?
you got some girls too.
Put some respect
You
on
were
that.
like alone
There
in
you
the
go.
busy last time I went visited your server.
All right. Well,
And now you
you.
have like so many friends.
Hey, we're
Yeah, he's grown.
we're experiencing growth. What do you want me to do about it, big man?
Rabbi's going viral.
That's right. That's
Unbelievable.
100%. So,
Yeah.
Taz, what's good in your neck of the woods? You turned.
And like back then, like you just like asked me to manage your server. I just, if you know, I don't know if you like remember all these.
Yeah. Now I remember you. Now I remember you. You went through my server and you were like, you're like, this is pretty solid. I never asked you to manage my server though. I don't want anybody managing.
I guess I just think I'm not sure about that, but yeah.
Yeah, now I remember you. Yeah, you and that other guy, right? You had a friend.
Yeah, oh my God, you remember? Oh,
Yeah.
man, bro.
Exactly. In fact, you're
It's been
the.
a long time.
In fact, you're the reason
It's been
why.
a long.
You're the reason why people can't type in here anymore. Because when I learned how you would get people banned, I was like, oh, I don't want. I'm not going to let people do that. So I didn't let anybody type in here anymore.
Uh, so I have a question.
Hit
if
me
you
with
don't
it, big
mind.
man. Absolutely.
Do you live in like United Israel?
I live in the
Where do
United.
you live?
I live in the United States.
You live in the United States.
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Because I thought you're like from Israel, so you're living in Israel. So, yeah.
No, I live in the United States. I'm an American. I'm an Orthodox Jew, but I'm an American.
When you're gonna shave your beard, bro?
Perhaps never.
I've been
Maybe
watching that beard grow.
exactly. Maybe I'll have it down to my knees someday,
So,
just for you, Taz.
That would be a really cool thing to advertise in a stream and then be like, I'm gonna shave my beard off. You know?
Well, it's kind of like a timeline. If I view old pictures of myself or old videos, I can tell how far back in the stream sort of they are by my beard length.
handsome back then, bro.
Oh well, thank you. I appreciate it.
You were like, damn.
Hey, you watch. Once I clean myself up, I'm quite the catch. So Taz,
Alright, be right.
all right, you shout out to everybody. Congratulations on becoming an adult.
Yep. You're a man now.
Exactly. Hey, Sophia. Take care, Sophia's sister. Please welcome here. Best wishes.
Okay, bye bye. See you later.
Take care.
Hi, Rabbi.
What up, Brandon? How are you, big dog?
You said I've been here all day?
I always see that you're here all day. I love it.
We got any playoffs? We got any about NBA playoffs tonight?
Yes, sir. You want to know who's playing?
Yeah.
In 2 hours.
In 2 hours?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Are you excited?
Yay.
Yay is right.
My Cavaliers for 2 hours.
That's correct. They'll be on ESPN, big man.
Yep.
Are you gonna watch?
Yep.
Excellent, big man. All right. Well, Brandon, I'm gonna go back to watching my podcast. But if you need anything from me, you let me know, okay?
Okay, 2 more.
10-4.
1% of the world is Jews. How many Jewish people? 2%. 2%. So, again, you look California. If I'm Jewish and I go into whatever audition and he's seeing just like 1,000 people, there's a Jew, and like, a bunch of goyim, I don't know this dude. The kid comes in, you've seen 1,000 people. Oh, you're also psychology? Oh, cool, man. It's like a fraternity type of thing. Yeah, take care of your own friends. I'm a bad actress. Everybody she hired, whether it's Julia Lewis, whatever, it was always Scientologists. Yeah, they were all great actors. You know, I did a charity, Church of Scientology. Okay. No, but I did stand up. They were trying to. Yeah, they tried to get me, but there's no way. But I did this joke. I went up there and I was like, I looked around. I was like, damn. I was like, Scientology, Church of Scientology. This is what it is. And I told my friends I was doing it here, and they were like, be careful. And I go, what do you think they're gonna do? Make me sit in a chair and take responsibility. They were like, loving it because in a way, a lot of the attendants are actually pretty good. It's like you're responsible for the condition for literally everything. Yeah. I'm saying, to read this book. For a limited time. It never. I knew there was this wrestling. So his sons would wrestle with us, and his sons would. Like one went to wrestle at Penn, the other like some big ass squad in Iowa. Super wretched. Private jets and the meat and all the shit. But he was just some hedge fund dude wrestlers. And his company was, huge. Only hired wrestlers. Like a fraternity, because he was like, dude, if a guy comes in and he meets the criteria, but he also wrestled, I know his work ethic is wrestling. He's like, they're grinders. He's like, so my company's made up of grinders. We're top fucking company. We grind. He was a commander. They make it through free sports. They make it through wrestlers, water polo players, because maybe they're water people. Lacrosse players. It's stuff, dude. You play lacrosse, great. Yeah, I was like, no, it's hockey on grass. People get fucked with this. People get fucked. Bounce is tough. I was fucking good. Yeah, I love lacrosse. Yeah, it's big. Texas. And really big. Where'd you play college? Yeah. Did you play team one? No. Yeah, I was at Whittier. We were ranked number 2 in the nation. What sport do you think takes the hardest? Do you think it's, because I know you guys lacrosse, it's hard. Football, it's hard. Rugby, it's hard. Football. I remember arguing with a person in South America. They were saying that NFL and you Americans are pussies because we don't use pads. I think it's boxing. Yeah, but I'm saying in collision sports. I mean, Jason made this, which was interesting. I was watching Andy Ruiz. Listen to that dude. There's no reason that guy should be that fast. He's skinny, not skinny. No, he was on weight, right? He was 100 pounds overweight. That motherfucker had crazy ass. He was unbelievable. American football, interesting. I think it's because of the helmets. Because you can't helmet the helmet. It's also the athletes. You know which better athletes playing football than all other sports? Which one? The athletes in football. Like you have guys running 40 at 230 pounds. They just have better athletes. Are they getting faster now? Yeah. Did you see like one with this? Just 640s. It's so weird. I thought this was so much Chase sent me this. So,
Hey Taz, can you hear me?
how hard is it to go?
Taz, can you hear me? Taz.
These are ranked by your odds of reaching an elite level. It's big. I'm gonna guess. What's your guess for number 1? Number 1 is basketball. Because they're that's one thing. You're just tall. There's some caveats with this though. With like you and George, there's some caveats with this. You don't like this list because you're Okay, they like tennis, so you like this list, but I don't know why this statistic is, but if you're 7 feet tall, you have such an insane percentage of being a professional basketball player. But wait, what is the question you see? Okay, see, like odds of your see odds of going pro in all the major sports. So now you want to go when you see this list, they have no one can get this caveat there. You know what I want? Yeah, but just let's say it is sport. That's a different conversation. You know, number one, just to start, you have to have the crazy. So it's not available to everybody. Is it tennis kind of like that? See, and it's a world sport. It's a world sport too. So you can also look at how many people are actually doing it. Right? So if you're competing with the world like soccer, that's why soccer stuff. That's why baseball stuff. Yes. That's not what website. That's why UFC stuff. It's worldwide now. There is no real professional like. It's a hard to me. Like it's not a very popular sport. It's not a one-on-one sport with like soccer. It's not like for some reason it says it's not there. It's still not popping up. Can you play it from your phone? Before it goes somewhere else. Like one of the sport where they're actors pretending to be you at the highest level. You know what I mean? There's no Undertaker at the highest level of baseball. If it pops up. Oh, it says the really early version no longer available. So I have a screenshot of it. So you want to screenshot for each? Is that how I can do it? So it says how hard is it to go pro? Rank by your odds of reaching the elite level. So global participants. So number one is tennis. You have 90 to 100 million plus people play it. So your chances of going pro are 1 in 2 million. Soccer's hold on, let's go. So in golf, 60 to 70 million people play it. You have 1 in 1 million chance of going pro. By the way, this is part of the piece. So hold on. Yeah, of course. So then now MMA, 100 plus million people do it, right? Reaching. So this isn't getting to the UFC. This is reaching the UFC. So if you're in LFA contender series, that doesn't count. This is reaching the UFC by end of the rate. So you have 1 through 1 in 500,000. So you have a 0.0002% chance. That's boys, right? Be fucking cool. Be cool. Distance football, soccer, it drives me nuts. It's soccer. 250 million people play that, but that's going to this is the Premier League. That's 1 in 500,000, which I was going to say there's so many people that even feels like a low number for the amount of people playing soccer. More people playing soccer because you got every kid in fucking way more resilient. This one's weird. Formula One. This is way how many. So it's becoming a full-time F1 driver. 1 in 500,000. The issue with that is there's only 25 of them, and you have to be backed by billions. Yeah. So I guess. I guess they take people are caught junior racing. I think there's people that are already enjoying it. This is your chance. But there's odds working against you. This is a sport, though. This is insane. That's a different conversation. Different sport. You know, it's drag racing a sport. No, Formula One is very different. Formula One is like, trying to do drag racing too. If you've ever drag raced, it's the reaction time straight line. Yeah, we gotta hold on. Like it's, But Formula One, I feel like it's so, it's your feet and your hands. It's physical. It's very physical. It's just not a sport. Yeah. So basketball, also that you get, so we get an NBA. 140,000. I assume that's not a 143. Well, and is that so important? I agree. There's no way everyone was ever going to get sorry. Yeah, there's no way. What do you say about this, though? Like, I think it's possible. It should be 1 in 10 million. Like, there's only 12 guys on the roster in the NBA. Correct. Baseball, that's all rosters. Yeah. That's not even. And then you got to be born with the height, the gifts, the everything else. So then, and then baseball. Again, making an MLB roster 1 in 50. I don't know. That doesn't sound right. 50,000? Is that smaller pool? Boxing. That all makes sense. All those sports make sense. In some ways, you could say, go back to the equal playing in a weird way. In some ways. The soccer one blows my mind because you have to say this. Like, okay, watch. No matter who you are, if you start playing any of these sports, your chances of making it are probably all kind of the same. In a way. Like, I know there's so many people, there's a bigger pool, but at the end of the day, but there's still one competing with the very best people. You make like a practice squad or you make something like that, I guess. No, here's my assessment. The NFL, if you wanted 30,000, I guess if you're taking all Division One, I can't be kids in Pop One. But take this, at the end of the day, when it gets to the pros, like you're beating everybody, but then the competition gets crazy, right? Because it's the minutiae, it's those little details. Yeah, I'm saying if like all comes out in Washington, evens out in general. Because, okay, so you're a really good car racer. You're almost Formula One. You're almost good to play football. You're almost good enough to play game, I say. But it's that extra little thing. Now you're competing with a very small pool of excellence. And that's where these X factors come in that are really hard to measure. So in a way, it's all probably on an equal footing. Sure, at the end of the day, it's the same. Yeah, there are a lot of people, but when you're playing soccer, you're actually competing with the same amount of people. There's the same amount of people. I think soccer is one of those ones where it's like there's a lot of besides the U.S. because the U.S. doesn't give a shit, which the reason why we're not as pretty good now are as good as the guys on fucking Chelsea. No, some of that's good Chelsea. Oh, like Manchester United or Manchester City? No. Yeah. Or Real Madrid? No. But if you're at MLS, you're pretty fucking good, man. Messi's on that off thing. Well, yes. But, but so if you take anybody in sport, there's one standout. And they're a standout because of thousands physically, mentally, they just got reaction time, whatever they do. But I'm not talking about people already that probably should talk about like the people that are already shining by the time they're 14, 15, whatever. Most of those guys don't make it. Okay, let's say by the time they're 18, 19, you go, that guy's a prospect. I think then now you've got that. Now they're in that. You kind of have to start the book. And then, yeah. Like you have to start, that's what I'm saying. When I say one and that, I assume you're going based off of people that are already on the trajectory of the kids. But like you see your point, how buses stop in high school? Like that's Tiger's not going to compete. He's competing like ready to compete with me. When we went to the national tournament, there's 9 and 10 officers. I go look at my kid. There's so many teams and kids. I mean, it's an influx, and everyone's in different colored jerseys. There's so many buses dropping kids off. Everyone's in Disney World. I go real quick, boys, look around. You see how many kids? You see how many kids, right? I mean, as far as the eye can see, there's so many kids. 1 or 2 of you will play Division I college football. That's what you're competing with. So I know you see all these kids. They're 9 and 10. Maybe 2 of you don't play University of Texas or Georgia. That's how hard this is when you're on. Yes. So what are you going to do to stand out? And here's how like I was talking to Rabbi a couple of times to drop a name in the mothership about David Benavides. David Benavides is a monster boxer. Okay, he's a monster. Then they were like, I'd like to see if people are better. And I was like, you see a very different story. A lot of guys that are all they're coming up, and then when they get to that upper echelon, now you might see a very different situation. You might, if he fought better people, or if he fought people, he's never fought somebody of that caliber. That's a very different thing. I don't know if it's smart, but here's the thing, even if he doesn't fight them, he's still one of the very best to do it. Absolutely. But this is the problem. People always like, it's like when people compare their career So with someone like what you're saying, Canelo fought everyone, but Earl Spence was a monster. And you see him fight, and I know he's one of the greatest ever. But you see what happens when he fought, Terry Crawford. And on all due respect to Earl Spence, it was just so interesting. You'll see, so you gotta be careful with that because Earl Spence was compromised coming off of the accident. Like that was an elite. But see, what you're trying to say is he is one of the he is great, but we don't know how he is in with the elite of the elite. We don't know if we don't know. See, hold on. He's again, we have to be careful with the word great. I don't think you can be called one of the greats until you fought all the greats or a lot of the greats. Like Manny Pacquiao is one of the greats. Earl Spence, Blake Crawford, one of the greats. Canelo, one of the greats of all time. Because the way they fought, not only all comers, got to win greats. I mean, Canelo fought Kovalev, who was a monster. You feel the same way about in a way? Well, I think in a way it is undoubtedly just so phenomenal. And he's fought some tough guys. He's been sat down. He's fought bigger guys. It's like Lomachenko. He had to go up and win. He's great. Usyk obviously he's made it past that. You can probably argue that in a way has fought the greatest of his division. Yeah, he's so good. But guys like Tyson. Society now where like championship people and he's so that's the same way as people that's right he's bigger he's big cares you know what I'm saying it's like the society we live in now it's like yeah but he can't do this and I'd like to see him fight sure but even if he doesn't what a great career 100% you know what I'm saying it's like I'm not taking it away from him I'm not saying you are but I'm like saying that's the world we live in well so people and he's tall, and he's like 6'2". Is he that big? I think he's about 6'2". He's very tall and fast, and just and he's always been a monster. I talk to guys who who are in his gym, and they're like, dude, that guy's always been a monster. Yeah, so he also 6 feet. Speaking of fighting, I have a theory, but I want to hear what you guys think about McGregor's comeback against Max. I eat auto parts. I want a friendly staff. I want a knowledgeable staff. I want to make sure they got the parts in store or online. We roll with one shop only. That's O'Reilly Auto Parts. They have thousands of parts and accessories in stock either in store or online, so you don't have to worry if you're in a jam. Plus, whether you're a car expert or a rookie, you'll find the employees at O'Reilly Auto Parts are knowledgeable, helpful, investable, and super friendly, Brian. The professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts are your one-stop shop for all things auto do-it-yourself. You can find what you need in store or online. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today. Visit them at O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. That's O'ReillyAuto.com/fighter. O'Reilly. First, I didn't think it was real. I woke up to this blinding light. I was transported to another place. Then I heard a voice. Come with me if you want to live. Thousands of movies and shows, and they were all free. It's just so beautiful. On TV, free streaming of YouTube, French Arrow, the 100, and X-Files, Pecos, excitement, loss of sleep, and unbelief in extraterrestrials, no credit card, real killers necessary to live TV ever. First of all, what you give some theory is Conor McGregor. I think it's around the point where people watch Rocky 3, where he fights Clubber Lang, and before that he has like a robot in his house, and he's fighting, he's training like on the news, and everything's always he's not training in the charge. Yeah, I think that Conor McGregor around the Floyd Mayweather time became Rocky 3, and just never had an Apollo Creed. Like he needs like a Dustin Poirier to be like, you know what I mean? But he did have a Dustin Poirier. Didn't go so much. It needs to be Apollo Creed that brings it back to humbleness, because like he's never going to be that fighter that he was before. Never. He is a fucking nightmare for him because it's good because he's not going to get crushed. He obviously didn't want to come in and fight a wrestler. Yeah, that's not going to be upset for him. I would say though that the one place that Connor has a very high fight IQ is boxing. Like he's striking, really understands distance, and he's just Connor's access. Yeah. Power at a lower weight class. Now what you give him is kudos to Connor. So it's not like, Nate came back and he fought Mike Perry, or he fought, Jake Paul in boxing, and Jorge Masvidal. Connor's been off, 5 years? 6 years now. 6 years? Five. And there's no warm-ups. Because he went, here's Max Holloway. Now some of you remember his last fight, but also some of you are going, but Max Holloway lost to Charles Oliveira. Okay, he got knocked out by the way. Yeah, but okay. The very best, and then lost to traveling competition. Stepping to that. If you don't expect that shit, don't think that was unstoppable. There's a lot of people. Usually, what's your expectation? He's going to fight I'll let him see. No, he's fine. You're doing great. I'm also going to twitch and I get 9 years. I'm going to go with I'm wearing that. And that keeps on saying he's going to take you to practice. And we've been just sitting on the board, just smacking our glove, just hoping he's going to he's coming. He's taking us right. He's coming. He's going to show up. He's at the car. He's at the car. Different is, remember, he's coming off an injury. And then also, when fighting, there's that pay-per-view model, so he's making more money than anybody's ever been paid in the UFC. So, coming off a leg injury, the business model has changed. His contract, his 6-fight deal, was based on pay-per-views. So, they have to figure that out. He has to figure out his leg injury. So, there's a lot that goes into it, man. So, people go, he's never fighting. Okay. But he also went through a whole legal issue. His leg fell off. His leg fell off. The business model has changed. Like he's also that's not Nate Diaz showing up. There's a lot. You're talking about the biggest star in combat sports history. There's a lot to get that guy inside the octagon. That's why I'm happy that he's coming back to me. I'm fucking I'm happy too, but I need to know your expectations because I don't expect about 8 years. I don't expect the Conor McGregor before. I just don't think that Conor McGregor ever comes back. I'll say this: he's not going to be Conor that fucking beat Aldo, but he's also not going to be in the Diaz shit. He's going to be somewhere in the middle. If he comes back and fights at level he fought at Cowboy Cerrone, like when he came against Cowboy, I'd be happy if he comes back at that level. That's a high level. That's a very high level. That's a mental. He's been through a lot. He's been through even, I would suggest there are other extracurriculars, just not hungry too. And then once he has them,